Yep. Has everybody had a chance to grab copies of the paperwork and find a seat so we can get started? Yeah, I know. How much louder can I get? Get it closer to, so I don't have to hunch over like a vulture. If everybody could grab copies of the paperwork and find a seat, we're going to go ahead and get started here in just one moment. Okay, what are we missing? Looks like an agenda. I have no idea what's sitting there. I have an extra copy of it. Okay. You guys are ready, right? Peter and Julia, are you ready? Okay. I might need more coffee today. Okay, everybody ready? Call the regular meeting of the Calaveras County Planning Commission to order, and we are going to get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. So please rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any agenda changes today?
No, we do not.
Thank you. So it is time for general public comment on any land use item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the commission and is not posted on the consent or regular agenda today. California law prohibits the commission from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency. Is there anyone who would like to speak during the public comment section?
Good morning. My name's Bonnie Newman from Double Springs, and I'm here to talk a little bit about the general plan and the Mintier Harnish report. I know they're connected in some way, And I don't think it's been fair for the public to be deprived of their $1 million investment. Oh, I mean, only $900,000 investment. And I would like to see a release of the mid-tier harnish plan to decide if it affects the general plan and to give the public a chance to review and study. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Good morning. I just want to talk a little bit about equality and this venture that we're all moving towards today is very separate from the way that a lot of other things are treated. And we need to think about fostering industry and making this work properly, learn from our mistakes, and move forward together in a way that heals the community.
It sounds like you're speaking about the cannabis ordinance.
No, I'm talking about the community and saying that this is an opportunity for us to heal. And at the same time, I think it would be important that Mr. Fiorino recuse himself from today's proceedings, but we know that's not going to happen. So I would just ask that you not add things that you're eventually going to vote against anyway. Be fair and equal. And I also think it's important that everyone have a map of who this is actually affecting. So, thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Seeing none, we will move on to the consent agenda. Is there any member of the staff, commission, or public who would like to remove an item from the consent agenda? Nope. Will there, I'm ready for a motion on the consent agenda.
Well, I had one correction on one of them,
Okay, sure.
and that's on the July 25, 2019 agenda, or minutes. On page 3, under applicant discussion, Robin Peters' name is misspelled.
I saw that.
That's it.
Any further corrections to the minutes? Now I'm ready.
I move that we approve all the items on the consent agenda.
With Commissioner Wooster's correction
With
to Robin
Commissioner
Peters'
Wooster's.
name.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So we will move on to the regular agenda. And Peter, would you like to introduce this item?
Sure, I'd love to introduce the item. So this is an ordinance amendment, 2019-056, to consider cannabis regulatory ordinance, chapter 1795. The long, lengthy history, I don't know that I need to go through all of it, just hit some of the highlights for those who maybe are somewhat new to the whole issue. As we all know, cannabis has long been grown in the county without any authorization. Several things conspired several years ago to bring this issue to the forefront. First, we had the Butte fire that exposed a lot of the area where cannabis cultivation was previously hidden, although that was not the only area in which cannabis was cultivated. About the same time, there was a change in state law that either required counties to adopt regulation or abide by the state rules. The board declared its intent to regulate, which resulted in a flood of new cultivators coming to the county. That ended up resulting in the adoption of the urgency ordinance in an attempt to sort of stem the tide and freeze things. Didn't necessarily do that, and it created a regulatory program that was fraught with difficulties. I think everyone recognizes that there were challenges associated with that ordinance. Before that, we began to prepare an EIR for a permanent regulatory ordinance. And so that plays into the action that is before you today. We had over 740 commercial cannabis registrants. They were allowed to grow unless and until they were denied. And I think that was the biggest problem that we faced during that time. The board's desire was to allow those who were here already cultivating to continue to grow while we developed the program. A lot of people abused that situation. More than half of the registrants that applied in the window in May and June of 2016 were denied. Many of them did not provide documentation to show that they were actually cultivating prior to the effective date of the urgency ordinance. We also spent a great deal of time dealing with appeals as growers who were denied tried to stretch out the time frame, and you felt the brunt of that, those who were on the commission during those days. Staff was completely overwhelmed. We did not have the resources to process those applications in a timely manner, and that also allowed the program to sort of stretch out unduly. Finally, when the draft ordinance was finally prepared, the EIR was available, the board adopted a ban. They just felt, no, this is what we want. We don't want this here. We're going to ban it. It became effective in June of 2018, and cultivation has then been effectively banned since that time. In February and April of this year, the board held 2 study sessions regarding cannabis, and at that time gave staff some general direction on one, they wanted to see a regulatory ordinance. They wanted to reverse the ban, and they provided some general direction as to what they wanted to see in a new ordinance. Table on page 2, carry over to page 3 of the staff report, outlines the direction that the board gave us. This ordinance that's before you today contains those provisions, along with a coordinated effort to have our ordinance fit in with the regulatory program of the state. New regulations were adopted by the state agencies responsible for regulating cannabis effective early this year. And so we spent a great deal of time reviewing those regulations to ensure that our standards are consistent with those and compatible. Some of the highlights, the zoning that the board said they wanted to see cannabis allowed in would be A1, general agriculture, AP, GF, general forestry, unclassified, and RA for outdoor or mixed light cultivation. The same zones could also have indoor cultivation along with the industrial zones, M1, M2, and M4. For the non-industrial zones, 20 acre is the minimum parcel size. This is significantly different than the 2 acres that was allowed under the urgency ordinance. They also said they would allow consideration of cultivation on parcels less than 20, but 10 acres or more by conditional use permit. So that would be a discretionary review. The permit process would be ministerial in that if they met the criteria established in the ordinance, they would be allowed to cultivate, would not require a public hearing. They're also limited to those who registered and were in good standing, i.e. they had not been denied or we were unable to complete processing by the time the ban went into effect, and those who received a state license. That's approximately 190 cultivators. I say approximately because, as we go through some of the numbers, there's, always some questions as to, who that was and how did it relate to the applicant that we had for under the county's program. There's some anomalies with the state's list and our list. We've also found that there are people that were at the time compliant but are no longer compliant. Either they didn't pay their taxes or even they might have decided to cultivate while the ban was in place. And so approximately 190 would be the maximum number under this ordinance that would be allowed to apply. They would still need to meet all of the criteria. It's not automatic. I think another critical point is that under the ordinance, no cultivation may occur until they receive both a county permit, it's been validated by the county, and they receive a state license. When everything is in order, then they can begin, not the reverse, start growing, and then we'll find out if you're okay. So that's a significant difference. The board also said that they would allow co-location on larger parcels, so up to 5 co-location sites, but each co-location site requires 20 acres. For example, if you have a 60-acre parcel, you could have 3 premises. Premises is the term used in this ordinance as well as by state law for what we previously called the cultivation site. So it includes all of the area where cannabis is grown, processed, trimmed, anything dealing where, plant material is grown or handled. That's part of the premises. And so that term is used sort of liberally throughout the ordinance, and that's consistent with state law. There's also provisions to transfer a cultivation permit to another owner or to move it to a different site. So if someone qualified under the ordinance but are on a parcel that's not zoned properly or too small, they could acquire a different site and move it to a site that does meet the criteria. But again, it's limited to those 190 people or entities that did previously qualify. They could also transfer it to another individual or another entity. So if you re-registered or got permit approval under the proposed new ordinance, you could then sell that or transfer it or pass it on to heirs if that's what you desire, as long as the person who is being transferred to meets the background criteria and other criteria of both state and local requirements. And that would not occur until that person passed the background check and met whatever other criteria there are. It doesn't allow for someone to just sort of sell their right to cultivate. So say if someone had a qualifying cultivation under the urgency ordinance, they would not be able to sort of like say, well, I've got, that's not a marketable commodity. You can reapply, get qualified, then sell it to someone. But you can't just sort of sell the right to grow and move it to some other site. That's not provided in this ordinance. So the EIR was certified by the county, by the Board of Supervisors when the ban was adopted. It's a somewhat unique position or situation that we're in with a certified EIR for a ban ordinance where no cultivation was allowed, therefore no mitigation was required. We have prepared an addendum to the EIR, and all of the mitigation measures that were identified in the EIR have been carried over into this proposed ordinance. I know there's a lot of controversy over some of those provisions. I'm sure there'll be a lot of discussion today on those things. An addendum is allowed in CEQA under the provisions where an EIR has been certified and there are changes to the project that don't reach a certain threshold that would require what's called a subsequent EIR. These are discussed thoroughly in the addendum. But generally, the original project that was analyzed had much greater potential for environmental impact than what's proposed today. The consultants analyzed 750 outdoor or mixed light cultivation sites and 15 indoor. Again, this is limited to 190, so that's 1/4 of the number of potential growers. Now, there is a potential change in that the limitation on the urgency ordinance was half an acre, 22,000 square feet, and outdoor cultivation has a potential for up to an acre, where mixed light is still limited to half an acre. Even if everyone were to convert their mixed light cultivation to an outdoor cultivation and increase it to the maximum, that would still be half the acreage that was analyzed under the EIR. It is unlikely that people would do that because with a mixed light, you would have much higher yield under mixed light than just strictly outdoor. Outdoor is just using natural sunlight. A mixed light is a combination of natural lighting and artificial lighting. And that's all the hoop houses and the light deprivation, those kinds of activities that are used to promote the growth and increase yield on cannabis. But even if everyone were to decide, I'm going to maximize the acreage that I'm allowed and change to outdoor, it would still be half of what was considered under the EIR. There's the other requirements to filing an addendum would be there are no new circumstances that would apply. We have not identified any. There's no new information that would lead to new mitigation or new impacts that weren't fully analyzed. None of that has been brought to light. And there were mitigation measures that were rejected, but now found to be feasible under the prior action. Well, none of them were rejected because none of them were necessary. So we feel that the addendum is appropriate. We fully analyzed each of how the changes affected the different impacts, and again, all of the mitigation measures that were incorporated into the EIR or that were identified in the EIR have been incorporated into this ordinance. Now, the board the county has the ability to find that those mitigation measures are infeasible. However, to do so, you must actually find that they are indeed infeasible based on evidence in the record that shows that it's not. Not just because we don't want to do it, but there has to be rational reason to say this is just simply infeasible to adopt this mitigation measure. And I'm sure that will, again, be a lot of discussion today on those measures. So you received the original version of the ordinance last week sometime. I'm sorry that we didn't get it to you with more time to review. Hopefully you have had enough time. We then sent out an addendum with a handful of changes. I think there were 5 changes on Monday. They were, I think, relatively benign changes. Yesterday we received a document from Commissioner Laddish with 9 pages of suggested changes. We've gone through those and distributed this morning our sort of response to those changes. I've tried to break those down, and it's where's that document? It has some typing in italics at the top, and then there's Laddish comments. We proposed 2019 cannabis ordinance. What we've done is sort of try to group those suggestions into 4 categories. Those that say, yeah, that makes sense, let's just do it. And that's the first category.
I appreciate you didn't put emojis in there.
We should do that next time. There were a number of them that say that makes sense, but the proposed language maybe needs to be tweaked a little bit. That's sort of the second section. We have some that we just disagree with, and we'll need to go through and discuss those. And then some that raise policy issues that I think the commission will want to discuss as we go through. I don't think it's necessary to go through all of these right now. I think if you have some general questions or general statements about the ordinance, we can have that now. I would suggest that we then open up to public comment before we get into sort of a line-by-line nitty-gritty review of the ordinance itself. Do you have any questions? Oh, there are some additional edits, and I think we'll sort of...
Was that our chance?
Hands up. There are some additional edits that we sort of noted just as we're doing last-minute review. I think it'd probably be easier to go through those as we sort of get into the details of the ordinance itself. So, do you have any questions of me or Julie?
I do. The situation with the counties that surround Calaveras, I understand that
Commissioner
Amador and
Lusser, may we wait
Tuolumne...
until the public has a
Just
chance
one
to-
moment. Yeah, these are the same documents that were out earlier, so if you didn't get a chance to get one, then if you could grab it and get seated as quickly as possible so that everybody will get a chance to hear what everyone's talking about.
Thank you.
Okay. Is it still correct that Amador and Tuolumne still continue their bans on commercial growing?
I'm not sure. I have understood that Tuolumne is working on a regulatory ordinance, but I don't know what the position they're in. I've not heard anything about Amador changing their position.
What's the situation with Stanislaus and San Joaquin counties?
San Joaquin either has or is developing a regulatory ordinance. I believe San Joaquin does not. No, San Joaquin does allow indoor cultivation, is my understanding, but I'm not. I haven't gone back and looked at where we are as far as surrounding counties and the status of cultivation.
And Stanislaus has done what?
I believe that Stanislaus does allow indoor cultivation.
And San Joaquin?
I've heard San Joaquin is either working on or has adopted a regulatory program.
Okay, do you know what it would allow?
I don't.
Okay, one other question. The number of 190, is that persons eligible to apply, or is that total number of sites? Because a cultivator could have more than one site.
It is both. It is persons who are eligible to apply, and we've limited to the number of applications they can file is based on the number of previously approved sites. So if you had one cultivator that had 2 or 3, he could reactivate those 2 or 3 or move those 2 or 3 to a new site if appropriate. But it doesn't allow someone that had 1 grow to suddenly apply for 5. There's a provision in the ordinance that limits it to that number. That was a concern that we had discussed earlier.
Okay, if you have a cultivator who had 2 or 3 or 5 or 10 sites, is that going to push the total number of sites over 190?
No. The number of 190 is based on the number of state licenses and approved county permits or registrations that we had. So there are, in some cases, some that had more than 1, but that doesn't mean that they have an unlimited number. It's limited to the number that they previously had.
Okay, that's all the questions I had. I do have some concerns that might best be voiced before the public speaks so that they know what's
Sure.
troubling me at least.
Let me ask my question of Peter, and then we'll come back and see if anybody else has general concerns they want to talk about before we open this to the public. So my question is about applicants who were in the process last time and through delays with the county or some other issue, through no fault of their own, were not able to complete their state license or their county license or both. is there any mechanism for them to have another opportunity if it was not their delay or their failure to provide materials, but was because of the county's inability to process things, just because of the overwhelming number of things to process?
So it does take into consideration those registrants that didn't get processed. So as long as they weren't denied, but they were still in some state of processing at the county level, those would be allowed to apply for a new permit.
If they got their state license.
Yeah, but I know of at least one person who was in process with the state licensing program, didn't get a state license because of delays for a variety of reasons. And prior to the state issuing a license, the county ban went into effect, and the state then stopped issuing licenses to those. And I know of one person that, if that is something that the commission would like to consider, that certainly we can discuss that.
I'd just like to put that on the list of things for us to talk about before we're done today. And I think it's unlikely it's more than a handful of people at most that would have been in that situation.
I have a question. I didn't realize when I was reviewing this that, at least according to a couple of letters that we've received, that nurseries would not be permitted under this ordinance. Is that correct?
A nursery license as defined by the state would not be allowed under this ordinance. That's correct.
Is that from a direction from the Board of Supervisors? Or
Yes.
do you have any idea why?
I think that we did not have any nurseries previously in the county, and the purpose was to allow those who were previously in good standing to begin to cultivate again. And so
Well,
there
maybe
they didn't see the need to allow that at
Well,
this
maybe
time.
the
Yes.
public comment might clarify this a bit, but I know there were people that were cloning plants. Does
Well,
that
and
mean-
then that's different.
Okay.
A nursery is a license type that allows for someone to grow from either seeds or clones immature plants and then sell those plants or, distribute those plants to cultivators.
So they're more
You
of a
can,
wholesale.
a cultivator can propagate their own plants and not be a nursery.
Okay.
Anyone
Yeah,
else?
I have, I just have a list here. These were things that you had brought up in the study session. You said registration under the urgency ordinance was a disaster. Don't rush new regulations. There is no urgency. I'm assuming that's still your opinion.
I want to make sure we get it right this time.
Yeah. We need to have staffing and resources in place before accepting applications. The most you can handle is 25 to 50 without significant staff increases in all departments affected by new regulations. And you said that even with that would cause delays to other projects and programs. A little bit concerning. Regulations need to be done carefully and thoughtfully, not rushed to meet an artificial deadline. I'd like to make sure that that's not what we're trying to do. All local and state permits must be approved before cultivation begins. Does that also mean that as they're going through the process, that they're not putting immature plants in the ground waiting for the process to be completed? Because that was
That is the
discussion
intent of
before.
this ordinance.
Okay, because I know that in previous discussions, they would say that a or nursery stock or whatever you call it was any plant that hadn't yet flowered. Well, that can be a pretty large plant.
No, that's...
We're not allowing that, okay. Applications limited or delayed until all staffing is in place. So you still agree with that, that we can't do anything until you figure out what the staffing need is going to be and you actually get that staffing in place?
I have been advocating for that, yes.
Said 25 applications is the most that can be handled without additional resources, and that number seemed to come up over and over in the study session, the 25 kind of threshold, but, we're talking about potentially 190, so have the departments begin to sit down and figure out what kind of staffing is going to be required if we hit that maximum.
Yes, we have. We've been working with the CAO and all the departments.
So we
that
know
would be
what the
affected by
funding,
this.
because I'll ask questions about if we have the funding, where that's coming from, that sort of thing. And there needs to be a permitted residence on each cultivation site to meet housing and sanitation needs. I believe that was also, and later when I talked to the Sheriff's Department, I have some comments that they made. I think that was also their concern as well, that there was a permanent resident on the site of the grows. Is that doesn't seem like that's in.
That was a
the
suggestion. That was something the board said they did not feel was necessary.
Okay, because that was both your concern and also the concern of the Sheriff's Department. I'm wondering why that was not put in the regulation. But any other comments I have, we can wait till after public comment.
I had a question about permits, reading over this. Is the permits going to be on the canopy size, or is it going to be a flat fee type of permit?
We're still working through the fee structure. We had a meeting yesterday with the CAO and department heads that were affected. We're still working through that, trying to figure out how to make sure that we're fully funded through this program. That has not been decided yet. A fee will be brought forward to the board at the same time that a final action on the ordinance would be taken. The fee would not go into effect until 60 days after the board adopts it. There is a provision in this draft ordinance that says we won't accept any applications until the fee is effective. So we're still trying to figure out what the true costs are going to be. We're trying to figure out, really what we expect as far as the numbers, and it's going to range depending on, do we get 40 or 50 applications or 25, or do we get, 150? We're still trying to figure that out.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wooster.
Well, I have some serious concerns with this ordinance, and I think maybe I should lay out what those are as briefly as I can, and so the public can respond to them or not. The last time this county signaled that it was going to regulate rather than ban commercial growing was February of 2016. And at that time, every county surrounding Calaveras chose to ban commercial growing. And the result was the influx of people that I think we all remember. And it was a disaster. It was just a disaster. The draft ordinance findings reflect some of it. So the county passed the urgency ordinance in May of 2016 to freeze the existing cultivation. Now, my understanding is both neighboring foothill counties, Amador and Calaveras, still ban commercial cultivation. Apparently, San Joaquin only allows indoor, and Stanislaus, we're not sure. It's also been the case that many growers have left, but their sites remain. I mean, there are sites that are graded, there's brushmen cleared, trees cleared, wells drilled. With this ordinance, this county is going to be perceived as a county of regulation, not a county of a ban. And the way it's set up, you can come in and grow, and if you violate, it's only an infraction. That's the message. It's a traffic ticket. So my concern is, what information is there out there to show that there will not be another influx, another disaster, given that the situation is much the same now as it was then, when we had the disaster? I mean, and what leads us to think that would-be growers who want to come in and grow illegal are going to pay attention to the limitation of permits to 190 or whatever it is, when they didn't pay attention to the fact that there was no legal way to grow when they came in the first time? That's my first concern. My second concern is about the tax situation. This ordinance doesn't impose any tax, but I understand Measure C would apply. That was passed in November of 2016, which was the same time when the voters rejected the initiative to regulate. So we got the tax, and then after cultivating and making their money, the cultivators turned around and sued to get it all back. And I understand that litigation is still going on. So the concern here is, should the county be adopting another regulation permitting growers to cultivate while the lawsuit that's challenging the tax that's supposed to finance all this is still going on? Then there's the EIR and the addendum. And I have two issues with that. First, the final EIR considered the ban to be the environmentally superior alternative. The board in January of 2018 certified that EIR and adopted the ban. Now, the same EIR that was certified in connection with the ban is being used to support something completely different. Now, that may be proper, I don't know, but it certainly seems to be odd. And second, I have a concern whether using an addendum is appropriate here. According to the CEQA guidelines, and Mr. Maurer spelled them out, so I won't go into them, you can do another EIR, really you have to, or if there are substantial changes in the project that will have a significant effect on the environment, or substantial changes with respect to the circumstances under which the project is undertaken. The addendum analyzes the first of these. It compares what the proposed project was when the earlier proposed regulation was in play, compared to what this draft ordinance would do, but it does not analyze whether there were any substantial changes to the circumstances. And I think there have been. The baseline date for the draft environmental report was April 5, 2016. And the draft environmental report took as the baseline the then existing, and which was all illegal, cultivation sites. That's what was the baseline. And it measured the environmental effects of that proposed regulation against the then existing proliferation of illegal sites. Now, the circumstances have changed because starting with the urgency ordinance, there have been enforcement efforts to get rid of sites that didn't qualify. The sheriff and code compliance have been shutting down sites. Of the 700 applications for commercial farms, half were denied. They all became illegal with the expiration of the urgency ordinance, and the ban's been in effect for over a year. And I understand that a lot of growers have ceased their activities and left. And this ordinance would add 190 new grows. Plus, who knows how many illegal ones will show up. So it seems to me the baseline now is considerably different than it was in April of 2016. And one more major point, and I'll leave the rest for later. This pool of applicants is limited to those who qualified under the urgency ordinance, or perhaps a few exceptions that didn't get processed in time. By definition, those are the people who were able to prove that they were growing before the urgency ordinance was adopted. That was the time when all the growing was illegal to start with. And what it does too, on the other side of this, it freezes out everybody who did not jump the gun and grow illegally. So if you have people out there who didn't grow or didn't lease their ground to grow because they had questions about the legality, to say the least, they're out. They're just out. That seems to me to be bad public policy. I think if you're going to do something like this, you ought to open it up to everybody that's not a criminal and wasn't denied or revoked or didn't pay their taxes the first time around. If you want to put a number on it, put a number on it and have a lottery. So everybody's got an even shot. The number 25 to start with might be a good one. And I'll save the rest for later.
Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment now before we open this up to the public?
Actually, I'm just going to ask another question, which might make things clearer during the public comment. In the proposed ordinance on the remediation and restoration, by the deadline for the restoration is February 9th, 2020. I assume that would be the deadline of the existing period that was imposed when the ban was imposed, that 2 years from the effective date of the ban, and yet I think I heard you say that the ban became effective on June of 2018. So can you clarify that?
Yes, the effective date of the ordinance was 30 days after adoption. But there was a provision in the urgency ordinance that said that growers could continue to cultivate for 90 days after the effective date. So that's why the difference.
So the actual, the
actual
time of ban.
Actual
yes.
effective date of the ban was June 8th, I believe.
But the 2-year period from the effective date of the ordinance is this February 9th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We are going to open up the public portion of this hearing, so let's just remember that everybody feels strongly about this issue and be as polite and respectful of one another as we can. Please, if you have exactly the same thing to say as the person before you, stand up and say, yes, I agree with that person. And let's see if we can get through this in a reasonable amount of time today. But we want to give everybody a chance to talk.
What's the limit?
Yeah, it will be a 3-minute limit on each speaker. There's a lot of people here today, so.
I think it says in your agenda, 5 minutes.
Does it say in our agenda 5 minutes? Okay, we'll do 5 minutes. Okay, let's get started. Thank you. Come up, introduce yourself if you'd like.
Good morning. My name is Gene DiRera. I live in Mount Ranch, California. I'm a retired probation officer from Calaveras County. And I worked the drug unit in Calaveras County almost 10 years. I was very active in drug prevention for our children. And I've been to several meetings. Not one word has been talked about what we're doing for our kids, our grandkids. Nothing has been said about the number of people that this is going to affect. They're going to come into the judicial system. And it's crazy because, you know, I live in Mount Ranch. I'm real active in the community. I do a lot of work in the community. We're blindfolded if we don't think that marijuana is everywhere today and it's banned. I laugh and just say, where's it banned at? Not in Calaveras. They're everywhere. I know because my wife can't, and today we can't even open the door in the evening because as soon as they start working plants, and this is today, you have to shut the doors and shut the windows. If you would see, you know, during my time, the medical marijuana program was here. Eddie Ballard and myself, Gary Stevens, a lot of us, we worked on the team together. And we were real cordial with the growers. And we had a lot of vets that grow. I believe that, when you open the gate, after what we went through with the last supposed emergency ordinance, you're asking for trouble, period. There's no other explanation. The state has a regulation. I don't understand why the word commercial has to be in here. It's just crazy. And I believe that what we need to do is we need to back up the truck, Chuck, and take a look at what we're doing in this county. When you go to other counties and you talk to people in the community, Calaveras County's a joke. I don't want to be like that. I want my grandkids to be raised in this county. And I think that, our social values and our behaviors, which guide us? Who taught you? Grandma and Grandpa? Or our changes are all about our behaviors? And I don't understand what we're doing. I just don't, my own self, I know, I work with a lot of growers. I have a lot of friends that are growers. And there's a lot of these people that, they do the right thing. The problem we have to watch is we're opening the gates for the rest of the community. Our sheriff's office probably works 4 warrants a week today. I mean, they're active, you guys. And it's like, it seems like the county's blindfolded. I've talked to code compliance. I worked with all these guys. And it seems like we're blindfolded. We're trying to make everything okay. You can't make everything okay. And that's all there is to it as far as that's concerned. I just wish that more focus would be made on the children of the growers, for example, that go to school, and the school has to provide them with clothes because they smell of marijuana. That's a fact of life. We can laugh, we can do whatever. I know. I dealt with these kids.
Okay.
And you'll get your chance.
Let's be quiet and give him a chance to speak, please.
Okay. So basically, I believe and this is my own personal opinion, we're all entitled to it. I believe that we do need to take a look, and I think the state regulation, at least we can have guidelines that they're good for all the people. And that's all I have to say. Thank you, folks.
Okay, in the interest of time, let's kind of hold the applause, okay? Thank you.
Point of order before I begin. My name is Brock Estes in Valley Springs. I notice this meeting is not extremely well attended, and I wonder if that's because of the way it was noticed, which I do not think complied with the spirit of the Brown Act, and I'm not sure it complies with the letter of the Brown Act either. When you go to the main page, when you Google Calaveras meetings, you go to the main page. Monday, there were 2 upcoming meetings, the 22nd and the 27th. Today on that page, the 22nd, this meeting has been moved to past meetings, but the Board of Supervisors meeting is still there. When I clicked on it, it said, agenda not available yet, please check back later. Now, I didn't know to go to the Planning Commission site where evidently there was an agenda, but there are some very hard and fast Brown Act rules, including an amendment this year which says no drop-down menus. It's got to be right where anybody can find it, the agenda. And it wasn't. And the notice that was placed in the Valley Springs News said that the hearing would be held, the meeting would be held on the 22nd or whenever thereafter was feasible. It didn't say the 22nd was the meeting. And it left me thinking, I don't know what the meeting is. So I went by the Valley Springs News, and Nick didn't really know. He's the editor. And he actually called it up and said, oh yeah, they're meeting now, it's on video. But when I went yesterday and said, Nick, I can't find an agenda here, he called up the same thing I did, he couldn't find it either. And he knows a lot more than me. So I certainly don't think you're complying with the spirit. You might not be complying with the letter. So, Now, regarding my statement, and I've made this statement 2 years ago and 4 years ago.
Start his
I'm sorry.
time
Yeah, start the
now.
and I'm broadcasting this from Valley Springs. I said this 2 years ago, and I said this 4 years ago. If this exercise results in another 3-2 vote, you will all have failed at your job. There has got to be a way for you to get to a 5-0 vote where everyone is on board. And yet we hear people are on vastly different sides. So I'm going to offer you one suggestion, and I hope that some of you will actually look at this. Didn't happen before because people were too hardened in their positions. And if you want to ask me any questions about it, I'm free to answer them. There is a model in our past when we had prohibition, and then we had the repeal of prohibition. And a lot of places faced the same problems here. Oh my God, at that time, liquor was controlled by organized crime because of prohibition. And a lot of counties were fearful. And that resulted in different states adopting different policies. About 2/3 of the states said, well, let's just let the free market do it. And about 1/3 said, you know what? Let's just sell alcohol ourselves in state package stores. Oregon is like that. If you want to buy alcohol in Oregon, you buy it from a state store. Sometimes it's located in your Safeway, but it's run by the state. Now, in Maryland, Maryland was a state which did not reserve the right to itself. But a number of counties that were kind of like Calaveras, rural, but close enough to urban areas to worry about influx. 4 of them banded together, and the largest county, which is Montgomery County, Maryland, which is where Kavanaugh grew up. Now it's a bedroom community for DC, and we could be like that too. Sacramento becomes a real hub rather than, Frankfort, Kentucky, Sacramento, California. But what they did in Montgomery County was they said, we don't like it. We've seen bootleggers, we've got stills, we don't know what's going to happen to our county with this. So we think that we'd like to restrict all alcohol to the county, no private people. That way we don't have to worry about bootleggers coming in and taking over. So they had to get a representative to carry a bill, which everyone was fine with, and 3 other counties joined them. And today, if you go to Montgomery County, which is now a county of 100,000 people, you buy your liquor at one of the 23 package stores that employs about 300 people and puts about $30 million into the county economy. I think that we could bring people together here in a system like that, where we create a Calaveras Cannabis Authority and issue exactly one permit to the authority itself. Then we present that permit to the state and say, we're going to do it ourselves because our people are worried. And we've shown you that we're serious about banning it, and we know you want us in. But if you want us in, it's got to be on our terms. We're going to do it, and everything will be run by the county. That way, there's no cheating, there's nobody using chemicals, there's nobody selling excess to the black market. And logically, work would be done in large tracts away from residential neighborhoods, because a lot of people have very valid concerns of, all of a sudden they come home and there's armed guards on the house in the corner. Well, they have to be armed guards to protect the crop. Cannabis farmers would get to work in their industry. They would start as independent contractors, and if the money proved to be there, they would eventually become employees of the Cannabis Authority with good wages and benefits, the way it is in Montgomery County too. They'd get to work, but they wouldn't get to work in their backyard. They'd have to drive to work like everybody else, so they'd commute down to large tracts, and we put them where there aren't people, much as we did with the asphalt plant when everybody said, no, not in a vibrant neighborhood. And so we wound up putting it in the other end of the county, a very rural part of the county. And that's how we do it. And I think that's a way that we can allow people to work in their industry. Now, the people who won't like it are the people who dream of making $1 million a year, because they're going to be stuck working for decent wages, but they ain't going to make $1 million a year. There'll be some 6-figure salaries for people who have the real expertise to run the operation, which isn't a guy like me. But I think that we could bring people together if we protected everyone's right to not have it in their backyard or on their street. Now, we'll never convince the people who are morally or religiously opposed. They're just opposed. and will never convince the millionaires, but the other groups, I think, could be. Anybody want to ask a question about it? Okay, well, Google Montgomery County, Maryland, alcohol sales.
Morning. If I read it, I won't forget what I was thinking about. I'm Brian Smith, residing at 3336 Bald Mountain Road, West Point. I assume that most of the people here today are going to whine, complain, and generally bitch about how unfair the proposed regulation is and how it will impact their lives. If you asked me in 1968, when my future wife introduced me to West Point, that at some point I would appear before your board speaking about proposed cannabis cultivation regulations, I would have wondered what kind of funny stuff you were smoking. In the ensuing 51 years, I've seen a lot of change, some good, some not so good. One thing I can guarantee you is that cannabis is not going to go away, simply because I wish it were so. Although I do not like it, I believe I can live with it if it is regulated, taxed, and said regulations are strictly enforced. After reading the proposal several times, I can only find two things I believe need changing. Although those individuals who did not think that the cannabis cultivation ban did not apply to them, I believe that the state regulations will not allow them to obtain future state permit, which is must be why I find nothing in the proposal dealing with that. However, I also did not find any verbiage dealing with the parcel of land which the illegal cannabis grow was found to be on. In my opinion, not making said parcel toxic for future grows simply allows the offending landowner to rent, lease, or sell said parcel to another grower. Thus, you are allowing the illegal grower to benefit once again from their illegal actions. That out of the way, I must tell you my real reason for appearing here. It is to support my neighbors, Troy and Julie DeCoe. They were the third people to apply for a cannabis permit from the county and have been approved by the state. They have followed every rule the county has placed before them. They have paid every fee and or tax the county has asked of them. Their property is a model of how a cannabis grow should look. They have a relationship with a dispensary who will legally take all of their product. They only grow a number of plants which they can deal with themselves and have never employed anyone to help them. I am not out of line when I say that they have the full support of all of their neighbors. If I'm going to have a grow in my neighborhood, I want one like theirs. In other words, not only are they great neighbors, but their operation has no impact upon me, my wife, or the rest of the neighborhood. Their problem is that their parcels, and it's multiples, only add up to 9.91 acres. They're 9/100ths of an acre short, folks. Thus, they cannot apply for a conditional use permit. I think there should be a vehicle for those few growers who find themselves in a similar situation and can be allowed and should be allowed to apply for a CUP. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good morning. My name's Troy DeCoe. The gentleman before me was just talking to him about me, and I believe Mr. Maurer has talked to my wife multiple times. I understand you guys' concerns. You guys have valid concerns. I've got letters here from my neighbors telling you that I'm good. I've also had a CEQA report on my property, and I'd like to give everyone a piece of paper on that. I probably have the ability to relocate like you guys are asking for 20 acres. The problem we have with that is because I had a temporary state license under an APN. If I change that, that costs us time to go back into the state program because we got to refile. We're not going under our existing APN number. That's my problem I have with you guys today. It's going to cost us more time to change if we have to change. We might have the ability to do that, but it's going to cost us time. We go to the back line with the state, so to speak. So that's what we're here today, is trying to see if we can somehow fit into this system. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Don Nye, and I just want to bring up something that I'm pretty sure very few people have thought much about, and that's the fact that with the approval of commercial cannabis growing, that would also support a number of other businesses, the least of which would be state licensed testing of commercial cannabis. In addition, there's all sorts of other infrastructural business and support that hasn't been addressed in this ordinance. And I would like you to consider that simply because any other commercial business infrastructure also supports the businesses that support that, be it lumber, be it farming, agriculture, of any other sort. So it would be nice if we looked at this as a whole commercial industry and addressed the opportunities to keep some more of those businesses and support and employ workers for those that support this industry. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Renee Nunes. I live in Mountain Ranch. Excuse me. I live in Mountain Ranch, and I'm surrounded by 10-acre parcels, and I have one myself. And I took a look at this conditional use thing for 10 to 19.99, and I went to 1720. I went to 1720.030 regarding conditional use, and I don't see anything specific to what those conditional uses may be that are specific to this cannabis business. It's pretty broad, that conditional use thing, about all these different reasons why someone could ask for a conditional use permit. But I'd like to see something in there, if that's where it's going to go, that says, you know, what exactly in the cannabis business is going to be considered for conditional uses, because I don't want to be surrounded by them. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Holden Herzl. I'm from Valley Springs. I moved out here like a year ago to kind of get into this marijuana industry. And it seems like there's a lot of talk about all the bad people that are going to be coming in if you let this ordinance go. I just want you guys to know that there are good, hardworking people that want to come in and do this right, do it the right way. I went to college, everything, you know, realized I didn't have many skills that translate. I was just going to be a teacher. I realized I could come out to a farm, work my ass off, and that would be my value. There's a lot of value. It's not just people looking to make big bucks. There's people here that just want to work hard and don't want to deal with the BS. Like, I was going to be a teacher. I didn't want to deal with all of the politics that go into teaching. This is a place where I can come and work and just do my own thing, kind of be on our own. So you're not just creating opportunities for farmers. They're hiring people like me who don't know what we were going to do. This gives us a chance to really have something to do. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Justin Buller, and I'm an attorney who works in the cannabis industry, and I also have experience working for the City of San Jose doing code enforcement for cannabis. And I want to start off by just addressing something I think that everybody can get behind to kind of bring us all together, and that's something that's not in this regulation, which is a community engagement plan. So lots of jurisdictions in Colorado and few in California require that businesses who are applying demonstrate a community engagement plan where they're going to either engage with nonprofits, do food drives, and do other things that are going to benefit this community and lift them up. It's a great way for bringing sides together and ending a divide so that people who are against cannabis can see the community benefit that can come as cannabis business comes in, and then a dialogue can be started between the two, and it allows and fosters relationships and leads to less neighbor complaints by allowing this dialogue to get started naturally. Next, I would like to talk about my experience in code enforcement and how bans really just don't work. If you have a ban, you're not going to be able to get the amount of revenue generated to actively enforce against the illegal businesses. In San Jose, if we didn't have a regulatory program, if we weren't collecting tax dollars, permit fees, we wouldn't have any money to go after these illegal businesses. The county has already shut down, after talking with the county council's office, 300 grows this year. And that costs a lot of money, and you're not getting any money back. You're not going to get any fine money, you're not going to get anything, because most of these people never end up paying, and you end up just having lots and lots of enforcement costs go without any recouping. You need the legal industry to boost that up, and you actually need more court enforcement. If you have a legal industry, then they can go after the bad actors even quicker and even faster. We need to regulate this properly, get these dollars so that code enforcement and a regulatory program can be created to ensure that there is a community benefit from cannabis. And the last thing I'd like to bring up is how this ordinance basically allows growers to enter one small market of the area where they need to have the whole industry. We need to have the whole industry here in Calaveras County. It's like having a wine grower just grow the grapes and not be able to make the wine. We need to be able to foster these other license types, distribution especially, so that we're not requiring all these individual small businesses to have to go out and transport and sell their own product. They can sell it to a close distribution center here in Calaveras County, and then they can get out into the legal marketplace. I really hope that the board moves forward and this planning commission really takes the time and effort to create a regulatory program that's going to work and that ensures safety of the county, but also fosters these businesses so they can operate and continue to operate in Valley Springs. I mean, in Valley Springs, Calaveras County, or wherever they're going to be. Thank you very much for your time, Planning Commission.
Hi, my name is Sean Hobbs. I'm really nervous right now, so take it into point. I've lived here for 20 years. I lived right across the street from trees. I've gone to every school here. I've done nothing but try to build my life here. I really want to live till the end of my life here. But the thing is there has been cannabis here legally before you guys even knew about it and started the ban or the ordinance. People were doing it with their cards. There was a medical purpose for it. I knew people up here that were doing 10 plants to give to their few friends that needed it because they had cannabis or they had cancer. People don't take that into context because they think that our growing pot is just a negative thing. We're trying to help people in some aspects. When you guys, how do I put it, after the fire, you guys opened it up by telling people that there was this free land that you can come out and grow marijuana all of a sudden. And you guys say that the ordinance is what brought all these people here, but the fact that someone during the fire published in the newspaper that there was marijuana in such large quantities up here is what did it. And that's where it's coming from. All this bias against the marijuana growers is really bad. And it's really upsetting me because I've been here for a long time. I do that. I also did it for a medical purpose and gave it to people that needed it. Didn't make money off of it, gave it to people. But you guys don't realize that, and I really would really appreciate it if you take that into context. Thank you. Sorry.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm going to start with a request of Chair Plotnick, if it is possible, to allow a second comment before a vote gets taken, after we've heard Commissioner discussions, so we know what we're actually responding to. A lot less of us might get up and talk and try to go through our whole ridiculously long list of concerns now. Might actually save time. And I wanted to try to address a couple of things Commissioner Worcester brought up. your proposed solution to make it more fair to everyone by using a lottery with the same number or something like that. It's not listed in the, what do you call it, the reasons for this, but the board direction, and many board members said so, was that their intent was to offer some undoing of damage done to the previous registrants who suffered significant losses under the ban. So I take that into consideration. And on your concerns about the Measure C lawsuit, which, by the way, I am not a part of, it's only on taxes collected before the state regulated, because it's supposed to be in violation of the Business and Professions Code. And in terms of managing influx concerns, that's kind of on the county in part to handle messaging, to make it clear that a bunch of new people aren't able to right now come in and make use of this. And on the subject of the EIR being, changed with an addendum, actually the ban was justified after modifying the EIR, which was originally to support the cultivation regulation, and dealing with the baseline considerations. Yeah, a lot of those farms got eradicated. They were part of the baseline, and eradication, as this ordinance kind of points out, doesn't really equal remediation, so the changes to the landscape weren't undone just by those people getting shut down. And, quickly, I wanted to touch on the part about people having to verify that they were in basically illegal operation prior to the UO argument. Well, for one, while there was a lot of illegal activity associated with cannabis cultivation during that time prior to the UO, cultivation at a commercial scale in and of itself was not unlawful, unless you want to try the federal law argument, which I think is kind of moot, as has been amply demonstrated. And just to clarify, like in my own case, when the original regulatory ordinance was drafted, it came out that said you had to demonstrate that you were already engaged in cultivation practices. So I frantically cleared trees that were dead. My place is in the burn scar, so the trees were all dead, and installed irrigation and bought an enormous pile of potting soil to take photographs to submit before May 10th, because my operation was not in operation. I had to get it that way by that date deadline. And I just wanted to point those few things out to respond to some of the concerns you had addressed. And my response wasn't as thorough as I'd like it to be, but thank you.
Hello, my name is Neil Singh. I reside in Burson. I've been living here since 2014. I am just a simple cannabis farmer. I wasn't planning on speaking today. I did notice a couple issues that I figured would be an easy fix. So I permit cannabis farms throughout the state of California. Right now I have 2 active state licenses. I travel throughout California. I read different ordinances. I sit with the board and help draft out ordinances. One thing I noticed that our surrounding counties did, such as San Joaquin, Stanislaus, Outwater, Merced, as we spoke earlier, one thing they did is they used a third-party company to go ahead and help out with the ordinance. Now, why did they do that? Because this company is a professional. They understand cultivation sites. They understand the impact on people that don't want cannabis. They understand distribution, manufacturing, and retail, and how all of it conjoins together. We mentioned earlier today that there would be no nursery. That's like having an almond orchard but not offering them stock to grow, no plants to put in the ground. So I thought that was kind of ridiculous. I started reading more through this, and I found out that we're not allowed to use generators, gas-powered things. We're trying to lower the emissions and greenhouse gases. I totally understand that. Next thing I noticed was Calaveras is 636,000 acres, and we're only allowing 190 permits. Where are we getting these numbers? Where are we getting these figures? Now, I figure staff's working on it very hard, but that's not their profession. Now, we're using third-party groups for the EIR and drafting these. Why don't we just hire the company? And I have it right here. I actually contacted them. It's called HDL Consulting. Now, they did Stanislaus and San Joaquin. I said, what if my county doesn't have enough money to afford you guys? They said, you guys can pay us in the end after the application fees. If that's not the case, I'm sure that me and my peers here today wouldn't have any problem paying for a third-party consultant to come in and help staff draft a professional ordinance that works for everybody. Otherwise, we're kind of running into something, and I appreciate everything you guys are doing. I can see how much you guys are learning, using the terms, it's not your, I mean, in a way it is your job, but you're learning my business. And from an outside point of view, I'm like, wow, this is awesome. They're actively learning everything, but there's a whole lot to learn. That's the problem, and it's such a new emerging thing. I don't understand why we just don't hire professionals and give these guys a break. The money that we can bring in from application fees will pay for that. If not, make the growers pay for it. I'm sure we're all down. We just want an ordinance that works for everybody. And I'm sure the people that don't want cannabis, that are opposed to it, it's something they ought to look into too. HDL only allowed 61 permits in Modesto, or Stanislaus County, and that's 548,000 population. So they're doing something right to actively work with both parties. So I figured, if nobody knew about this consulting group, and again, it's HDL, I figured I'd throw it out there, and it would help staff out. Our growers, I'm sure, would pay for it. It'd make something that works for everybody. And then it's not all on you guys. You guys don't have to take the burden of people being mad or angry. The company does. So I figured I'd throw that out there, and it'd help out with all these rules and regulations. They do it throughout the state. I think they have 21 counties that they've worked with right now. So I figured if money was the issue, have the growers pay for it, community pay for it if they really want it. If not, our application fee should be able to cover it in the end anyways. So I just wanted to say my piece. Again, my name is Neil Singh. You guys have any questions, my email is neilsingh90@gmail.com. I'd love to help out any way I can. I have 2 active state licenses right now, and I'm working on a few other in the surrounding counties. I've lived here since 2014, and it really hurts to have to commute to do the business that's the only thing I know. And having to commute to Humboldt County 6.5 hours really puts a burden on me. So appreciate your guys' time. Thank you for your effort. I see you guys learning. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Russell Grossman. I live in Wallace, California. I am one of the few people that got in the position that I had all the license, complied with everything with the county, paid all the fees, and complied with the laws, and I was in the process of getting my state license and didn't complete that. And I would ask that you would extend the acceptance of my situation, which is I complied with every law that there was, with the exception I did not complete the state licensing. And I would just ask that you support that if you would. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kevin McAllister, and I live in Burson. I think we've got a little issue here. Last time I checked, this is not the U.S. Congress. We don't pass laws. The President of the United States does not sign these laws here. This is just Calaveras County. And what concerns me is there seems to be a lack of understanding of the history of what we have here. I mean, we can go back to the nullification crisis of South Carolina and the federal government back in 1832, which led later to the Civil War. Now, do you guys want to nullify federal law? That's my question. Because this is what's going on. Now, there's laws against that, and one is the 18 U.S. Code 2384, seditious conspiracy. That sounds pretty bad, doesn't it? Well, consider that when you vote, because what you're doing is you're nullifying federal law. And I don't think you guys want to be on the list of seditious conspirators against the federalist powers of the United States of America. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Marie Wright. I live in District 2, and I have a business downtown here in San Andreas in District 1 on Main Street. I just have a few issues I'd like to speak to. First, under 17.950.30G, it requires a surveyor to come and survey the entire property and the premises. And I was wondering if that might be a little more reasonable, if a surveyor was required to make sure there was a 75 feet from the edge of the property line, only in cases where it's at issue, like maybe if it was only a 100-foot setback or less, you might require a surveyor. But if it's more than 100 feet, perhaps a surveyor isn't required because it isn't really an issue. I also question the necessity of greenhouse gas offsets. And obviously, I'm not an expert about greenhouse gas offsets. I just don't know that I would agree with those numbers. And not allowing fossil fuel equipment such as tractors and utility vehicles. That might be a little difficult because some of the sites are large enough that maybe an electrical cord wouldn't necessarily work. I know there are batteries, but these aren't really commonly in use at this time in farming. 17.95.190 G2 on the hearing officer bias. I don't agree that a hearing officer who has expressed a view on a legal, factual, or policy issue that is going to be presented in the proceeding would necessarily be unbiased, particularly if he or she has presented a view that they don't agree with something, and they don't think that anyone who has anyone with that issue should ever be allowed to have a cannabis growing license. So when you get to that, something like that, if someone has actually presented an issue and said that even though it's legal, I disagree with it, and even though it's right on the edge, I'm still going to disagree with it, I believe that would be bias, even if that person hasn't represented you personally, isn't a family member, and doesn't have a financial interest. So I would request that you look at that and assess whether that would be completely fair. I also would like to echo someone who spoke earlier that I would agree to simply not having this ordinance, not going to all this trouble, and having Calaveras County growers simply comply with the state laws, if they would like. I also have a child who is in the local elementary school, and while we had a farm that was legal under the emergency ordinance, or the urgency ordinance, she was never sent home for being inappropriately dressed. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Good morning, Board. Ann Hill. I hear a lot from all different angles, and some of the concerns that I took notes on while I'm listening to other people was I see the overall becoming another disaster as we had the first time around. They're still shutting down sites, and they're not shutting them down fast enough for the last time around We also have new grows going in my area, and nothing's being done about it. So that all needs to be taken care of before you open another can of worms. You got to fix the fixing of the last time before you can start something new. I do see new illegal sites. They are going on in my neighborhood. We have the box trucks. We have the caravans of people coming up daily. We can time it. Can be out at the barn, and I know exactly where they're going, what's going on. So we have grows that are illegal even now that shouldn't be there. The ban is still in effect. I asked my granddaughter, who's in high school here, about the cannabis, and she just laughed. She says, it's all over in the high school. She says the kids are just, unless you're in sports or unless you're in something that keeps you out, it is rampant in our Calaveras High School. That is so wrong. These kids need to further their education, to further their mindset, and not be dragged down by an illegal substance at this time. Large farming, from what I heard, yes, that's always a possibility. They do that in the Midwest with corn and wheat and whatnot. But not in my neighborhood. And the next person's going to say, but not in my neighborhood. Well, I live out far enough that I still have dial-up computer system. And I'm telling you, that's where they want to put this stuff. And I'm going to say, not in my neighborhood. I didn't move out there to have all these trucks and trailers and people going out to cultivate and do whatever they do with this product. The roads from the Butte Fire in my neighborhood have still not been paved. They need repaving. We need the money for that, not taking these people to court and trying to still get money out of them that they didn't pay 3 years ago. That money needs to be in our roads. I don't know if you guys have driven out on some of these roads, but the potholes are like this deep. And you got to be really careful if you're in a small car because you just bottom out. We need our roads fixed. We need to move on in this county. We just do not need to sit here and twiddle our thumbs and spin our wheels in this product. If people want to farm and all, let them grow wheat and corn and beans and tomatoes. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Bert Schufelt from Murphy's Angels area. Got some visual aids for you guys. Bert Schufelt. I won't bore you with going through my whole list of edits and strikes that I have, but I did want to address directly something that Commissioner Wooster had brought up earlier, that to register for the urgency ordinance didn't necessarily require you to admit to a crime, as you see it. You could, as it says, you had date-stamped photographic evidence of grading or earth moving commensurate with a proposed area to cultivate, and evidence satisfactory to the planning director that you were going to move forward with a cannabis business based on that permanent ordinance that created the influx, as some people see it. I was at the meeting on Tuesday with the board, and I would like to see some language added to this ordinance to reflect what the sheriff and the board said, that the backgrounds won't be necessary once we see federal legalization. So after all references to 9.22, I believe from the meeting 2 days ago that the sheriff and the board indicated that none of that would be necessary following federal legalization. And just to get out of here quicker, most of my notes here are I think there's a little too much government going on in these regulations. It's kind of my personal philosophy, and a little lack of due process going on in some of them that I think is concerning. And I'll get out of your hair. Have a good afternoon.
Tim McDonald, District 1. For Mr. Wooster, we, on our property, were cultivating prior to the urgency ordinance. We were not doing it illegally. The county knew we were doing it. We were staying under the limits that were allowed by the state through the propositions that were legal at the time. So that whole thing is just not true. The fact that you're so uninformed is a little scary, given your position. And I would also like to ask Mr. Fiorino to recuse himself from any and all discussions regarding this, just based off of his prior comments to the board, and I'm sure in front of this commission as well. It's clearly biased. So I think the right thing to do would be to recuse yourself and let the process that you claim to be supportive of, the deliberative process that we're having here, take effect without any bias, including your own.
Is there anyone else?
Thank you for listening to me. My name is D.K. Kenmonth, and my wife Laura and I live in Wallace. And we moved up here from Sacramento County 8 years ago. And in 8 years now, all I've received is a tax bill that's double what it was in Sacramento County, a county-owned dirt road that I pay to maintain with my neighbors, and little, lax, or no enforcement of laws and regulations regarding growing. If we are going to open this up again, I would like to see enforcement, and I would like to know what's in it for me. My wife and I, simply defined, do not want a grow. But if it's going to happen, what's going to be returned back to us and the rest of the community? If I received a tax cut, if I received road repair, which a previous speaker just spoke about, or social services, then I might be convinced that this is a good plan. But so far, I've seen little or no return on my tax investment. I'd like to leave it right there. Thank you.
I don't speak well in front of people, so I'll try to do my best. We moved here, I'm Shelley, I'm from District 5. We moved here to grow for my son that's special needs. He was vaccine injured at 3 months old. He wears diapers, he has multiple seizures. Nobody's talked about the people that the ban affected, and it affected us hard. We started here in 2016. We've met the requirements that we were proving that we were buying the property for the cultivation of cannabis. So we're not previous growers. I'm not a criminal, neither are my family. We started in 2016. It took us 2 years, I think 2017 through about the end of 2018 were the best years my son's ever had. He went from multiple seizures every day to 95% reduction because of cannabis. So it does affect people. We don't have the means to grow inside. I don't have the means to buy it from other places. We've looked, we've run out. It's been a big issue for us now. We're back to having more seizures because we couldn't grow what we needed, and it took a long time to find that. And not everybody grows the same thing. Everybody grows what they think is important. Well, this is what worked for him, and it took us a long time to get to that. We no longer have that. So it affected a lot of medical people too. The people talk about the federal government, I feel like they failed us. You know, my son, I did everything I was supposed to do. I was a new mom, we got vaccines, he got injured, he had a stroke, he quit breathing, he has CP, he's totally deaf, he's 30 years old and still in a diaper. So I did everything they wanted me to do. The last thing they wanted to do 5 years ago was cut his brain in half, because we tried every medication, we'd done everything they wanted us to do, and this was my last resort. So we went to cannabis, and damn if it didn't work, and it worked well. This is the best quality of life that he's had, and you need to take into consideration that the people that it does affect, it's not just a commercial business, it affects everybody in general. I mean, you talk about the money, I feel for these people that have grows, they're going next to their house right now. That should have been stopped. That's what I thought all of this was supposed to have done. So they need to have another regulatory program. They need to have somebody that's in charge that says, hey, look, this isn't getting done, or these taxes aren't being paid. Somebody that can put it all together. I worked for bookkeeping for years. A database is important to have all of the moving pieces to make an educated decision or make an enforcement. And those things should happen. These people shouldn't have to be up here fighting for their property. That's just wrong. It's just wrong. So that's all I have to say.
Good morning. My name is Carol Couchman. I'm from District 2. We are also cannabis growers. We moved up here not with the intent, but with medical issues for my daughter, who has a serious congenital birth defect that causes her a lot of problems. We did everything we were supposed to. We followed all the rules, and we are not criminals. A fee structure makes sure a program is fully funded. That's the secret to this. You've got to have the money to enforce what you've put into play. It's not going to be perfect for either side, because there's definitely two sides in this county. It's not going to be. It has to be something that everybody can live with. I agree that the odors need to be addressed, the illegal grows, that's all got to be taken care of. There were some comments made that I just feel compelled to talk about. The gentleman that, or the lady, I don't remember now, talking about kids having to be sent home because they smelled like cannabis. I worked in education for 25 years before I retired. We had to send kids home for smelling like alcohol, for smelling like sex, and I'm sure that's an uncomfortable thing, but it's true, for smelling like a wood-burning stove, because that's the only heat source they had. It's not just cannabis, okay? That needs to stop in this county. They're blaming everything on cannabis. The other point I'd like to make is I have been told by so many people up here that they raise their kids here, but their kids leave and they never come back because there's no opportunity in this county. I'm not saying cannabis is the be-all, end-all, but it has ancillary services. It will help the economy. There will be more people buying more stuff. There'll be more people wanting to open a business. There's all kinds of benefits to it. A community engagement plan, that is a great idea. I was volunteering while we were growing, and I stopped because unfortunately I had an incident with Mr. Clyde Clapp, who was so incredibly rude and threatening where I was volunteering that I stopped going. So a community engagement plan to try to get some middle ground would be a great idea. Every grower I've met up here, and I haven't met them all, is organic, is concerned about the environment, wants to do the right thing. We want to do the right thing. Technically, we would be able to grow 4 acres of cannabis on our plant through this new ordinance. We won't do that. We don't want to have that much growing, okay? But think about it. You're grouping us all together as criminals. You're grouping us all together as horrible people. I am not a horrible person. I'm a nice person. I want to be involved in this community. But when I feel threatened or unwanted just because of the industry that I'm part of, that is wrong and it should stop. More states have legalized cannabis than not. That state of Jefferson talk that man was saying about seditious and all that, Washington, D.C. is a legalized cannabis area. It's coming. Federal legalization will be here, and there's nothing that can be done about it. This plant helps people. I know no one wants to talk about that part anymore, but it does. It made my daughter be able to live a life. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Good morning. Anna Stepp. I am a 31-year Air Force veteran. I was a grower. That's gone. I lost a lot of money on that. People talk about the odor of cannabis. What about the odor from the turkey farm next door to me? That thing stinks to high heaven, and nothing is ever done about that. I don't hear anyone complain about it. Why not? And yet that turkey farm stinks. I can't go out and sit in my hot tub without a turkey farm stinking up my backyard, okay? Cannabis is life-saving. How many people in here take medications? Because I will tell you right now, I was a drug dealer for 31 years. I'm a nurse. Those medications that those doctors are giving you that are approved by the DEA, some of them are being recalled because they're bad. Some of the medications that have been pulled back are being replaced with cannabis products. These products are amazing. I am a disabled vet. I have chronic pain. I'm standing here right now. My shoulders hurt so bad that I wish someone would come and take a knife and just cut a muscle open to take that pain away, because it feels like I should need a fasciotomy. If you don't know what a fasciotomy is, that's what I just described. I've assisted in millions of those as a burn nurse. Now, the thing that you guys need to understand about cannabis is it is coming. I see people to my left shaking their heads saying, no, it's not. I'm sorry that you don't understand how important this is. This is a medication given to us by God, okay? It is given to us by God. And I have had numerous talks with cousins who don't agree with me. They're pastors themselves. But you know what? They listen to me, and they have started changing their mind because it's that important, and they are seeing the benefit of cannabis. It needs to be regulated, and it needs to be regulated right, and that's your guys' job to do. Okay? Thank you.
Hello, Neil McEwen, District 2, and a judicial hearing officer really does take away our rights as citizens to our due process. To have a separate and unequal system for those of us that are in a certain specific industry to be treated differently than those in the rest of this county is inherently wrong and places an undue onus on us to bring legal action in order to fight the biases that might exist. Commissioner Worcester, under Proposition 215, which was enacted in 1996, for medical purposes, we were growing under 99 plants. We were not criminals, and take particular offense to that. Because this is the kind of talk that I was talking about in the beginning. If we're going to be made to feel as though we are criminals and called as much, but you'll collect our taxes, there's something wrong there. And that's what propagates this war that's happening. It's time for reconciliation. Move forward. You're pushing all of these grows into large agricultural parcels and out of sight, out of residential neighborhoods. And I think that goes to say something about the effectiveness and the need to somehow direct the sheriff's department to focus on the illegal growers. It can be done ministerially and by code enforcement to go and check on those of us that are trying to get our businesses going again, because we're holding on for dear life, that the
sheriff, if he were to provide a true deterrent to go after the 2,000 plus illegal grows that continue to operate, as it's been documented, there are people growing next to other people in residential areas because the ban did not work. And enforcement needs to be part of this, to place an emphasis on going after the people that are not playing by the rules, as we all did. Of the 190 of us plus those who were not finally, that were still pending, are the ones that played by the rules. We paid our taxes. We should be given some level of credit for that, I would hope. And it would start by not calling us criminals. That would help a great deal. It really would. In Stanislaus County, they do and have passed an ordinance. It was in 2017. It allows growing on A2, general agricultural, general commercial, planned industrial, limited industrial, industrial plan, and plan development, as well as historical and specific plan designations. So Stanislaus has progressed as well as we should. And I really hope that we can all come together here and stop being so angry with one another. We just want to be who we are. You can be who you want to be. Let's make this work. Oh, and as far as the greenhouse gas emissions, and my environmental background, I completely, understand and agree with it, but there's a problem in that the board has provided direction not to uphold or put in place greenhouse gas reduction standards in the general plan. So it would be, again, somewhat conflictory to impose such restrictions on just one group when the ranchers and the timbermen and everyone else, the vineyards, they use their tractors and do the agricultural farming that we all do, because let's be honest, we are agriculture. Thank you.
Good morning, Mark Bolger, Rimrock Farms. I'd like to thank the commission, especially Commissioners Wooster and Laddish. I know this is not the first time you gentlemen have worked on this, and as a man who derives his livelihood from this, I appreciate you taking the time. I'd also like to thank staff. One day 1795 will hopefully be done and over with, but not today. I'd like to just go through a couple of items. I apologize I wasn't able to get a memo to the commission prior, but I'd like to start off with 1795030E. I understand that precluding cannabis from the definition of agricultural operation is simply a way to not give us the right to farm. I think we need to look at the reality of the situation, that a lot of these CEQA mitigation measures and operating restrictions don't treat this as an agricultural commodity. So if we don't get the right to farm, I get it. I understand why you're proposing that way, but it doesn't make a lot of sense on the nuts and bolts in the day-to-day for an agricultural operation. Next, I'd like to look at 1795050, specifically subsection D2. This deals with, the premises on a parcel up to 100 acres would allow 5 premises. I think we need to look at this as canopy, not premises, because, you do have multiple smaller license types that wouldn't be up to 1 acre. The type 3 license type is up to 1 acre of canopy for outdoor. There's also a type 1 and type 2 that have a smaller scale. So I think, you could have a limitation of 5 acres of canopy with having more than 5 premises or 5 different licensees. Just something to think about. Next section is 15 of 1795050D. This explains that the number of permits any one person or entity may receive under this chapter shall be restricted to the number of premises for which the person or entity met the criteria described in D1, which is essentially how many registrations you had under the urgency ordinance. So as staff, I'm sure can tell you, this thing's been a moving target for the last couple of years. And at the time that the urgency ordinance was passed, the state had language waiting to be voted on that essentially would have limited a 1 acre canopy max for every entity statewide. That has been blown out the window. I've been in operations in Santa Barbara County that are 11 acres, their neighbors have 23, there's 50 down the road. Humboldt County, Yolo County, Monterey County, statewide, the 1 acre max has not been upheld. So I think when we're looking at that section, you're taking people that only had one because they wanted to be in compliance with state law and now hamstringing us in our operations. So I'd hope there'd be some consideration there. Going to the CEQA mitigation measures, 17.95060, 11, A and B. California already has some of the strictest environmental standards in the United States. I think tying our hands beyond that is kind of ridiculous when we're looking at, especially when it comes to carbon offsets, we're literally growing a crop that sequesters carbon. I mean, that is the nature of what agriculture is, so I'd hope there'd be some consideration there. Looking at my time, I'm just going to skip over to 17.95090, which is the operating restrictions. As I said earlier, trying to limit us to 1 license per entity, it just doesn't make us competitive on the statewide model. For subsection H, I'd suggest the setback be from the canopy, not premise, because the premise of an operation could far extend past where the canopy is that has any kind of offending odors. M, an insulated shed, in my opinion, is ridiculous to put around a generator. I think it's a fire hazard, to say the least, and if you're talking about this is only for emergency backup purposes, having an insulated shed around it seems pretty redundant. FF, and this goes back to the definition of agriculture, trying to tell us we couldn't use a tractor or a gas-powered implement on a farm. I hope that that is self-evident how unrealistic that is. I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you, guys.
I'm Jennifer Stewart, District 2. One of my objections to the draft ordinance pertains to Section 1795.090, item N. And I want to read it for the public so they know what it says. It reads, soil and mulch amendments, pesticides, herbicides, rodenticides, fungicides, fertilizers, and other hazardous materials shall be used, stored, and disposed of in full compliance with federal, state, and local laws. For years, I had held a pesticide applicator's license that was issued to me in Sacramento County by the Ag Commissioner Department, which was the licensing agency for the state of California Department of Pesticide Regulation. This license is required by state to purchase, store, apply, and dispose of any EPA restricted use chemicals. The language in item N is remarkably similar to the description of the license that I held, and leading a reader to assume that there has been federal EPA oversight in the way the pesticides would be used in a commercial grow. Marijuana is not a commodity covered by the restricted use applications. It cannot be. To this day, it is still a federally Schedule I controlled substance, along with heroin and LSD and methamphetamines, among others. It is currently illegal for the EPA to begin the rigorous testing required to assure public safety, similar to that has been accomplished for every other agriculture commodity. Apples, grapes, pears, spinach can be attacked by the same pests, the same common pests that attack marijuana plants. The EPA has required chemical manufacturers to produce evidence through rigorous lab testing, field testing, before a pesticide is approved for it, for use and safe consumption by the public. This takes years and hundreds of thousands of dollars, and this has never been done for marijuana, and it won't be until removal from a Schedule I classification. The temptation for a grower to purchase and apply illegal pesticides to fight an infestation that has the potential to wipe out his investment has proved overwhelming, and illegal pesticides are regularly used. Our sheriff has given notice to the Board of Supervisors that these chemicals have been found on eradicated grows in the county, whether or not they're illegal or legal. Outside lab test results that are required when you put your product on the market through a dispensary, those have been providing pesticide residue notification to the growers, and some product has been removed from the shelf because of that, Calaveras grown product. So it's obvious that this is being used illegally in our county on both sides, if it's legal or illegal. Non-marijuana businesses in Calaveras County are required to get a business license. There is no stipulation in this ordinance that requires anybody to get a business license. And when you get a business license, you have to provide a hazardous material business plan, and it's updated every year. The requirement is to protect the public, employees, and first responders from harm in the event of any emergency. The glaring fact that a business license is not required of this ordinance for marijuana cultivation permit proves that the public safety is not the priority of the Planning Commission. I'd like to remind the public and the Commission that a portion of the stated proposal and goal of this ordinance is to preserve the public peace, health, safety, and general welfare of the citizens of Calaveras County and the environment. Unregulated use of chemical pesticide hidden by the smoke and mirrors that it's not a agricultural commodity, it doesn't require this. You cannot use anything that is not on the label for any product that is on a restricted use permit. It's illegal. Fed, state, local. Thank you.
Can I see a show of hands, or can people stand up who plan to speak? And is there anybody outside who plans to speak? If you could come in so we could get a sense of how many more people there are. One more time, please.
There's probably about 4 on here.
Okay, thank you. I think we are going to take a 10-minute break and come back, I'm sorry. And then we'll let everybody else get a chance. Can they hear me out there if I yell? I don't think it sounds soft. Okay, everybody, we're ready to get started again. If everybody could come on inside and sit down, please.
We could make rude noises.
Everybody get ready! Come on in, sit down!
Thank you, Brad.
If someone who can hear me can tell the folks outside to come in.
I know what I'm going to do.
She's going to make it go. I think they got it. Seem to have a lot of activity.
Not fast enough.
Thank you. Maybe at the end.
Yeah, I mean, that's
You think
what
they'd
it's,
hear me laughing and know it's time to come back in.
that's what it's for. That's what it's for.
I'm not going to do it. I will at the end. I think they've got it. I thought you were coming to tell me something. Okay, everybody. We're going to start with the public comments again. So if the next person who is ready to speak could come on up to the microphone and
Who's signing in today? Jennifer Smith. I wanted to
follow in some of the footsteps of our other speakers and actually talk about the ordinance that we're here to talk about today and not the emotions of pro or anti-cannabis. I think some of my cohorts got through some great points. I wanted to follow up with, let's see, RIM fees. I'd like to discuss the way RIM fees are going to be calculated and if they're actually applicable. We already pay an excise tax. We're the only agricultural commodity in the county that pays an excise tax, and I think that our RIM fees and school fees should maybe be considered and that part of that excise tax instead. Limiting the acres prohibits Calaveras from being competitive with other marketplaces. I think we need to stick to the state laws and talk about canopy and licensing and have the same guidelines that the state has for that. Application fees versus renewal fees versus permit fees. I know this isn't here to discuss the fee study, but when we get to that, there's different models that should be looked at, and I think there should be a sliding scale. Some of the other points, I'm not sure if anybody's addressed the well issue. No other ag commodity is asked to shut down their well during peak production months, and I think that that needs to be reviewed. Some questions regarding remediation and restoration. There is a clause in here that says even if you're going to farm on your same property, if it's an approved property, that you have to remediate and then get it approved, and then you can start operations. I think that needs to be addressed. I'd also like to address inspection times. Are we going to have any time limits put on this? How long does the county have to come out and see that I have remediated? I was told before when I asked about remediation that it was going to be on the honor system, but now I'm being told that I have to be checked off, so I'd like some clarification on that. As far as anything that says you cannot operate until you're inspected by A, B, C, or D for X, Y, and Z reasons, I'd like to see some time limits. We just watched 2 years go by with some people not getting inspected. This is an agricultural commodity and we are subject to seasons. Other than that, I think some other people have gone through the ordinance fairly well, and I'm looking forward to further discussion once you, as a board, as the commission, go through this ordinance line by line, and we can discuss some of these. I think that having some discussion after your discussion would be appropriate and fair. I look forward to the work that you're going to do on revising and editing this ordinance. Thanks.
Good morning, Ralph Copeland, Copperopolis, D4. First, I'd like to thank you all for your hard work on the general plan. Finally, it looks like it's going through. I'd also thank you again for working on the cannabis ordinance. My concern in Copperopolis are private grows, the 6-plant minimum. We have lots of veterans, a lot of people using for medicinal purpose. And I'd like to address Mr. Landis or some comments that I pulled from here. 17.95.050, paragraph C, item 5, page 11. Including outdoor sites, locked security fencing. And the staff suggests alternative language. The cannabis plants and any cannabis product by the plants are kept in a locked space, fully enclosed by security fencing, and shall be securely locked using a child-resistant lock in a manner designed to reasonably prevent access to the cannabis by trespassers and children. Would this be just fencing around a yard be acceptable? Are you talking about a chain link enclosure over these plants? Some of these folks grow on their deck. Some of these folks grow outside their house, just with minimal fencing. You also have here that can't be seen from the road, which would also put the plants in a area that would be secure away from sight and so forth. Again, I thank you for your attention to the ordinance, but I'd also like to encourage you to keep the six-plant outdoor grow reasonable for medicinal, reasonable for veterans, reasonable for myself that has multiple back issues, neuropathy, and so forth. So, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Bill McManus. I'd like to say a special word to Commissioner Wooster. We go way back. This is like deja vu all over again, according to what Yogi Berra would say. Commissioner Wooster's been at this a long time. We've been through a lot of these meetings, and I terribly respect, really respect, his knowledge and having put so much time in on this issue. To go along with that, I'm sometimes confused about the definition of moron or idiot. But one of them is that if you keep doing the same thing over again and expect a different result, you're one or the other. We've been doing this over and over and over again, starting in 2014. Remember when AB 266 came up? We knew where it was going. We have fought the urgency ordinance. We have it Measure D. Measure D was defeated by the voters of the county. Prop 64 was defeated by the voters of the county. We don't want cultivation in Calaveras County. This has nothing to do with the use of marijuana. If you want to smoke marijuana, that's fine. That's not what we're about. Cultivating it in a rural county like Calaveras County is improper. We can't handle it here. It has been proven over and over and over again. How many times do we have to do this? The urgency ordinance, both Part 1 and 2, were disasters. And then we had to move on. We finally got to where we had the ban after years of work. And a hush fell over our community. No more barking dogs, no more generators, no more nuisance, no more water trucks tearing up private roads. People started getting their grandkids back up to visit. We were returning to a way of life that brought people to Calaveras County in the beginning. People don't want to give that up. But here we go. We've got even more regulations in 1795, the proposed 1795 coming up than what we had under the urgency ordinance. Every department head, the sheriff, everyone in county government admitted that the urgency ordinance was a huge, huge disaster. And here we are, we're going to do it again and add even more regulations in. And then we say, well, the first thing we're going to do is pick 190 people who had to be criminals to even get into the urgency ordinance system. That's where we're going to start. Do you think you're going to be successful with that? I have a handout for you. I meant to give it a hand before. As we move through this, the failures will continue to accumulate. The sheriff and code compliance has said between 20 and 20 or 50 people they could handle. You start off with 190 that have already proved that they can't follow the law. There are 2 attorneys on the commission right now. I'm looking at a document here, it's called findings. That means that information has become fact and enter into a finding. You're supposed to make decisions off findings. Show me the finding in here that says growing marijuana in Calaveras County is good for the county or the thing we should do. It's not in here. Finding after finding says, don't do it. You can't do it. It doesn't work. On the EIR, Peter says, we got 190 people, but that's going to, it's not going to increase. First of all, the amount of pot being grown is going to double, up to 44,000 square feet. And even though it's going to be on different parcels, it's going to increase the concentration of marijuana growing. So you have acreage with a lot more, up to 240 or 440,000 square feet. I mean, it's an incredible number. Well, who's going to pump water for that? Where are those chemicals going to go? So the concentration is more than just the number of grows that you have, 5 on a 50-acre parcel or 3 on whatever. It's a concentration question you have to start asking yourself. The EIR doesn't cover it. The EIR that we had before is not sufficient to address the new urgency ordinance. Everything has changed. Nothing is the same. The EIR before said the ban was the best way to protect the environment of Calaveras County. We need to stick with that. Unless you can prove through a new EIR that you've got mitigation in place that handles all of these new circumstances that didn't exist before. Either that or just do what you're supposed to do, and you don't have to approve this. Send a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors to forget the regulation, enforce the ban, and move on. Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you.
Hi, George Kitsaros. First and foremost, I want to say thank you because very first few minutes of this meeting, you brought up a valid point where there aren't too many of us, but there are a handful or so of us that, because of means beyond our own control, with whatever happened with the county, the state, so on and so forth, we weren't allowed to finalize our process by getting that state license, even if you've paid all your taxes, all your dues, everything. And I heard that you guys are, you're leaning towards accepting those people because it was no fault of their own. So first and foremost, thank you, because there are a few families here, I'm sure, who fall under this category, and we appreciate it. I don't have much to say, but I do have a couple things I'd like to echo because they are important. The first is I understand that we do not want to spot zone based on staff, and that's somewhat reasonable considering your space and things like that. However, we are allowing 10 acres and above to get a CUP. I think in order to keep that in line, if you have, for instance, 20 acres or more in an RR or whatever the case may be, as long as it is a specific case-by-case incident, meaning you come to a place that has 20 acres and the next property line is a good distance. If you could double your borders, if you could double your setbacks, things like that, these are things that under a CUP I think also make sense, as opposed to just committing us all to, for instance, selling your home and buying a new piece of property. I don't know what the stigma is where everyone thinks that just because you grow cannabis or you have a little farm that all of a sudden you're a billionaire. Some of us have kids and grandparents and parents to support. I'm one of them. So for me to just say I'm going to move my children and everything to a new place it's kind of unfeasible. And the second thing I'd like to just say, Mark brought up earlier, and I think it's worth re-mentioning. I did not realize that the generator situation of enclosing it was back on the table. I was one of the very first farms. I did pay twice. I did go through the registration application process twice. And I was there when you guys said, you know what, we should put these generators in a box, in an enclosed, insulated thing. I was probably one of the first ones to do it because you guys said it, and the next day it was built. And thank God for me, I just stood back and tried it out. But the whole thing caught on fire. It's not realistic. What we're doing is you're basically creating X amount of different spot fires, okay? So I think that it should be reduced to something like a decibel level. For instance, you could buy certain generators that only achieve a certain loudness. And if your generator is out of compliance, then give us a week, 30 days, whatever the case may be, in order to get that back into compliance, to buy a new generator, to get it fixed, whatever the case may be. So again, just thank you for thinking about us that didn't get through the whole process because it wasn't our fault. Let's consider putting CUPs on larger parcels as well too for RR and people that actually make sense, don't have any complaints, and let's really avoid that generator situation because I was here before the fire, like a lot of people, and I know no matter what side you're on, we don't want to see that happen again. Thank you.
Next person, please.
Hello, Commission. Trevor Whitkey, Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. I have handed you a host of suggested edits for the proposed draft ordinance. I'm going to go through those. First, I'd like to say thank you to Commissioner Laddish for providing us with his edits. It's nice to be able to see those in writing and to go over them during the meeting. I'd also like to thank Commissioner Wooster for letting us hear what you think ahead of time so that we can respond and actually give informed feedback to some of your concerns. So, with that, under 17951010B, purpose and intent, I would propose that the county insert to develop reasonable regulations between chapter and 2. This is just, it's not absolutely necessary, but I think reasonable regulations are something we can all get behind if there are going to be regulations. Under 17953030B, the letter of conditional authorization, I think that you should insert shall instead of may. And the reason for this is that I think shall will have a uniform application in all instances as opposed to may, which allows for an ununiform application. Some people could get the letter, other people may not get the letter, and I think it should be dealt with the same in all instances. Under 17952020 in the definitions, I think that the inclusion of the definition of cultivation site from 3 CCR subsection 8000 should be included. This is just because the term is used in the ordinance itself, and it would be good to have that definition included in the definitions so we can reference back to it. Things get very complicated with definitions when you have the state regulations which delineate between a premises, a cultivation site, a canopy area, etc. Under 17952020, EE, I think the definition of enforcement officer is too broad and encompassing. It would be good if we could get some clarity there. A lack of clarity was a very big issue under the urgency ordinance. Different departments had different interpretations of different statutes and different clauses within the regulations under the urgency ordinance. And so by having a clear delineated definition of who the enforcement officer is and who has decision-making power, it will clear up a lot of the appeals process and the confusion that we saw during the appeals in front of the Planning Commission under the urgency ordinance. Under 17955050D1C, I think that it would be good to insert remained in good standing with Calaveras County Planning Department under the May 10, 2016 version of this chapter and paid local measure C taxes as opposed to the received state temporary license. And the reason for this is the ban was adopted on January 10th of 2018. That was about 7 days after the state started accepting temporary state licenses. And so if you were a local cultivator, you were paying attention, you saw that the county had adopted a ban, moving forward with regulations and continuing your license application was something that some people didn't see as reasonable. And there was also a requirement for some of those individuals to pay an additional $5,000 to renew their local application just to stay in compliance. So for them, it literally meant, here, you can pay $5,000 for the right to continue operating for less than a complete grow cycle, and many people actually chose not to do it because they didn't want to spend the $5,000, and they didn't in any way fall out of compliance. They didn't break any rules, they just simply chose to stay in compliance and not continue under the regulatory system that was ending anyways. Another issue is, I'm going to skip down some of my other suggestions and move to 17955050D15. This passage should be stricken because it goes against the purpose and intent as expressed in 17951010B. This is because the purpose and intent is not only to allow but encourage transfers from non-compliant high-density neighborhoods to appropriately zoned parcels, relying on the combination of regulatory and market mechanisms to facilitate this objective. There's no reason not to allow otherwise qualified applicants to hold multiple permits for multiple premises on one or more parcels. This is the norm across the state, as many people have indicated, and multiple jurisdictions have recognized that they need to adopt zoning codes that allow businesses to determine how the businesses are going to be structured, so long as those businesses are compliant with all zoning codes within the municipality. I don't see why we would oppose this. We would only hamstring all of our businesses. Thank you.
Hi, Dina Morris. First, I want to start out by saying that there's two commissioners that know my story and my history of what took place in my neighborhood. But there's three of you that are completely unfamiliar with what happened to me and many other people just like me. And so in 2015, when the county was allowing the 215 cards, I had a group of gang members move onto the property next door to me. Vacant, no house, no water, nothing. And they started shooting their guns every time I would go out to check on my livestock. The sheriff's department told me that's intimidation shooting. Well, this went on for 7 months, and it was so serious that my family finally said, listen, we're not coming back, and we're not going to let you have your grandkids anymore either. It's becoming very unsafe in your neighborhood. So anyway, the Stockton Police Department gang unit finally came in and did a raid 7 months after this started, along with our SWAT team and the DOJ and others, and arrested 9 gang members. Then I thought, oh, whew, you know, life can return to normal. And then there was all the talk about the urgency ordinance. So then we had several LLCs buy up property in our subdivision, 20-acre subdivision. And my husband drove by one of them who were setting up to get a permit, and he had screen fencing around it. And these are public roads, and he drove past it, and as he turned around at the dead end to come back out, 3 cars drove down that road and trapped him. He could not get past them. There was a roadblock. And so the owner of the property came up and threatened him and asked him what he was doing down there, and my husband said, this is a public road, I can be down here. And he said, if you ever come down here again, we'll take care of you, after cussing at him and other things. Turns out this person is the owner of the property, but he hired a straw man to be the applicant. Okay. Anyway, about a week later, our neighbor thinks my husband's exaggerating on this, so he drives over there, and as he comes back out, they didn't trap him, but what they did do is they came flying down the driveway in their vehicle and jumped out with their AR-15s to make sure that he could see that they were carrying. And then they went on to intimidate off-duty volunteer sheriff, and after that, things quieted down a little bit. But the intimidation fear factor was already there and set in. And then we had another applicant who applied for permits, 2 commercial grow permits at the front of our entrance. He began intimidating people and following people, and he was robbed a couple of times, did not report it to the sheriff's department. His pit bulls were running around, and he was living in an RV with no house, no water, no nothing, right? And he started living there in March 2016. Well, he's still there today. So I'm here to tell you right now that camping enforcement is impossible to enforce. It doesn't work. This guy has been living there for over 3 years. Okay, so that doesn't work. So anyway, I could go on and on about the horror stories, but the gist of it is people stopped letting their kids go around the neighborhood. It stopped. My family stopped coming. This went on until the ban took effect. Since the ban's been in effect, my family's been back many, many times, countless times, and it's been wonderful to show them what ranch life is like. And now there's this talk about regulation again. Well, I have a very serious issue with allowing 6 plants to be grown outdoors. I've already seen what happens under Prop 215. People take advantage of doing that. And if you look at San Joaquin County's ordinance for personal cultivation, they don't allow it outdoors. And there's at least 11 findings as to all the problems it brings. They also go on to say that the findings, is very visible to have these 6 plants outdoors and may be easily accessible to public and children. Thank you.
Susan Morse, District 4. In opening, I would like to bring to your attention a California Supreme Court decision you may not be aware of. It deals with the EIR question and whether it is needed or not. It implies a situation that confronts us that an EIR is required. The case name is Union of Medical Marijuana Patients, Inc. versus City of San Diego. Opinion of the court, the California Supreme Court, August 19th, 2019, just a few days ago. I am speaking today to object to the planning director's decision to prepare an addendum to the proposed marijuana ordinance instead of a required new EIR. Given the public opportunity to review impacts and comment on a project that may significantly impact the environment. According to Mr. Mauer's report, he states that the proposed marijuana ordinance will not involve new significant environmental effects or a substantial increase in the severity of the previously identified effects, as the impacts will be reduced from those analyzed in the previously certified EIR. Because of the time limit, I will address just one new significant environmental effect which would require an EIR. In the proposed marijuana ordinance before you today at section 17.95.050 D2, in zones A1, AP, G, F, U with a parcel size of 20 plus acres, that would be an increase in cultivation area per parcel from 22,000 square feet, a half an acre, per premise to 43,460 square feet, 1 acre, per premise. And depending on the size of the parcel, can have a maximum of 5 1-acre premises on a parcel or 5 acres. That's 217,800 square feet instead of 22,000. Increasing the canopy roughly 10 times. In zones A1, AP, G, F, U, and RA, a parcel of 10 to 19.99 acres, an increase from 22,000 square feet to 43,450 square feet. This means that property owners and residents living in any of the neighboring parcels will now be potentially exposed, at the least, to double the effects of marijuana cultivation, 43,450 feet, in a 20-acre parcel, and at the most 10 times the impact of the parcel if the parcel is 100 acres or 217,800 square feet of canopy. This is a significant effect, and for that potential alone, this new project requires an EIR. Further, the previous EIR referred to the ordinance was prepared and circulated on May 1, 2017 for a 45-day public comment period. The project was to analyze the February 2016 ordinance and it was identified as the Calaveras County Medical Cannabis Cultivation and Commerce Ordinance Project. After the public review, the cultivation project included the ultimately recommend ban on the commercial cannabis operations alternative, which was determined as being, quote, environmentally superior alternative. California Public Resources Code 21,000 to 21,004 generally states, environmental impact reports, EIR, shall be used to provide full public disclosure of the environmental impacts of a proposed project, identification of significant effects, alternatives, and mitigation measures, as well as comments from the public and public agencies, and relevant information about significant effects should be made as early as possible in the process. Eliminating the public comment and review of new significant environmental effects of this project will breach your duty to the public to provide the safeguards of this statute. Only a ban regulation will meet all of these problems created for the 48,000 county residents by an effort to aid a contended maximum of 190 growers. I'd also like to add something else. Today you heard Mr. Wooster discuss his issues. Mr. Wooster is an attorney licensed to practice law. That requires him to take an oath that he will uphold the United States Constitution and he will abide by all federal laws. Marijuana still is a Schedule I controlled substance. Let's all remember that. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Alice Montgomery from District 3. I want to thank all of you for all of your hard work on the general plan and on this subject as well. I'm a state of California registered environmental assessor and I'm re-upping my federal. Today I'd like to talk to you mostly about CEQA. And as Susan said, there's just 4 basic things that CEQA does. It all boils down to that. You got to inform the government and you got to inform the people about a project that could have a potential environmental impact. Then you got to identify ways to try to reduce that impact. Then you got to prevent the impact, by making project changes wherever it's needed. The last thing you got to do is you got to disclose to the public if you rejected the project or your rationale for accepting the project. In July, the state of California expired all the handy little CEQA exemptions for the growers. So they're gone away. In essence, each and every grower could be required to do an EIR because they have their own project, and that's the way the law reads. I don't know if that's how it's going to be interpreted. Now, a project under EIR is usually a construction project, a building, apartments, something commercial. It is also an initiative, a regulation, an ordinance. That's how it's defined. What I need to explain here is I have a little bit of concern about some parts of this proposed regulation. It doesn't mention anything about federal. They have to do hazard communication. They have to have placards. They have to notify the local responding agencies. They have to train their employees. They can't get out of that. That's a federal law. It's not identified in here. I am such a big Peter Maurer fan, but I have a feeling that something somewhere, there was just got a little bit of confusion on this. Also, you need to understand that environmental law is a little bit different than the rest of the laws. It's not, you're not innocent until proven guilty. It's known or should have known. The bar is so low. I do not believe, well, I know, that we can do an addendum to this old EIR. There's just too many things that have been fractured. So what I did is I went and called the State of California Office of Government Planning and Research. They are the administrators of CEQA. They are the administrators of the EIRs. They're administrators of general plans. I explained just verbatim our situation. Here's what Ming told me on 8/19 at 3:47 p.m. He said, we cannot do an addendum. Because of our situation, the issues we have, and the differences in the environmental impact, we must start fresh. That is his exact quote, start fresh. We must do a complete new EIR. We also have to go through all the public hearings. And the other thing that you need to know is the burden of proof is also when part of that addendum talks about leasing out property. Here's my concern. When you have hazardous material and hazardous waste, you have perpetual liability. That is forever. It has been challenged in the courts. It has been upheld. I think as a government body, I would be careful of that. He also reaffirmed that Peter is the lead agency. He affirmed that Peter is not allowed to break the law. They must do a new EIR. So here's my question to you and the ending question. Are you, as a government body, have the agency to direct staff to break the law? Thank you.
Good day. So the EIR assumed 700 plus premises of 22,000 square feet. This equals a total of 15,400,000 square feet of total canopy. The proposed ordinance would allow 190 premises times 44,000 square feet. This equals 8,360,000 square feet. The proposed ordinance would create a maximum of 7,040,000 fewer square feet. So we'd like to, in 1795.050D2, replace premises with acres and add nursery license type. By using the term acre as opposed to premises, the ordinance will allow more farms to relocate more quickly and less expense because there will be a wider pool of potential locations to relocate. This will help facilitate the transfer of farms in high-density neighborhoods to appropriately zoned and sized parcels, in line with the purpose and intent of the ordinance. By not including nursery licenses, the county is making it impossible for local breeders to engage in seed and plantlet propagation. This will significantly hinder the development of local appellations and the unique genetic resources produced by Calaveras cannabis breeders who will be unable to produce seeds and immature plants for local farms. Under the proposed regulation, the county is considering allowing roughly 164 acres of cannabis canopy and 0 nurseries to provide these farms with the necessary plant stock that they will need to be competitive in a highly differentiated marketplace where geographic indicators such as county of origin are increasingly important. 17.75090H, replace premises with canopy. As written, this creates an unreasonable regulation prohibiting all personal, non-commercial outdoor cannabis gardens where the canopy meets the 75-foot setback, but where the house where the cannabis is dried and trimmed. Sorry, I got distracted. Is within 75 feet of the property line. As written, the owners of such properties would be unable to grow their own cannabis. This is also true of commercial cannabis operations, which will be subject to the same setback requirements for tool and storage sheds included in the definition of premises. By using the perimeter of the permitted canopy area, the regulations will better target the source of odors without creating unnecessary barriers to safe access for non-commercial personal growers and for commercial businesses. The well testing in 17.9507H, pumping thousands of gallons of water on the ground 3 times a year at hundreds of wells across the county at the height of the dry season is a bad policy that runs contrary to the purpose and intent of the ordinance to preserve the environment. The mitigation measure wastes groundwater, creates the likelihood of erosion problems, and results in worse water resource management practices, not better. 17.9509M3, generators. Please strike this, the subpoints A, B, and D, merge 3 and C in a single sentence. And that's too small for me to be able to see. Any generator providing temporary emergency power to the cultivation site shall be housed in an industrial shed and set back a minimum of 75 feet from the closest property line separating parcels that are not contiguously owned and in compliance with the county's noise ordinance. Permitted with the building department, permitted installations shall be inspected for compliance prior to any use. With the minute that I have left, I would like to reassure people who are worried about the children that recent studies have shown that recreational marijuana legalization tied to a decline in teens using pot. It's from a study. I just don't appreciate the heckling.
Let's not have any comments from the audience, okay, until she's done. Thanks.
Okay, so anyway, there are studies out there that show that with regulation and with enforcement, it's actually much better for the children than with unbridled black market activity. The other day at the Board of Supervisors, it was misinterpreted what I was saying when I was talking about children and the efficacy of cannabis. I'm talking about under a doctor's care with very close monitoring. Many children benefit from cannabis. I am never, and I have never advocated for recreational use in the youth. Thank you.
Good morning. Kevin Clay, District 2, from Colony Hill. I'm going to go over a couple things that are concerning to me. Many of my peers have gone over the specific items in the specific ordinance that are of concern. So I would be in a better mood today, but I lost several $100,000 and feel kind of terrible about that. I am one of the 190, and I would reiterate that those 190 folks passed Mr. Di Basilio's background check. So I'm pretty sure there's not very many criminals in that 190. Mr. Di Basilio would have found them, and he will find them again. So my thoughts are going to be more of a general macro sense. When you think through these issues and these regulations that can be onerous and costly and continue us down the road of losing money, please try to remember that we are the good guys left. We did play by the rules. We pulled out plants when it was required. We took through the inspections. We had everything checked and double-checked. And those are the people that you're regulating. You will never have the opportunity to regulate the mafia or whoever is the gangs that you're dealing with. You just won't ever have the possibility of regulating them. So this is not the regulation for them. I'm concerned about the fossil fuels direction it's taken. If I can comply, I'm off the grid. I don't get PG&E. I'm happy about that. My purpose, my corporate purpose statement is to develop and maintain and operate a organic, completely sustainable operation outside PG&E. They don't have a lot of friends around here, and I understand that. But you can't just draw a line in the sand and say, no more gas engines, no more diesel fuel. We would aspire to that, and I'm certain that there needs to be a transition period where that could possibly happen for everyone's benefit. Generators. There are generators that are far superior environmentally friendly than gas and diesel. I understand that. The regulation is different. There's places to go with those. I've got wind monitoring on my property. I should be able to harness wind power as well. So also the generators were complaint driven. If the planning department and any other department that received phone calls of complaints I would be very curious to see what the zoning was and how close these generators were actually in areas that are not allowed in this ordinance. There's a reason why the RR designation is not allowed, and that's because it tends to be very much too close to other folks who are very concerned, and likely so. They have the right to be concerned. They came here for retirement or other purposes to seek their happiness, but I can't stress enough those little bumper stickers that say coexist. And that's what we can do as adults. Another important issue, just a side note, I don't like the word fair. I don't want to be treated fair. I've taught my children, and they're grown, college degrees, working, that fair is another four-letter F word. So my advice or hope is that you will be reasonable and apply some of these standards that you would to a normal person who's already passed all the tests, passed all the hurdles, maintained compliance at sometimes extraordinary costs, and be reasonable when you look through these specific little issues that you have to deal with as part of your job. Many more things I could say, but I guess what I'd like to close with is, I can squeeze this one in. Operation during application. If this was the first time an ordinance was being promulgated or put out there for cannabis, it would be great to not have enough money left over to do what we need to do. But we need that right, because we've already been hurt, the 190. I was going to close with a statement. I can't seem to find it, but remember the audience that you're dealing with. Thank you.
Good morning, Marty Crane. Earlier, someone wanted to know what's in it for us, the taxpayers. Well, I'd like to remind everybody that just a couple of years ago, we balanced the county's budget with $13 million of cannabis cultivation money, or wherever that money, it was from the cultivation or the cannabis industry. They trusted the county, and what did they get? You know, we asked them to come in. We asked them to come in, follow the rules, help us create these regulations, and then what did they get? Anyway, so now we're suggesting that maybe they'd like to pay for an outside company to come and do this study. Well, if we're going to do that, everybody should pay for it, if we're going to do that. Regarding the smell, I'm a retired escrow officer from Orange County. Used to be a lot more growing of oranges and whatever down there, but regarding the turkey farm, it made me think in escrow and real estate, it's buyer beware. Location, location, location. If there's a turkey farm there, you better consider it before you buy. And if one is proposed after you buy there, then maybe you want to come and talk about it. Calaveras County is a right to farm, and we have cows and skunks as well, but we're not talking about them. The charming husband bought his first home in Southern California across from a dairy farm. His choice, live with it. That's life. It impacts your day significantly. But perhaps we should encourage dairy farms throughout the county too. We could talk about that. The urgency ordinance was not given a chance to function, to tweak it, to improve it. The elections brought new supervisors who immediately gave direction to the planning department to create a ban document and set the urgency ordinance aside. Any legislation that is passed has to have time for you to work with it and find out, well, maybe this didn't work quite as well as we thought. And I know the Planning Commission found areas in that document where it was a little unclear, that they thought, well, maybe we should take this to the Board of Supervisors to see what they're thinking, you know. But anyway, another little something is blaming everything on cannabis, including the rampant use among our children throughout our high school, and the innuendos that people who are saying that are making, that are assuming that they're the only ones that care about our children, that those cultivators, all those other people, they don't care about our children. They wouldn't be doing this. I think we should just all agree that we all love our children, and enough of that. We've heard for years that the kids know exactly where to get pot, alcohol, meth, porn, and they have very limited information on how to protect their personal space. How our children are protected is through responsible, diligent parenting. For too many years, we've abdicated our parental responsibilities to our schools and law enforcement. So when they meet up with something out there in the big world, how are they going to respond? Are they going to be able to draw from what we as parents systematically taught them? I don't know. Maybe we need to step up a little further on that. So our role as government, in my opinion, I still like the word fair, I like reasonable too, but is to set policies that are fair and balanced to provide equal opportunities for everyone. And I just want to leave you with that. And if you can't be fair, you should just go home. That's just me.
Good afternoon, Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. Hadn't intended to speak, but some things came up that I thought I might want to comment on. First, I want to confess I'm a criminal. I'm a grower. I went out into my backyard a month ago and somebody had stuck a marijuana seed in one of my potted plants, and it's about 3 inches high right now. It's really cute. But it's illegal. My extensive experience with cannabis came from caring for a man with brain cancer. Many seizures, surgery, radiation, chemotherapy, and then nausea. He could not keep the pills down. $175 a pill, capsules that he could not keep down. So when he threw up, we had to replace $175 a day. Went back to UC Davis and they gave us Marinol, a little tiny, capsule, kind of light brown. He'd take it 2 times a day and suddenly he was able to keep the medication down, and that was quite a relief. I've suggested that when the sheriff department or code compliance uncovers an illegal farm, that rather than destroy the crop, which I consider to be a lot of money, they contact a lab where processing of cannabis is done to create the medicine that affects seizure and many, many other kinds of illnesses. What will this do for Calaveras by having legal cannabis grown, processed, sold, distributed, however it's going to be handled? Earlier this week, the Board of Supervisors had to dip into either their teeter fund or their surplus or contingencies or some fund that they had set aside for our need in the future, and use that money to fund some other function of the county. Home care workers have not had a raise in 9 years. I don't think there's enough money in the county budget to pay an pay raise for home care workers who are now minimum wage, unless we discover, create, or have a way of creating more income. I see this as a way to fund a lot of programs, maybe fix a road if they need to be fixed. Frankly, I want potholes in front of my house. I want the traffic to slow down. But if that's where the impetus is to fix better roads or infrastructure or, microwaves or whatever we need to do to improve our life, I think we need to consider it. And I haven't heard anyone ever come up with an alternative to create additional funding for our county besides cannabis. And if we were to ban it because it's not good, we better do something about cigarettes, which stink to high heaven, alcohol. First steps to any illegal substances are cigarettes and alcohol. And that's all. Thank you, folks.
Good afternoon. My name is Byron Bogard, and I'm part of a group that was part of the 190. And I just want to thank, first off, all of you for sitting here and listening to everybody and everything that we've gone through over the last couple of years. I know it's been a daunting process with some of the ebbs and flows, but I'm excited to see that we are moving forward in what I would look at as somewhat reasonable ordinance. There are some issues, and I'm not going to go through them because I'm not going to repeat what other people have already said, but there are some issues with the ordinance. I think the emissions issue is a big one, especially since it's not necessarily a part of the general plan, but it's being pushed upon us cultivators. And I think some of it's just not very realistic. Obviously, most of us are about sustainable farming, and so that is an important aspect, but we need to be reasonable and fair, whether you like the word or not. I also didn't really necessarily plan on speaking today, but there were a number of people that spoke earlier today about a lot of misinformation. And so for those people that are against cannabis cultivation, I would just encourage all of those people to talk with people that are doing it and doing it safely and have been doing it for a number of years. I have several state permits. I have a dispensary that's been up and operating in Stanislaus County. For Commissioner Wooster's question when we started, there were 64 permits that were offered in Stanislaus County. 7 of those permits were for dispensaries. The rest were for some form of cultivation. They actually didn't even fill all of those permits initially, and so they're still in the process of doing that. There was somebody else that spoke about an outside group administering and helping, and why I think it's always good to have outside help. I don't necessarily think in this situation when we're looking at just the 190 that process needs to be opened back up. In Stanislaus County, when they did have that group, that outside group look at it, the county staff didn't like what that group did, and they reversed it, and there were some issues, and because again, nobody knows their community as well as the elected officials, the appointed officials, as well as the staff that you have in the area. But I do think that getting some outside information is always helpful. And now that we've been doing this for a number of years, there are a lot of people in the industry that are very knowledgeable and have a lot of experience. I've dealt with several municipalities, and I spend a lot of time in these types of meetings, and I can see where sometimes it's just a lack of understanding and lack of knowledge. For the people that are concerned about that this is going to bring more people, and I would just encourage you to really look at the ordinance and that we're only talking about the 190 people or 190 group applicants. And with those applicants, it's going to allow the enforcement of people that aren't of those 190. And there will also be funding mechanisms in place where some of the funds that are generated through the cannabis revenue that could be used for enforcement for some of those smaller illegal grows. It's a huge issue because we're held to one standard, and these illegal grows or dispensaries or whatever are held to a different standard. So those people that are in the legal cannabis market, because it is legal here in California, we want to help eradicate that illegal market because that's unfair competition for us. And so we're happy to do that. And as far as some of the environmental issues that were brought up today, some of the talk about pesticides and federal stuff, the testing that we undergo as cultivators here in the state of California is so onerous and so rigorous. I would encourage anybody to go look at it. We are held to our product is held to such a high standard, higher standard than any fruit, vegetable, meat product out there in the California market. We're held to a higher standard. The testing for metals and everything is over the top, but because it's over the top, you can rest assured that when you buy legal cannabis from a legal dispensary, you are getting a top quality product without any of those pesticides, better than you're going to get from organic fruits and vegetables. So with that, I would just again offer up any help for staff or for the planning, or even people in the community that still are fearful about this and what it would bring. Again, my name is Byron Bogard, and one of the beautiful things about cannabis being legal is I've been doing this for 20 years and operating in the gray medical market. And now with the legalization is we can come out of the closet and we can have that conversation and we can talk to people and we can educate them. And I even get to tell my own personal story about how I started using cannabis. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time and I look forward to moving this forward. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
I was using the restroom and there's kind of blockage because one of the restroom stalls doesn't work. And so we were talking in there, and one gal is 87-year-old lady from Germany, Berlin. And she said that the first thing that she did when she came here was become an American citizen. And I encouraged her to come up and say something, but I guess she left. But her concern is the safety. She lives out, kind of like I do, and she's concerned about her safety. And we all know about the 3 people that were murdered in the medical marijuana grow, and how the guy was trying to protect his marijuana grow and decided that, you know, the solution was to shoot 3 people dead. And so now he's in jail. With that, I'd like you to seriously consider the concerns of Commissioner Farino and Commissioner Wooster and Jean De Herrera, the man from Wallace, Ann Hill, Bill McManus, Jennifer, Susan Morse, Dina Morse, and I've probably missed, and did I mention? Yeah, I got it. Okay, so they all said things that I feel very strongly in support of. Colorado has received $20 billion less this year than the year before. That market converted to the black market. And I drive up the road and I can tell that these big old trucks, they're loaded for bear and they're full of marijuana. In consideration of the migrant workers and their children being treated less than human, and having different standards for their children versus people that are residents here, it does not make sense to me that they should be required to work in marijuana because their brains are not developed until age 25. They have a right, those children have a right to have their brains intact when they reach maturity. And I feel very strongly about that. The growers have used migrant workers, and they intend to continue to use migrant workers. And one of the things that happens is that it's very difficult to regulate these grows. And so the workers coming in go on welfare because they are receiving money under the table. And you can say, oh, that's not going to happen. Okay. Whatever you want to say. Land taken for pot growing instead of native vegetation and especially trees. We all know that a lot of trees hit the dust when before the ban. There are elected officials in this county in the highest of places who intend to grow, are growing, or plan to grow and profit by growing marijuana. And they are biased. So if anyone wants to talk about bias, there you go.
My name's Molly McDonald. I'm from District 1. I am one of the 190. I wasn't planning on speaking today, but again, I think we need to discuss children. My husband and I have raised 4 children. The oldest is in her second year at UCLA. The next one starts college next week. The third one started high school last week, and our youngest is starting 6th grade. They are consistent honor roll students. They are active in the community. They play sports, and they're active at our church. I want to say that I know that you did not get an opportunity to say what you do for the children. Maybe you ran out of time. I'm only one person, but I can give you an example of what I do within Calaveras County. My background, 10 years ago, we moved up here from the Bay Area. I have 20 years as an AVP in banking. For the first 4 years, I commuted from here to Concord 5 days a week while raising our kids because there were no jobs up here. I then transferred up here to watch the bank that I came to close 7 stores in the first year. We started our venture, and while doing our business and following all the guidelines and everything that was asked of us, I volunteered in the community. I currently coach a girls' fast pitch travel softball team. I also coach a competitive soccer team. I have been on the board for Habitat for Humanity, for the Family Selection Committee. Within the schools, I've done junior achievement, and I also do AR reading with students who are behind. I find the children that are being failed are not my children. They're being raised by other family members. They're being raised by grandparents. And I sit with those kids and I help them learn to read. I sit with those kids after soccer practice and wait 2 hours in the dark for their drug addict parent to show up and pick them up. I take my kids from here all throughout Northern California to tournaments, and the kids are the focal point for me. So to insinuate that I would send my children to school smelling of marijuana is absolutely asinine, and it is disrespectful. I absolutely respect you having a different opinion than I do, but to insinuate that I am a bad person because I am a cultivator is untrue. And I want to thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak and to look at us regaining our investment because we have lost so much by doing everything the way that we were asked to do it. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak? Is there anyone outside the doors that is waiting to speak? All done? Okay, seeing none, we are going to close the public comment portion of this hearing and probably take a break for lunch. And then when we return, the commissioners will debate on this further. So maybe 45 minutes, could we all live with that? Or do you need a little longer? 1 hour. Enough chit chat by staff. I know. Just your 30-second warning.
Now she uses the camera.
I know, because I thought it was funny. Welcome back to the after lunch session of the Planning Commission. Hope everybody's had a great lunch and is ready for the afternoon. Peter, is there anything that you would like to add to your report before we start talking among ourselves here?
Sure. First, I'd like to address a couple of comments that were made by the public regarding specific provisions. One person brought up a concern about requiring a surveyor for everyone. That provision is 1795-030G, and talks about burden of proof about the accuracy. That is only if there is a question. So if it's clearly within 70, outside of 75 feet, we're not going to require a surveyor. Where we can clearly demonstrate that you're, more than 1,000 feet from a sensitive use, that's not going to require a surveyor. But if it's, it's close and it needs to be measured under the, I believe it's the California Surveying Act or something along those lines, a surveyor is the only person who's qualified to do that. So that's what that provision is. Another issue that came up had to do with business licenses, and a business license is required. That's in 050D10, and they're required to get a business license. So those are the only two sort of factual issues that I wanted to address. We've got a number of minor corrections that need to be made. I think for the most part they're grammatical, technical, renumbering questions. We don't need to go through those. They may come up in the court's conversation. We'll say, yeah, we got that. There is one issue though that we do need to address. This is in section 1795-030C on page 9 of the draft that was sent to you. We want to strike that. We're not actually striking the requirement, but it's addressed elsewhere in the code, and this makes it somewhat confusing because we actually do have some provisions of cultivation on dispensary sites that are addressed in this, and so we propose that provision just be struck as it creates some internal conflict. C, just, yeah, the entire provision there, 030C. I don't really have anything else that, I brought up the response to Commissioner Ladish's suggested edits. My recommendation is that we, unless there's some question about either the first two sections, the ones that we agree to, or the ones with some minor edits, those can just be sort of accepted without a lot of discussion. But I think obviously the ones where we disagree, and then certainly the big policy issues should be the focus of most of the discussion. We'll probably discover a few other minor grammatical, is rather than are. And so, we'll continue to clean it up, but any substantive changes, I think, should be the focus of this afternoon's discussion. Any questions?
No. So commissioners, would you like to start on page, do we want to look at the modifications by staff to Commissioner Ladish's suggestions? So we'll start on page 3, and have you guys had a chance to read through those?
We have suggestions by Commissioner Ladish. I will have a number as we go through. And we have also been provided at least 2 sets of suggestions by the public.
Right. And I
think we should go through it section by section and try to look at everybody's suggestions at the same time.
Sure. I was just saying, can we just skip the things that were just minor?
Well, that's always a question. Why don't we just go page by page, and if somebody needs to discuss, they can. I appreciate your angling for efficiency here.
Well, the ones that have already been accepted, incorporated by staff, seems like they were minor editing. But we can start page by page.
I just question, were we going to get an opportunity to ask questions of other staff, such as with Sheriff's Department, and a number of concerns before we even go through trying to do regulation? There's a lot of stuff that was brought up in the study session, and I want to know whether that's been addressed or it's going, because some of it's not addressed in this regulation. I want to know how they feel about that. There are also some things that were brought up by Building and Code that were very concerning to me that I don't think are properly addressed in the regulation. Are we going to have opportunity to ask them questions?
Well, they're not here to ask questions of, obviously.
Yes.
We have vetted it internally through all the various departments that are affected. If there were concerns, maybe the sheriff's department or the building official or code enforcement are listening to this and, would come over to answer any questions you have, but they're not here to answer questions right now, so.
And we did, when we received feedback back from departments, we incorporated and talked with them about the different changes they wanted to see as well, incorporated the ones that we could. So we think it's a consensus document. We haven't heard otherwise.
So I think maybe we start through and where you see that one of your concerns affects a piece we're looking at, we can discuss it at that time. And if you feel like you need more information, we can look at what we can do about that. So does anybody feel that we need to discuss the contents page, the first page, or can we move through that? There might be corrections to that, to the numbering when we're all done, but for right now.
Yeah.
Okay. So the purpose and intent section, 1795.010.
I know a member of the public had a suggestion, which I read and decided I didn't need to do it, but I can't remember what it was.
Well, I know what it was. I don't think it's necessary. It was in B, 17.95.010B. They wanted to insert the following phrase, to develop reasonable regulations between chapter and 2. So it would read, it is also the purpose and intent of this chapter to develop reasonable regulations to prevent. I don't think it makes a difference. I think it's okay the way it is.
Okay. And we'll move on to the definitions. I know there are several items in that section.
Well, I'm concerned with the carbon dioxide equivalent, or CO2e, and then we are telling people, well, this is what it is, and we don't know what it is, but the staff indicates they don't want to mess with it because tell me if I'm paraphrasing this wrong, every word has a meaning, and this is what you will find in the state code. I'm concerned when we have, I'm sure somewhere there's something saying ordinances need to be in plain language and that sort of thing, and yet we're dealing with something that I guess doesn't lend itself to plain language. There's this, but then there's also the application of this later in the ordinance, and staff says, well, people just need to go hire a specialist to see what's needed. Is there any way around this? So there's some understanding. It makes, if you read it, why it's like, oh, do we get to choose what other greenhouse gas we're comparing this with?
Well, that definition is straight out of the California Air Resources Board website, where it describes what that means.
Yeah.
Another greenhouse gas could be, any number of other gases that contribute to, climate change. Others it may change over time as the science evolves more. It's intended to be a general term to address all types of greenhouse gases converted to an equivalent of carbon dioxide.
I wonder if maybe in the body of the ordinance, if we just say compliance with section so-and-so of the Air Resources code or whatever it is. So we don't seem to be talking as if we know what we're talking about.
Well, this came out of a mitigation measure identified in the EIR. And unfortunately, it's not that clean. I mean, it's not like a piece of legislation that says this is what you shall do. So there's not an easy reference to something like that. I think
It's citing the exact equation that's going to be used for it, so.
And it doesn't mean someone has to hire a consultant. If they have the ability to go online and figure out what the Resources Board is doing and contact a agency or a firm that does carbon mitigation banking.
There may be some accepted practices too.
There are a number of existing mitigation banks that are certified by the state and programs that have been established and reviewed by the state, but there's pages of procedure of how to do that at the CARB website that just doesn't seem necessary to put into our ordinance. We've referenced the requirement and
well, I see the problem, and I guess that's a problem we have to live with, that we just have to have something that reads as gibberish in here when it really means very specific things that if we start messing around with them and try to put it in plain language, we get into trouble.
Right.
So, okay, well, unless anybody else has a concern.
I don't have a concern with that. I have some other items in the definitions, but let's start. Kelly, do you have anything in the definitions section?
No.
Just under U, cost of enforcement, talks a lot about the different costs of enforcement, but cost of enforcement is not really addressed in the regulations well. I think we need to know what the cost is before we even go forward with any of this. Because that was the biggest complaint that came up in the study session, is that there was not enough money to cover the costs of extra law enforcement, extra staffing. But we're trying to go forward with this. We don't know what it's going to cost. We don't know how we're going to cover those costs. It's not addressed in this, so we have a real problem.
Actually, doesn't it talk about that the fees will be based on the actual cost of enforcement? I think that's why there's a definition in here.
Well, actually, one of the main reasons there's a definition in here is because when somebody needs an enforcement action taken, we want them to be liable for the costs of enforcement. And so that was a definition that was taken from a variety of legal sources and what have you to capture all of the county's costs when we have to abate against somebody. So that's I don't think the definition is intending to give a number of what the cost of the program is to the county. It's intended.
Yeah, my just was concerned is that we have a definition, but I couldn't find in the regulations where that's all that is dealt with.
This is, cost of enforcement is dealt with in the enforcement section, and there's the term cost of enforcement is used. It says that they should be liable for costs of enforcement, and we wanted to define what that was. So I can try to find the section for you.
No, we'll get to it.
Sorry. I'm trying to negotiate the mic with the papers. Sorry.
Maybe we should make clear, were you assuming that the suggestions I made that the staff agreed with are okay unless somebody raises a question? The staff needs to know that.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So there are some of the changes that you requested that we might need to discuss, but okay.
He's talking about just that first section, the ones that are just
okay.
Minor technical edits.
I do have a question of what the staff said about my suggestion on JJJ on page 8, which is the security fencing. And I put in a 6-foot minimum height, which is what we had under the urgency ordinance. And the response I got back was that, well, the board did not specify, so we don't want to do that, or at least you have to do something else. I think that's something we should have in here. Otherwise, each time fencing comes up and it's 5.5 feet tall or 4 feet tall or 8 feet tall or whatever, where the question is lurking as to whether that's reasonably designed and installed to prevent unauthorized entry, I think it'd make life a lot easier if we set a height. 6 feet is what we had before.
Yeah, I would agree. I think just because you say, well, this is what the board wanted, then why are we even doing this?
Well,
our job is to look at this and add to it what we think needs to be in there.
Well, particularly here where
I think I agree, you need some kind of height on it.
The board, I assume, didn't say, don't put in a height. It's just that we would be putting in a height.
Well, there was a discussion about 8 foot or 6 foot, and then what they said is, well, all we care about is security, what they want is security fencing. They didn't define the term, but they said that they didn't want to do the fencing for screening purposes. They just wanted whatever was necessary to be secure. Right.
So we will. We'll say.
I think you want to
I would think there needs to be something on height and probably even tight, because, we have rail fencing around our property to keep the horses in, but that's not going to keep kids out of a grove,
Well, yeah.
So I think height and type should be.
I think there's a couple of things to take into consideration with the fencing. One is the security. Second is to keep out plain view, which this ordinance says many times over, is that so that people can't see it. So that is the fencing. You're getting into plants are, I don't know how tall they get, 8-9 feet tall. You're going to talk about 10-foot fence. If they have a 6 foot, we put a statute in here that says 6 foot. Plants are sticking over 4 feet. Well, it defeats the purpose.
Not every grow has to be hidden from view, is that right?
Right. Yeah, that's what I understood too.
Scenic highways.
Yeah, I think the security fencing wasn't to block view of it. They could place the grow somewhere within the property that it's not in view. This specifically says it's for unauthorized entry by trespassers and children.
I would think that setting a height is reasonable and 6 feet is reasonable, because I believe that is the height that you can install without a building permit. Anything taller is going to need a building permit, and that seems unnecessary. However, I think if we want to start talking about the design of the fence, we're micromanaging that, and are we going to worry about if it's climbable by kids? Does it have to be like swimming pool fencing? I mean, what are we trying to accomplish here? And is this the place?
Well, the board had quite a bit of discussion, as you remember, on fencing. And I think my recollection is that they wanted to make sure that it kept out, someone who would otherwise just sort of, be able to wander in.
Right.
Any fence is breachable.
It's more of a psychological barrier
Right.
than a physical barrier. So
There
then-
was discussion about, screening. What we found during the urgency ordinance was that, the solid fencing did not provide screening, and in many cases provide more of an eyesore than the plants themselves.
It's way worse.
And so they did not they did not want it to be a screening fence, but they were interested in security. And they wanted to make sure that the fencing was sufficient enough to keep out the casual person going in and taking something. If someone's going to steal something, they can break into anything they want to. And so there's no way to say that it has to be impermeable.
Yeah.
So I don't have a problem with 6 feet. That makes sense. We can add that to either here in the definition, or maybe it's more appropriate in the standards rather than in the definition itself.
Right. With your description, even a 5-foot fence would be adequate. I mean, you're just sending a message to discourage people from coming in there, not trying to create a secure area.
Right.
So the security fencing maybe is not the right word, but I want to start down that path.
Yeah, that word was chosen because it was meant to be to secure it, not just to provide a deterrent. It was meant to try to do the best they could to secure the area. So That's why it was called security fencing.
And I threw in, it's at least 6 feet in height, comma, including locked gates. You don't want a fence that's 6 feet in height and gates that are 3 feet.
An opening
Yeah, right.
that you could drive your tractor
Anyway,
through.
so that's my suggestion.
I'm fine with that. I think that is more in keeping with the term
So
security fencing.
with the gate, what do you mean with lock gate? Does that
Or
mean
lockable.
lockable?
Lockable,
Oh, okay,
okay.
well, I didn't hear
Yeah,
that.
no,
Sorry.
that's added now. Slipped right in. Lockable would be great, because
Okay.
later we go deal with the
Let's
locks.
poll the commission on fencing. Is everybody okay with that description, 6 feet and including a lockable gate?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Got that? Okay. My biggest concern in this area was really maybe because of my lack of knowledge, but it seems like we're using a lot of terms to describe the site or so it's the canopy, it's the acreage, it's the premises, it's the cultivation area. I don't know enough about the legal implications of each of those terms, and if there is something that is more correct in each section.
So as suggested by Commissioner Laddish and others in the comments received today, that a definition of cultivation site be added. That term is really a holdover from the prior ordinance and earlier state regulations. The term of art that's being used today is premises. And so for the most part, when it refers to the licensed area of the cultivation, we're suggesting that we change that reference to simply premises. Now, there is in one section, 130, the remediation restoration section that talks about former cannabis cultivation site, and that's defined in that section. And so we left that there. There's a couple of other instances where cannabis site or cultivation site was used in the ordinance, and we've made some other minor modifications to that, and we can pull those out and we can discuss those. But what we're trying to do is use the terminology that is used in the state regulations as much as we possibly can. So there's no confusion between what our permitting process is saying and what the state licensing is. If they're issuing a license for a premises, we'll issue a permit for a premises, and they need to match. And if we start using different terminology, then it gets confusing for us as well as for
in here, cultivation site is 3 CCR section 800. That's where that definition comes from, and premises is also in the same one. They have different definitions, so.
Right. That's my concern.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Premises is a little broader. I mean, the premises, I think for the purpose of the discussion, I think it might be good to say what it says premises is. It's where commercial cannabis activity occurs, and that includes cultivation, possession, manufacture, distribution, processing, storing, laboratory testing, packaging, labeling, transportation, delivery, or sale. So it's a very...
Well, out of the section here, premises means the designation structure or structures land specific in the application that is owned, leased, otherwise held under control of the applicant licensee where the commercial cannabis activity will be or is conducted. These premises shall be continuous area and shall be accompanied by one licensee. So to me, that's restricting the ability of people to farm, because if it's one licensee, it could be multiple licenses. I mean,
So if I could just try to clarify a little bit of what I think the state was trying to do. I think the state decided to, rather than go with parcel boundaries, chose to license a subunit of land so that multiple people could co-locate under different individual permits. They ran with the individual applicant. on a single parcel. And so the premises is the unit that the state licensed, regardless of whether it's cultivation or manufacturing or any of the things it licenses. It's not, that term and that definition is not unique to cultivation. So because each of these different state agencies, the CDFA, the Health and the Department of Health, and the Department of Food and Ag, were all given different sets of regulations to develop for different types of commercial cannabis activity. The CDFA, which created the regulations specific to cultivation, added a separate definition of cultivation site just to be unique to cultivation. And so there is some overlap that the cultivation site, as defined by CDFA, would be taking place on the premises. The premises is really best understood as a unit of licensure.
So I understand that, and I think that that's the problem with the way we are using premises. I think we are using it when we really mean cultivation site, because we're setting these setbacks, and if the premises is everything that they have licensed, does that include their driveway? Does it include sheds? Does it include things that maybe don't have any cannabis in them but are part of an operation?
So that has to be all set back. That's one of the concerns I had with this, because if they're incorporating the driveway sheds, that means that they have to move all their sheds and driveways to the center of the property. And I mean,
So
to have setback, it'd be legal under this. That's the issue I'm having with it.
What I would recommend, if the commission wants to change it, is not to get rid of the word premises. I think that it would be very confusing to license something different than the state. If we issue a permit for a different unit of land than what the state is issuing a license for, then it becomes confusing. But what the commission could do is simply change the unit for setback purposes to total canopy area. That's what I think you could do. And we have a definition of total canopy area, and so we could do that.
And the only problem I can see with that is that some other elements of the premises might be contributing to the smell.
Right.
So I mean, you know,
And so should they
where
also
it's
be-
being dried, if it's open to the air, which probably should be.
I would just request the commission, if they do that, to not make us get rid of the word premises.
We're not suggesting that at all. All we are suggesting is that for the setback purposes, that we really describe what we want that setback
To be
to
from.
and from.
Okay.
Yeah.
What we might do is adopt total canopy area and see how that works. No matter about the concern I just made.
So then the other question is, I can imagine that some of these parcels have existing structures on them, and the structures may not be 75 feet from a property line. So depending on what they're using that structure for, that may or may not be appropriate to be included in the setback.
Well, but the definition of premises is those areas that are being used for the cannabis cultivation and
But
processing.
no, that are being licensed. It's their
Well, but we're not
licensed
licensing, does the state license driveways and houses
Well, so
under this cannabis
any place a
ordinance?
commercial cannabis activity of any type is being used would have to be captured in the premises. And so if there's a number of outbuildings, some have fertilizer, some have chemicals, some have just garden tools, some have seeds, all of these things that are part of the activity for the cultivation would be captured in the premises. They have to give a premises and a property diagram to the state, and then I haven't seen a state license yet, but I understand that they actually are very site-specific.
Right.
They accrue to a drawing around which
Right.
there's a premises boundary.
But my concern is if we, just go to canopy area for a setback, again, like Lattice says, we're not dealing with all the possible production of odors. And that's one of the biggest complaints that we have with the cannabis grows is the odor.
Yeah, the question then would be, do
So-
you want to draw a perimeter around all of the different individual places on the premises where there could be
Well,
cannabis located?
if we said premises for the setback, then it'd be the nearest point of the premises to the boundary. So if you have a barn over here and the grow is over here, it's not that we're going to draw an amoeba-like thing around that. It's just, oh, well, this is part of the premises, and this is part of the premises, but here's the boundary
No, we're
over
not.
here.
We're
Let's-
not drawing a boundary around anything. The state is drawing a boundary around the
Well,
premises.
the applicant is going to show
Yes.
us and the state where their premises is.
Right.
Where
So-
where those,
And
where
that's
those
what you
elements of the
included.
premises are.
Well, but it,
No, but the premises
could be
is a single area, contained within
Yeah.
a single area. So you could have an amoeba-like
Right.
shape of a premises.
Okay, is that as shown on there, on what the state requires?
But if there are support activities that are part of the premises but are not, have no cannabis activity happening in them, do they also, does the well need to be 75 feet from the property line?
Good question.
Does the septic system need to be 75 feet from the property line? That's my concern. Are we tangling ourselves up here?
Well, if the applicant has to prepare a diagram of what the premises are, is it permissible for the applicant to conclude that his or her driveway is not actually part of the premises because all they do is drive cars in and out of it? Now, sometimes there might be a truck hauling cannabis out, but pretty rarely. So is it set up so that the applicant, in doing the site diagram, can kind of avoid this problem by permissibly restricting the premises area to those areas where cannabis is actually being grown, processed, et cetera, dried, whatever? Or do they have to include the house and the well and the,
So I'd like to suggest that
Driveway.
maybe we have someone who has one of these licenses and knows about it. Is there anyone in the audience who actually can answer this question? Come on. Could somebody come up and let us ask you a couple questions? See if we can get a straight answer.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Okay, Kelly.
I'm here to answer. Oh, what's
So
question specific?
what is the premises for the purposes of your state permit?
It's anything that's, any buildings that are used in the production of cannabis. So on my license, right now, my storage, if it's used for cannabis storage or fertilizer storage or nutrient storage, it is part of my premise. But there are no setbacks from those other than the cultivation site. But that is specific to Lake County, where that license is from. So it does get dicey in where you're using premise and parcel and site. And ultimately, I think the big concern is like roads. Like, is my road is part of my site, but it's not a setback requirement from the road that I drive on to get to my canopy.
And let me ask you, did the state require you to draw a line around these, or did you just say, here's where the barn is, here's where this is? And
No
here's
lines,
where-"
like, and I'm sorry, I actually misspoke, because auxiliary buildings aren't included in that. So like my barns are not a part of the setback.
No, but
No,
we
you're
won't
talking
worry
about
about
Lake
the s-
County, though.
we're
We're
not worried about
asking about the
setbacks.
The state, no, there's no line drawn around it, it's just designated where it is.
You just have a map
Mhm.
showing the various elements.
Right, and actually, and I should say, like, for nutrient storage, that's more of a water board issue than a state issue.
Mhm.
So, because they want the nutrients away from any water courses.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if I made that clear.
That's good.
So as I understand it, getting back to Commissioner Wooster's question, the difference between the state definition of cultivation site means any area or structure in which cannabis itself is being trimmed, stored, grown, planted, cured, etc. The premises includes other buildings, as Jennifer just pointed out, that is used in the cultivation. So storage of fertilizers or tools, those kinds of things are part of the premises. So the cultivation site is a subset of premises.
Right.
And it may be just as simple to, sure, let's add cultivation site and stick cultivation site where it's appropriate.
Right.
Keep it back to where we had it before.
I'd feel way more comfortable that way because it defines what's going on, where the setback begins, not because the shed's sitting over here, 30 feet from the property line, that they'll disqualify them, that they're putting shears or something in there. I would feel a lot more comfortable with cultivation site. That would be where be a clear line or canopy, give us a clear designation where the setback begins and ends.
So that, if we go that way, we do need the definition of cultivation site. And I think in my comments, I tried on all the setback things to go to cultivation site, so it should already, it should be in there.
So we would just have the definition that's in 3 CCR 8000 Mr. Whitkey provided?
Yes.
And then the setbacks would key off of that?
Right.
Perfect.
That, okay, commissioners, are we all in agreement on that one?
Yes.
Going back, there was a comment from the public about EE, which is the definition of enforcement officer.
I actually have that written down as well. Because
we sort of jumped ahead to JJJ. So
We're back.
Page by page here.
So enforcement officer, official, I understand this, but it seems like this is an area that could get messy. Like, how do we choose?
Well, I don't see anything wrong with the definition. I think the trouble arises when you get into later sections, when specific responsibilities are spelled out, or specific requirements are spelled out, and nothing says who is going to be responsible at the county level to deal with it. And I think that's the place to deal with it rather than in this definition.
I actually agree, because this leaves it so anybody, whatever department is most appropriate could end up with that person.
It could, it could be anybody. Peter could just appoint somebody out of his office and say, well.
He could say, I like this so much, I want to do it myself.
Exactly.
Well, there were cases last time that I did it myself. There were cases when my staff were the enforcement officers. Typically, it's code enforcement and sheriff or building officials, but it could be public works if they're dealing with a grading permit issue. So there are, as Kelly pointed out, a number of reasons why different staff from different department could be an enforcement officer of some provision of this code. Environmental health for wells and septic and handling of chemicals, a variety of different personnel could be involved.
Now, let me ask you a question. Is that true in every industry? Out there?
Pretty much, yes. Yeah, there's no different than the way it is addressed in other enforcement of other provisions of the county code.
Okay, I don't have anything else in the definitions. Anybody else? So we'll move on to 030, relationship to other local and state laws. And Peter already marked out the C. I think, Tim, you had something in here.
Well, yeah,
You picked it up already?
the staff has taken care of my problem with, this was, excuse me.
Yeah.
030B, it now makes sense, because you don't have to be eligible to qualify to participate, so that's fine.
And then G is the one we just discussed about the surveyor and the burden of proof.
On B?
B?
Oh, yes. On 030. B, down, see, be about the fourth line down, county, it says authorization from the county may be issued by the planning department. It's kind of weak, I was thinking shall. And then down below, that one line below, it says, I'll just read through it. Planning department in conjunction, and it has with a permit. I think it should be with a completed application for permit. Because they have to have this for their license, correct?
So I guess that's really a policy question. And is there a consensus that it should be shall rather than may?
Yeah.
I'll make that change. So our intent here was that we would provide to the applicant a letter that they could then take to the state once we have issued the permit. Now, there is a discussion of concurrent processing, that once they apply with us, they have the ability to then apply at the same time with the state. The state requires, to the best of my knowledge, an actual letter of authorization that they're permitted to cultivate in the jurisdiction in which they've applied for.
And by that, you mean they can go out and plant and...
Well, and we've got sort of a chicken and egg problem here.
Yeah,
because we're wanting to have the state permit before we can allow them to plant.
Yeah, okay.
And the state wants to have a permit from the county before they issue their permit. So we're saying we're issue sort of a provisional or an authorization to apply, and then when they bring that back, and if there's any other outstanding requirements that are necessary to comply with the provisions, then it's validated, and then they get to start to grow.
So I'm a little bit confused now that I'm rereading this. So a letter of conditional authorization may be issued by, or shall be issued by the planning department in conjunction with a permit. Well, if they have a permit, they don't need a conditional letter. So,
Well,
so
again,
what kind of
it's sort of
permit?
like we issue a conditional use permit. The permit is issued. You've got a list of conditions you have to satisfy before you start operating.
Yeah, okay.
That's what we're trying to get at.
So is it with a
maybe
permit,
with a
maybe it's a, with
conditional
a
use
whatever, maybe
Well,
we need a descriptor for that
well, what I-
permit.
the way-
Permit sounds to me like, here, you're done, you're ready to go.
That's the reason I had an issue with it, because, the conditional authorization. And to me, if you have a permit, you don't need that, but if you have an completed application, that's kind of the conditional.
So the idea was that we would do our review to determine that this person can qualify. If someone applies for the state and they don't have the right zoning, we can't approve it. If they don't meet, if their premises doesn't meet our setback requirements, we can't, But if it's something that the commission and ultimately the board thinks that concurrent processing is appropriate, we could certainly modify the language to allow for that, if that's the desire of the commission.
Could we just take out in conjunction with a permit and just say
Well,
that you
Your
will
errata,
issue the conditional?
your errata did that, didn't it?
So I
Yeah,
think
yeah, maybe that's my
the
fear. I have
the
a
idea
mark.
is the state was going to potentially be happy with something other than an actual permit that allows plants in the ground in order to let them continue processing the license. And from what we understood, the growers needed something, if they were deemed provisionally eligible, even though they can't put plants in the ground, they can we're trying to establish the criteria that we would be okay with, just only, not to let them grow, but to tell the state, it looks like they're going to be eligible. And so, I don't know, have you given a copy of?
Yeah, you got the
Yeah, I think
addendum that
this
had the
errata
additional
does
language.
kind of
Yeah.
clarify
Okay,
that.
okay.
But it's not just, again, we've done a initial review of it. And there are a couple of provisions that we said, these we could defer until the final action. But everything else, we're going to check to make sure it qualifies before we issue that. And that would include a site inspection, include review of, I think it was the background check, because that's going to take some time.
Yeah, I think that's good. Is everybody else,
Everybody happy?
everybody happy now?
On that one, yeah.
That was a business license.
Okay. Is there anything else in that section? Or can we go on to 040?
Let's see, just a sec. I would like to discuss a bit this G, the surveying thing. I made the suggestion that the first couple of times parcel is used in that we add the words or premise. Now, do we now want to say cultivation site?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
And then and for the second sentence involving the surveyor, I said, as to parcels, evidence sufficient to prove has to be done by a surveyor. And I understand from the staff, anytime it's any sort of close question, a surveyor has to settle the issue. And you can't go out there with a measuring tape and the permittee and the county agree, yep, it's okay.
I think we're only, again, it's only when something is in question, because when you're on 20 acres, if you're in the middle of it, there's not a question. You're miles from anything. But if you happen to be up in the corner of it, and it's questionable whether it's 77 feet or 72 feet, then maybe you need a surveyor.
Okay.
And it's true that, yes, a surveyor is really the only one, or an engineer with a certain kind of license.
Civil engineers with older licenses were able to survey, but there's so few of them left around.
And what do you know, I just found another suggestion.
Nope, sorry.
Evidence sufficient to overcome this burden of proof. I suggest we say satisfy instead of overcome.
I like that better.
It sounds like he's fighting against himself.
Yeah, I know. Now, are we going to talk about nuisance?
Where?
Next section. Does anybody have anything to say about 040?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay. 050.
When we get to C1,
Yep.
I have something. I haven't had a chance to read all your responses, so I don't know what happened to the per private residence for not more than 6 cannabis plants may be cultivated per private residence. Is that suggestion? Because without that, the clear implication is
It was
that...
added.
Huh?
It was included.
It was, okay. Great.
Okay.
Well, I have a question on C1B, and that is for non-commercial cannabis now in this county, is outdoor cultivation allowed, or is it just indoor?
Currently, under the current ordinance,
Yeah.
only indoor cultivation is permitted.
Okay, now this would change it to outdoors as well?
Yes.
And the setback is 75 feet?
Yes, that's what the board directed.
And what's the reason for this change?
That was what the board directed us to do. They felt
Wanted
that
to go with
restricting it to
their
indoor
neighbors.
was inappropriate. I don't know the reason why.
Okay, well, the problem is when it's outdoors, anybody can smell it. And you're only talking 75 feet away, that's 25 yards. My 410 will shoot that far. So I have a problem with that. I don't know why we need to change it. I don't think we should recommend to change it.
Actually, and that before what was suggested by the Planning Commission and the regulatory version that was not accepted by the board a couple of years ago, we had outdoor grows as being appropriate, but with much larger parcels and et cetera. That the logic being, if you've got a 20-acre parcel and you're going to grow 6 plants in the middle of it, do you have to build a building to cover it? That was then. The current board is wants something else, I don't know, maybe we should send it up with what they want and let them figure out how much they want that. It seems to me a setback of 75 feet, 6 plants, as most people in this room know, well, 6 plants would fill up at least half of this room, fully grown. Okay.
What kind of plants you grow?
From here? Anyhow, they're big. And that's almost half of 75 feet right there. As far as a setback from that number of plants outdoors would not, a 75-foot setback wouldn't do much as far as any odor protection. So I don't know if we want to play around with that at this point, or...
Especially because it could be in-town people
Yeah.
on their porch that's 5 feet from their neighbor.
Well, that would meet the 75 foot setback.
Still needs the 75.
Well, it's 6 plants per person, isn't it?
Per residence.
Per residence?
Yeah.
Somehow I missed that. Okay.
Well, that was one of my additions.
Well, this provision applies to any place in the county, rural, residential, in town, except for Angels Camp, any place.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I just don't think 75 feet's enough, and I just don't know why we need to go to outdoor. And my own feeling is we should be giving the board our best recommendation, not just rubber stamping what they may have said they want, and let them figure it out by themselves.
There's a question as to how much of a setback do you need to have to make really any difference in the smell factor? And I do.
Which way the wind's blowing.
Yeah, which way the wind's blowing, yeah. That is something
What
that,
time of year it is, and yeah, blah, blah, blah.
I remember in our discussions and for the general plan, I asked a question about obnoxious odors and things. And it was stated in that if somebody develops something next to you that's creating an obnoxious odor, it's up to them to do something about it. And that's different than if I move in next to somebody that already has something that's creating a noxious odor. I know that was brought up about turkey farms. Well, if you moved in next to a turkey farm, you knew it smelled when you moved in. Now, where I moved in, there were no cannabis grows anywhere near there, and I've lived there quite a long time. And then all of a sudden, they pop up, and we cannot sit outside anymore during harvest season because it stinks so bad. But, that's the problem, is this is something that's being brought in after the fact that people have already lived there. It's not the same as saying, well, you knew it's next door. No, you didn't know it was going to be next door. So I would agree, because of that, because this allows it in any area, that the best solution is it has to be inside some kind of structure where they can control the odor. Because that's going to wind up coming up anyway. Because the neighbor says that stinks, what are you going to do about it? Then you're going to tell them, well, you got to do something about the stink, because that's in our general plan. We had that discussion that if somebody develops something that causes a complaint like that, they have to do something to take care of it. This is no different. So we might as well just right off the start say it needs to be in some kind of environment where it can be controlled, especially unless you want to put an exception in really large acres. I mean, that's different, but this opens it up to everywhere.
the other factor that comes up on this is that if the property next to you is general forestry and it's 150 acres, why the setback doesn't really, isn't material. So it's something that we dealt with last time, which took at least half an afternoon to come up with. I mean, what we actually did was we pegged it to the same minimum acreage and setbacks and stuff as for the commercial.
To be outside.
To be outside.
What's the state law, state, nothing?
There's nothing on setbacks.
Nothing on setbacks,
That's
doesn't, inside or outside.
You have to allow 6 plants indoors. That's what the state says for personal, for non-commercial, I should say.
So they say 6 plants indoors.
That's what you have
That's
to
the minimum
allow,
allowed.
and
You
it's
have
up
to
to
allow.
the county.
So that's what we should allow. That's what the state says.
So I think at
Why are
this
we
point-
trying to make it more complicated and create for ourselves
No,
a
not-
disaster again?
No, what the
Let's just
state-
stick with what the state says.
What the state
Or maybe-
does is permits local jurisdictions to regulate the personal cannabis, but they have to at least allow 6 plants indoors per resident.
Yeah, no,
So
but
it
by-
isn't-
but
it
by
isn't-
going with the
this is
least-
a- It isn't the state standard, 6 plants indoors is the best thing.
No, but
If
why
you
do
want
we
to-
as a county want to open ourselves up to another disaster, all kinds of
that-
problems, lots of complaints, phone calls every day, when we can just solve that by saying we're going to go with what, we can't go less than that, so let's go with the minimum the state says and go 6 plants indoors. And
Well,
that
that's the
that solves
policy.
all our problems, that makes it easy for us.
That's the policy decision before us.
I honestly, I don't see a problem with 6 plants outdoors. I don't, personally. That's my,
Well, you don't mind the smell. I
I
have
don't-
a
I don't-
neighborhood
I don't
full of
think-
neighbors, and that's a topic of discussion when cannabis was being grown at our neighborhood parties, was that everybody complained about the stink that they had to deal with because they couldn't sit outside. We couldn't have our party outside. Everybody had to be indoors
I'd
because
much-
it was an obnoxious odor. So you may not mind the odor, but that's where all the complaints come from.
Okay, I'm going to call this one for just one moment. And let's, yeah, hang on, everybody, let's finish this discussion. So I think we all understand that. So the simplest thing would be to go back to only allowing indoor, or if we want to allow outdoor on larger parcels, then do we want to provide the same sort of requirements that we have for commercial, for setbacks from the cultivation site or area?
I think that's a good solution.
Yeah, how do you guys all feel about that? I know Tim likes that because that's where you were kind of headed, right?
Well, that's what the majority of the planning commission decided upon last time. And
Were you part of them?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
So I think the options are, leave it the way it is, restrict it to indoor only, or identify an alternative, either what was recommended by the Planning Commission in 2017, or applying the same standard as for commercial cultivation, which is 75 feet.
Yes, right. I mean, I knew that's where you were going. Yeah, because we have the same problem, if you see it as a problem, with commercial grows of a 75-foot setback.
I think there's a big difference between commercial and personal growth. Commercial growth, there's a large quantity. Personal growth, 6 plants, and not everybody in the neighborhood is going to be growing 6 plants. I don't,
And
I just don't see it
Be
happening.
hard pressed to be 75 feet from the,
Yeah.
75 feet on a residential lot is a long ways, on a acreage, not so much.
Well, what's our minimum acreage going to be? The 20 acres?
Right, so it's like, do we want to have minimum, but have we really solved anything if we apply minimum acreage, but it's still the 75-foot
No.
setback? We're right back where we started.
Well, we're at-
Other than at least.
We're at a
you
75-foot
have a lot
setback
fewer
until we
people
get to
around you
setback.
able to do it, probably.
And that's true if you just increase the setback. If you increase the setback to 200 feet, why then,
Right, exactly. How did
Well,
the
that's
75-foot setback come about?
I don't know.
I'm thinking
It was pulled out of the air.
Commissioner Wooster and Laddish might have background on that.
no. No, this is the current Board of Supervisors, and I don't know what they...
Well, would that mean then that it would only be indoor, non-commercial growing and rural residential, and that the outdoor commercial growing would be for the same zones that commercial is allowed?
But have
But-
we really solved anything if the
No.
75-foot number is still there?
It's a
Well,
75
I
foot.
think the problem with that is because the state allows, I don't think we can, if I'm not, I
Well,
remember from
indoor-
other discussions, we can't just say, you can only have your 6 plants on these,
No, no.
You
this
have to
zoning, because the
allow-
state allows it anywhere, doesn't it?
You have to allow 6 plants inside.
Indoor.
Inside,
In
right.
any zone,
Yeah.
but
In
you
any
don't
zone.
have to do anything with outdoor.
May I suggest that we, and it's without getting into the zoning, that we just set the setback larger than 75 feet, which will eliminate, I mean, there's some, imagine there are some RR lots that are really quite big. You know, that what we're concerned about is distance from a neighbor's boundary. And as I've said before, I don't know if you set it at 200, does that make any real difference? Probably makes some.
But then it would, then I think we have to look at setbacks in general if we start doing that, because that just seems strangely specific here. I do think Kelly kind of was onto something like we allow it outdoors only on rural residential parcels, not on R1.
No, not rural residential. Don't allow it on rural residential. Allow it on the same ones that you allow commercial.
Oh, okay.
So rural residential, there would be only indoor growing,
Okay.
period, end of story.
We would allow outdoor grows on those larger parcels, the agricultural.
Right, all the ones where you can grow commercial, you can grow non-commercial outdoors, which makes perfect sense. If you can grow it commercial there, you ought to be able to grow non-commercial outdoors.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but see, here's the problem I have with this.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you straight up, if you make wine personally, you don't have to follow the same rules and regulations that Delicato down in Manteca or any of the big winemakers have to follow. So you're taking, and I think it should be the same here. I mean, it's a smaller scale. I don't think the odor's going to be there. The impact's not going to be in there.
I'll just happen to know for a
Can
fact
you let
the
me
odor
finish,
is
please?
there.
Can you let me finish? I don't think that six plants is going to make a whole bunch of difference at all. I don't. I've been around it. My neighbors have grown it. They'll grow it regardless whether it's in this zone or not. I don't care. I mean, to me personally, I don't have a problem with it.
Well, I know, but we're not here to discuss what we personally
Exactly what
like.
I personally don't care about.
I happen to know
I
where
know.
6 plants were grown, where the whole neighborhood was complaining about it. So the difference between, we always want to try to compare this with wine. When somebody's making wine, there's no people making phone calls because it stinks.
Have you made wine before?
Yes, I have.
Crush there, it
It
stinks.
stinks.
It doesn't
Red
produce the
wine,
odor,
not
it doesn't
good.
produce the odors that the
Doesn't
cannabis
smell like
does.
skunk, that's all.
So, and we're always trying to compare it to that. The other thing we have to also understand is this is the production of a Class 1 narcotic. If we want to go back and look at the findings, the Federal Controlled Substance Act makes it unlawful under federal law for any person to cultivate, manufacture, distribute, or dispense, or possess with intent to manufacture, distribute, or dispense marijuana or cannabis. The Federal Controlled Substance Act contains no exemption for the cultivation, manufacture, distribution, dispensation, or possession of marijuana or cannabis for medical, recreational purposes. There is to date no federal policies protecting against federal enforcement of the Controlled Substance Acts in the recreational cannabis context. We got to remember, and it also, and here says that it's also still classified as a Schedule I drug, which is defined as a drug or other substance that has high potential for abuse, that has no currently accepted medical use and treatment in the United States, and that has not been accepted as safe for use under medical supervision. So we're not talking about wine. We got to quit trying to compare it to wine or horses or cows. This is a different substance.
Let's stop though, because why it's being compared to alcohol is alcohol was once in this same situation.
Exactly.
So let's
But wine is no longer in that situation.
Let's stop this argument, because this argument's not going to
No,
get us
I think
to
that I have a right as a commissioner to present my concerns on this.
Rob, and we're listening to those.
Well, I would
concerns.
like to be able to finish what I was saying.
Okay, go ahead.
This is again, it's a different substance. We're trying to put the cart before the horse. The federal government has not legalized it yet. Now, everybody say that's coming, that's coming. Well, I agree, it's probably coming. I think we should be not even messing with this until the federal government makes a decision on it. They made a decision on alcohol, and that's why the laws are the way they are now, because they dealt with this, but we're in the middle of where it's still not legal. And the other thing is that recent thing I just heard on the radio, they say that 3 times as much cannabis is being produced in California for the black market than is being produced for the legal market. We are oversaturated in California with cannabis. We don't need any more for the medical market. We don't need any more for the recreational market. We produce 13.5 million pounds of cannabis in California, and California only consumes 2.5 million pounds. So, you know, we're saying we don't want to put restrictions on this and that, but that's what we're here to
But our
talk about.
project here today is to improve to the greatest extent we can, using our best judgment, the document before us at this moment. You can certainly say that your preference would be to have it all inside because that's what the state allows, or to not allow any. Right? That you can make whatever decision you need to make. But we need to come to some agreement on what we are going to pass on to the supervisors. So let's look at the 3 options. One option, leave it exactly how it is. One, only allow indoor grows. And one, take what we have and either increase the parcel size, restrict it by zoning, or make a larger setback.
I go with a larger setback, which would naturally, depending on what we set, would tend to do I mean, what we're concerned about right now is proximity. And, you know, we can certainly get into zoning and we can get into what the neighboring property is, what that zone is.
Well, let's see what else everybody else has before we get into the details. Okay,
right.
Brett.
Well, I mean, I'm all, the 75 feet's fine for me. However, there is some contingencies on that I don't feel comfortable with. If it's 75 feet from a park, a school, anything like that, then that does come into play. But if it's away from that type of environment, I don't have a problem with a 75-foot setback in any zoning.
Okay, Trent, you has your chance again.
Indoor, I go with what Kelly said, indoor only with outdoor only on the same zoning that we allow commercial.
I'm all right with that. I also think we should be looking at the setback requirements, but that's a related but somewhat different issue.
But, yeah, because, I mean, as Peter points out, the zoning, I mean, the commercial currently only has a 75-foot setback to it too, so.
Exactly, so
That's why I go with the setback.
for me, it comes back to where did the 75 feet come from? And how, are we in a position to make an educated decision about what a reasonable distance is? So I think that I don't know enough about it. So we have a couple members of the public who feel like they might come on up and see if you can tell us something.
I was at a meeting where they discussed the 75-foot setback, and that was originated by school buses. The kids were seeing and being exposed to the marijuana that was growing right by the fence line where the bus stop was. So that's how they came up with a 75-foot setback with it obscured from the view of the public.
Nothing to do with odor. Okay. So we're not, just wait a minute, okay? So let's see if, just hang tight for a minute. I'm not sure what we've got here. We have all different, is there any idea that has 3 people who like it? You know, Tim, are you comfortable with if it's, well, I guess we're still back to that 75-foot, right?
It's the, I mean, I think 75 feet, if I had lived in the same place for 20 years, and whether it's agricultural property next to me or recreation property, if I have a grow 75 feet away, I think it would be quite noticeable in the aroma. So I'm interested in that.
Well, it is. It is pretty noticeable at certain times of the year, and even when the wind's not blowing the wrong way.
Yeah.
You can notice it. You can notice it quite a bit further than 75 feet.
Would you come up here? Do you have a number that you want us to toss out there?
I just have an alternative thought about this, and shoot me if I'm wrong.
No, you better not say that.
What we're worried about here, it appears to be is a nuisance, a smell nuisance. My thought is, I mean, if I wanted to follow the letter of the law, I could have a half a dozen plants in my townhome, open up my porch window, which adjoins the next porch, below my exhaust fan, and my next door neighbors are probably going to fall over. So maybe there should just be a nuisance ordinance that says if, you know, you're within these bounds, you still have to do something to prohibit an inordinate nuisance from your neighbor. Because where I live, if I had plants growing, it wouldn't matter. My land's, I can get miles away from somebody else, right?
Yep.
But in a little RR community, it might make a big deal.
And that's why I suggested for indoor personal.
But I'm just saying indoor wouldn't necessarily solve the problem, because you could, like I said, unless you have charcoal filters on all your windows.
Exactly. Well, on
So
whatever
let-
exhaust.
Let's come back to, because he did identify, which we're trying to solve a problem, but we're not. And we're imagining a lot of different scenarios. And,
Can I clarify, please? That was such a road, it was not because of buses.
but we don't,
We don't.
yeah, unless you can tell us what the distance is that will be no problem, it's not.
So they doubled it to 75.
Okay. So that's the history on it.
Yeah.
Okay. I think in the end, we could leave it just how it is, and regulation of this will end up by complaint. Because when the neighbor complains that it's destroying their ability to enjoy their porch, so I'm not sure what the answer.
The problem with that is, if you leave it like it is, then somebody who's growing outdoors and it's a real nuisance can say, I am in complete compliance with this marijuana ordinance. That ordinance specifies what's a nuisance, and this is not one under that nuisance. And so when you do that, you have now locked in the ability for anybody to grow outdoors with the setback any place in this county.
The solution to that is a zero setback. And they complain.
Very, very small.
Oh, don't say point of order.
Might I suggest the commission sends 2 ideas forward to the board for consideration, and then we can move beyond this item right now. We could have a very strict one, and maybe as the board had forward, and then we could move on.
Go with the most strict interpretation. Okay. Is there a proposal here?
Well, we put forward indoor only, except zoning that is the same as commercial. That was what the two of us put forward.
It's the best I can do.
And we may be discussing setback for commercial later on. If we change that way, it would be.
And this will have to be changed too, because it'll have to comply
So
with
is it a
commercial.
motion or what's going on, or
They're
consensus?
just putting out a
Polling?
proposal that.
I'd say leave it how it's written here in the ordinance, 75
Tim.
feet.
Well, I had another person. I go by changing the, until we poll on changing the setback distance, I'll say no to that one. But it may be the best result.
I think reality is people are going to do whatever they do, and as long as nobody's complaining about it, it's not going to matter. I mean, people are doing it now. But I think I would stick with what we have, given that we may come back to the 75 feet.
Well, what we have is the 75 feet.
That we may come back to the 75 feet and change it to whatever number we end up with when we start talking about the commercial setbacks.
And by what we have, you mean allowing outdoors?
Yes. So what, where are we? Tim, you wanted to leave it as it is, but you have a concern about the 75 feet also?
Yeah, I mean, I would increase I'd just increase the setback.
And Brett?
To 200 feet. I just pulled that out of my...
75 feet outdoors.
Right, just like what it's
Just how it's written. I'm fine with it.
So I'm not totally clear. Do we have a polling right now, the three of you?
We're trying
going
to.
Leave it? Okay.
Yes.
We're trying to have
leave it as
polling.
is, knowing that we might look at that 75-foot distance.
Well,
Because if we change it for something else, the Supreme Court might change it.
Well, I don't think we
Yeah,
have three
I-
saying anything. Yeah.
Well, let's,
No, we didn't have three that agreed on any one. Yeah, we didn't have three that agreed on
Okay.
any one thing.
Is anybody in agreement to just increasing the setback figure? If not,
to what?
to 200 feet.
Okay.
And we'll remember where that number came from.
Yeah. Brett?
That's too great of a setback.
So
Either we, I mean, to get the move for progression, for rural residential, stuff like that, indoor, fine, but I mean, I don't see an issue with 75 feet on outdoors.
But, and in any zoning is what you're saying?
Yeah, in any zone, I don't have an
Well,
issue.
basically,
And
you
that's
just
where
said what
those-
we've been saying, is that in any zoning allowed for commercial, it's this
That's not
setback.
what he's saying.
That's
He
not
said
what I
any
said, I said
zoning.
any zoning, so don't put my, please don't put
Well, I
words
thought you
in
said you
my
didn't
mouth.
want rural residential.
I did not say that.
No. So I think we have absolutely no consensus here, and we should just move along and come back to this at the end and see if we've come around somehow. So are there, let's look at the rest of 050. See if there's anything else we need to discuss. I have a question for Peter. As why we are allowing it in a U zoning without requiring a rezone?
That was the board's direction.
And then,
We will be going through an exercise over the next several months of rezoning the county consistent with the general plan, and we'll be rezoning all unclassified zones to some other zone. And so the U zone will eventually be going away.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting to hear. Okay.
I got a few things, or questions under D. D, B to be exact. It says, did not withdraw application, had denied or revoked. Since that there was like a time where there was where the ordinance ended and the state regulation, how about, was in good standing with Calaveras County at the, with the urgency ordinance at the expiration?
No, the direction, that everybody cares about the direction of the supervisors. They wanted everybody in compliance with not just the urgency ordinance, but with the ban as well.
So, I'm sorry, can you repeat which?
Yeah, it's D1B.
E1.
Yeah, it says, you know, what it says, but
So what we tried to do here was identify what good standing meant.
Yeah.
And so it wasn't denied, it wasn't withdrawn or revoked. Otherwise, because it could have been approved, it could have been still in process. We had, you know, several different sort of levels of processing that we are at. And as long as the not getting approved was not fault of the applicant, is because we, you know, we couldn't get to it for one reason or another.
just because of the backlog and that kind of thing, that's, okay.
That's what we're trying to
that was-
clearly define, rather than, because good standing, there is no real definite, we have to come with a definition, which would have been the same thing.
Well, I guess this is a place for me to speak up here because I had suggested this morning that the permissible pool of applicants should not be limited to those who qualified or at least weren't denied or revoked under the urgency ordinance for reasons I stated at that time. And it is true that there are people who did qualify under the urgency ordinance who did not grow illegally, because you could qualify if you simply graded or prepared the site, and some people did that. So if I stated something different this morning, and I think I did, that was not right. But my point I was trying to make was not that. It was that this really does freeze out anybody who was not part of the previous program. And people may not have been part of the previous program for any number of reasons, including they thought it probably wasn't legal. And actually it wasn't. So I continue to think that we ought to open this up and not just have a monopoly to the folks who qualified or could have qualified under the urgency ordinance. Pick a number. You know, the number 25 has been floated around. You could pick any number you wanted, and the board could change it. You could say 200. But open it up to anybody who didn't have their license revoked or denied. And that would mean that the people who did not get a temporary license from the state for whatever reason would be able to qualify. And people who withdrew their application, it wasn't denied or revoked, would be able to apply. That would simplify a lot of things, and I think it would be much fairer than what's going on here.
I think then we would have, well, I guess it depends on how you do the lottery. You know, do you have the review of the applications to qualify for the lottery? Do you pick 25 or 50 or 75 and then vet those, and well, 4, 6 of them drop out, you pick 6 more?
What I think what I would be scared on is have an influx of people from the outside community coming in where it's not allowed, you know, and then that we start running into what a lot of community members voice, you know, gang members or whatever the case may be, whoever the person may be. That's what worries me on that. I mean, I agree with you. I think if it's possible, have some residency qualifications in here, you know, maybe. But I agree with you on not freezing people out that may not, for one reason or another, maybe they was too young at the time.
I have another suggestion on this, which would be that we come up with a limit of the number, and if it's 190, it's 190, because that's the number that's here, but that should less than 190 of those licenses or permits be actually claimed by the folks who are sort of pre-qualified to be on that list, that then we would open it up to a lottery, up to whatever number we decide it is. Maybe it's not 190, maybe we say, maybe there's 190 pre-qualified, but we only end up with 100 of them who actually follow through and get a permit, and we want to allow up to 150, then maybe 50 would become available under the lottery to do that with. I have no idea what's really going to happen here, just like we had no idea last time. We don't know what's going to come of this, but I believe that the 190 folk or licenses, that the people with those have such a substantial investment already in this that they definitely should get priority in this situation.
I know that was the...
And we'll come back to your issue.
The intention was to, like you said, give that priority to them. But we even run into the problem with 190 that in the study session, every department said they couldn't handle with current staffing more than 25. So how are we going to deal with that?
Is that?
We open it up because one of the things that the sheriff's office said is, commented that history has a tendency to repeat itself, and this is one thing I wouldn't want to see Calaveras County do again. We got to be careful how we open this up, and are we putting our county in the same position they were in before to fail? We had an urgency, and every single department had the same comment. It was an utter disaster. They said the only thing good that came out of it was that they learned to communicate better with each other, the departments learned to work together better, but they said other than that, it was an utter disaster. So we don't want to send them an utter disaster again. That's, I think, our job is try to protect the county from, setting them up to fail. I don't want to be in a position where we pass something on just to set the county up again to fail.
So what is your suggestion on this item? I mean, Kelly's suggesting that if we're going to do it, we pick a number and open it entirely.
But I think we need, if we're going to pick a number, we need to listen to what all our departments in the county said they can handle. So I think you can change that, like the first year you start here, they worked out and they said, yeah, now we're bringing in enough extra money, we can bring in a little more staff, so now we can go the next year an additional number. But they said 25 is what they could handle.
Peter, how many applications were processed, or under urgency ordinance, how many applications were brought into the county?
743 or something like that.
So there's a big difference between 190 or...
So if I could get back to Mr. Fiorino's point, we said with existing staff, 25 would be, we need to hire additional staff. Right now, we're looking at what would it take to do 50 applications, 100 applications, 150 applications. What kind of staffing resources, what kind of computers and vehicles and all the other things you would need to operate this program. So we can establish a fee to support a program. So you're correct in saying that we could handle 25, only 25 with existing staff. The intent is that we will be building up the program to handle whatever we need.
Again, this is where, I see the cart before the horse again. We need to, if you say current staffing, we need to base on current staffing right now, and then again, leave it open for adding additional. If the current, you say you current staffing can handle 25, you allow 25 with a lottery, and enough funding comes in on that, you say, this is working, we can now, with current staffing, add this many more, and if we have money to hire another person, we can add this, we can bump it up to here, then you bump it up at that point. But to pick a number that you can't handle ahead of time, there's no guarantee you're going to get that staffing. There's no guarantee you're going to get that funding. So what then is going to happen? You're going to have a disaster again.
That's the question I have for you, Peter, is that, okay, so if we make 190 eligible, in which we haven't quite decided that yet, and you indeed receive applications from 150, how are you going to do the augmented staffing, and how soon can you gear up to do that? What is your contingency plan and the other departments' contingency plans on how to do that, how to take care of it.
Well, we have a provision that says we won't accept any applications until we have the fee in place, which is 60 days. That gives us pretty much 60 days to gear up for what we might have. Clearly, if we establish a number, we will have that number of applications if it's open to all. So if you set 100, we will have 100 applications. If it's limited to what we have here, we really don't know. We have an estimate of what we think might happen. It's probably in the range of 80 to 100. But that's a guess at this point in time, educated guess, but a guess. Yes, it does take time to hire staff, particularly full-time permanent staff. We'll be in a position to hire extra help, right away, and those positions could be converted to full-time, so we could bring people on relatively quickly. But it's not going to happen overnight. And so we assume at the same point of time that the board adopts an ordinance that they will also be adopting a fee, because then we'll have a better idea of what exactly it is that they are, the criteria for staffing. And that gives us that window to come up to speed with whatever we need to do.
Well, I'll tell you where I am right now on this section is that I have serious questions about the requirement of the temporary license from the state. I mean, we're talking about people who are fair and square with the county. They weren't delinquent with the state.
So can we finish this discussion?
Well,
Because we'll come back to that. We're going to talk about
No, I
that.
know, but that it might increase the number of people.
Yes,
That's
that
the only
probably
point.
will,
That's
but
what
we're
I'm
not
saying.
choosing a number right now. We're saying the people.
I think, I'm about to agree with you.
Okay. I'm just trying not
I
to
agree
get
with the
off
chair that the people that were here and played by the rules, now there are some people who were never denied but never accepted, but besides, those people might be just as pure and honest as the others. But the people who had permits granted and worked with us through all the stuff that we've been through, I think should have a priority, and not have it be a random thing for people on the outside. I think that's another definition
Yeah,
of
I think
fairness.
that's already in here, that they get the priority. I think
Well,
the
I didn't hear
discussion
that.
is
Just a second.
what...
Hang on. I did not hear that with Commissioner Wooster. I thought it was just open, fair and square to anybody who wanted to apply. So that's where I'm coming from, which the thing about the state license just affects the number of people that we might qualify. I don't understand why that's a requirement.
Yeah, so the 190 might become 195,
Or whatever.
or whatever number it is. We don't know that, but
I'm curious, out of the 190, now those were all inspected. They had all their inspections, so we know without any doubt they were all in compliance. And
Not
they've all been
There
inspected.
were a handful that we did not inspect.
Okay.
Because they just were at the end of the list, we didn't get to them.
Now, have they all been inspected to see that they are in compliance with the current code?
I don't know that.
With the ban.
I doubt that we have gone out on inspections for all of them, other than unless it's a complaint basis.
Because that was also direction by the supervisors, was that they not only complied with the urgency ordinance, but they were also found in compliance with the ban.
So one of the provisions is that we would have to,
You'd have to
before
inspect
February
them.
9th, they would have to have complied with that, because the ban allowed them to have 2 years to restore
Right,
the site.
Right.
And
So
that
on
2 year
February
expires.
9th, you go check and see that the site was
And so that's going to be
restored.
one of the criteria to qualify, if you haven't,
and now we're venturing into
Yeah,
even
different every, yeah.
the next messy zone you've managed to identify. So I think what I hear is that there is not support for opening this up at this time, that we want to stick with the original 190, perhaps with those additional folks who through no fault of their own got filtered out. Other than Commissioner Wooster, who would like to open it up, and I don't I think opening it up might be the right thing in the future. I think for this first go at it, we should stick with what we've got. But how does everybody else feel about that before we move on to the next thing?
Yeah, I think what I was, Jerry, along with that is that I was just trying to define, if you're opening it up, what is the number?
Yeah, I
And
understand.
I haven't heard a number.
Yeah, but if we were starting from scratch, the number might be 25, but we're not. We're not going to pick winners and losers among people who've already invested here. So is there general agreement to just stick with the direction that the ordinance already has?
Well, not from me, but I'm a minority.
Yeah.
It's subject to discussion about the state licenses.
Right, so now let's poll everybody on the issue of the state license, where the ban went into effect before people could pick up their state license if they were in the process,
Well,
or chose not to apply because they knew about the ban.
I don't know why the state license requirement is in here. We're talking about people fair and square with the county. You know, we could ask whether they brush their teeth, or, well, you know, it's just, I don't understand the state license requirement.
I believe a lot of these was an attempt to keep the numbers down to a manageable level to start with, and then later opening it up to those other people. I think that when all this, they're trying to look at how do we go from 190 down to a manageable number. So there, we're back to that, is that it's because the county made it clear with current staffing, this is what they could handle. And, you know, until they get more staffing, or, I think that was when I was in the study session, that was the intention of this.
Yeah, I just don't
starting with
see
190 and then trying to carve it down to a manageable number from there.
I don't see a rational basis for whether they applied for state license or not.
Again, we're going to poll. We're going to take a quick poll on this and move along.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, because it's after 3 o'clock.
I'd like to know how many people would fall into that category roughly.
Yes, they don't know exactly, but we heard from 2 today.
That's right.
Well, it
Right.
depends on if they had applied for a state license. That's probably a handful of people, you know, probably half a dozen, or, you know, 6 to 10, say. If it's anyone who didn't apply for a state license because they chose not to because the ban was going into effect, that number is going to be closer to around 300, I think.
300.
All of the people that did not get denied, that fit under D1-2, did not withdraw or have it denied or revoked, was somewhere around 300, 350. And so if not having a state license having a state license is not going to be a criteria, that's going to significantly increase the potential number.
By how many?
Well, again, I'm guessing the total would be, without going back and looking at all of the statuses at the time of the end of the program, which would have been June 2018, it's probably around 300 to 350.
And there's going to be a number of people who are not going to be eligible under the new program just because they don't have property or have been unable to locate a new premise for themselves, right? That is in compliance.
There are those
with
who've
the-
left the community and don't intend to come back.
Yeah.
You know, we don't know what that number
Yeah.
is. Whether it's 190 or 350, there's going to be a percentage of those who are not going to reapply.
It doesn't
I
seem
think
to
a
me
problem
like-
I see here is now you talk about 350, and when we discussed whether or not we could use the EIR, previous EIR said, yeah, we can use this now because we've reduced this down to 190.
Right, so we're going to just poll on this right
So,
now. So it's.
You know, we start opening this up and the numbers just not here, you know, we're trying to push it, get higher, well then the EIR is
So
obviously
you do
no
not
good.
support the removal of C?
No.
Kelly? How do you feel about removing C?
Well, I mean, to be consistent, I'd have to say get rid of it, and not only that, get rid of the other stuff too.
I
must get rid of all of
understand,
that.
but I have to ask. Brett?
I get rid of C. I mean,
I have I still have not understood a rational basis. Maybe there is one for having this as it limits the numbers, that's clearly, and then that's important. But is it, somebody is better because they've proven themselves a better
I can
farmer?
answer that question. At the time that the ban went into effect, in order to be legal in California, you had to have a state license.
So as of up until the ban happened, you had to have a state, between the time it was
From
enacted
January,
and went into
I remember it was
effect.
January 1st or January 10th or some date in January, to that, you had to have a state license to cultivate in Calaveras County.
And
As
that
well
was,
as
and that was during that grace period where, by Calaveras County standards, it was, okay, so they needed a state license to be legally cultivating.
Correct.
So if they continued cultivating from January till what, June it was the
June
grace
8th, I
period,
believe was the date, yeah.
then they were in violation of state law if they didn't get a state
I
license.
don't think the whole
So
license
that disqualifies them anyway then.
And the state license program was in its infancy as well, so there were problems. And, if the desire is to accommodate those handful of people, we could, draft some language that says, had a state license, received a temporary state license, or had applied for a temporary state license and was still in process, or something like that, if that's your intent. And that would provide a slight potential increase for those handful of people that you heard from today. But if it's just eliminated all, then it really opens up quite a bit. It could.
Okay, well, now I understand, and I would go for if they applied and had not been processed.
If you apply in the beginning of January, it takes a few weeks, and Peter will acknowledge it takes a few weeks to actually get that state license. So for the few of us that did apply twice, paid twice, and all that, even if you applied, we didn't get that paperwork back until like the end of January, beginning of February, saying you can't because now the county is under ban.
Yep.
If that makes any difference, so for the few of us that did, there was no way to even not be denied because the county is now banned.
Right.
Even though you've been in good standing.
Yeah. You did everything you could to get a state license, and they said, can't now.
Correct.
Okay.
Do we have any support for keeping C in with some language for review on a case-by-case basis of those folks who had applied, but because of the ban were unable to complete the state licensing process?
I wouldn't want it to be a case-by-case basis.
That's right.
I want to establish a specific, here's what they had to have done.
Okay,
Keep it
so-
ministerial. Yeah.
That applied prior to the ban going into effect, and we're still in process with the state at the time the ban became effective.
That's
Or,
fine.
well, it sounds as if maybe the state denied, then they couldn't do anything more.
No, that, if it was denied, then that was not, but if they were still in process,
Well, they're saying if they were denied because of the ban, because the
Because of
state
the
had
ban.
received notice of the ban, so they just denied everything because of the ban.
right, there was some back and forth with the state agency, well, you guys have banned it, we said, no, they're still allowed to grow, so then they
Yeah.
reversed that in some
If
cases.
we can basically say, applied in every respect they could for the state license.
I think we can draft, if we could come up with language
We can come up with
that
that?
covers what it is, if that's the majority wish here. I've heard two people say they want that, so.
Do we have support for that?
Yes.
So 3, Trent?
Yeah, I'd like to see what they come up with.
And Kelly, you're going to be a no, right?
Well, he wants
But
all,
I don't
he
wanna
wants
speak
all of
for
them
you.
taken out. No, that's not gonna happen.
Okay. Are we ready? So I think there was some discussion about D15.
Now, before we get there.
Yeah,
A couple of things.
I'm back on paper. Then.
Oddly enough, D2 just requires that you own a parcel, lease a parcel that has all these requirements. But it doesn't say that has to be the one you're going to cultivate on, it just says you have to own it. So why don't you add on which the applicant is applying to cultivate cannabis? That would be one thing to do. The other thing is in the box on page 12, next to the 20-plus acres for the ministerial cannabis permit. Something's been left out because it doesn't make any sense. It says max 1 premises should be premise per 20 acres, and it just says up to 5 premises. I think what it's meant to say is up to 5 premises per parcel, because when you go later on in the document, that's what's required.
Definitely.
And the state always states it as a plural, so I started crossing out all the S's after premises, and I had to give up.
One.
Okay, that's one issue.
What's, on that, I'm a little confused on that, because it says max 1 premise per 20 acres, up to 5 premises
Per parcel.
per parcel. So they'd have to have 100 acres, correct, to have 5 premises?
Correct.
Yeah.
And if they have 200 acres, they still can only have 5 premises.
5 premises. And then under premises, are we changing that to, would we change that to cultivation sites?
No, I think this is
No.
premises because the license is by premise. And it's the number of licenses or permits, whatever they are.
Okay, I also have an
You can
issue.
more than one cultivation site on a premise.
I also have an issue in
I'm
this
kinda
box
wondering.
under D2 with respect to the conditional use permit
Where are
for
we?
10 to 19.99 acres.
Where you at? Oh,
Are you?
I'm on
On
page
page
13, in the last box on the top of the page. If you look at chapter 17.82, there's nothing in there that's geared to cannabis. It's all fairly general requirements, like consistent with the county's general plan, adequate in land area, compatible with neighboring land use and zoning, enough access, and so forth. And so if, when somebody comes in with an application for a conditional use permit on a parcel between 10 and 19.99 acres, there aren't any real standards that fit here that the planning commission or the board could use. And so I don't know what people are going to be able to do with that. And I would, frankly, I'd prefer to get rid of it because I just don't know how we're going to handle it. Unless and until somebody comes up with some standard that says this is the sort of thing you have to consider when you're dealing with one of these requests for a CUP.
On the 10.1 to 19.99, yeah.
Right.
So you
You
don't
you
think
can
that the-
condition it with any conditions you want, basically, because the list of conditions is a may include but not limited to, and none of which really work here. So you're just kind of at sea on this thing.
So you're saying basically it should be clearer or that it has to be clear in order to be valid?
I'm not going to venture a guess on what has to be valid. That's council's job. What I'm suggesting is it's, the way it is, the chapter that's cited doesn't fit the task at hand. That's the problem.
It's generic to conditional use permits, and we're not giving any indication to the applicant of under what conditions they would be given this flexibility.
Right. That's the problem.
Yeah, I
So
Well,
the use permit process is intended to be generic. The use permit process is a general process to consider uses that may be appropriate in some locations by zone, but may not be depending on the circumstances. And so as with any use permit, we would look at, and there are findings that need to be made in order to approve a use permit. It's compatible with surrounding land uses, there's not an environmental effect, it's consistent with the general plan. I was trying to bring it up, but somehow this website's not bringing it up properly.
I can give you mine.
So the purpose of the use permit would be to have that discretionary review before this commission to decide, there could be a situation where there's a 15-acre parcel that's surrounded by 100-acre parcels, and it's not going to adversely affect the neighbors. The alternative to that is, a 15-acre parcel next to a bunch of 5-acre parcels or 1-acre parcels, probably inappropriate. And so it would be based on a case-by-case analysis of, would this use adversely impact the surrounding properties, the environment? We would do a CEQA analysis for those because it would be a discretionary permit process. So there's not specific standards that says, here's what we would approve or disapprove for a use on those smaller sites. It would be based on the specific analysis of what's proposed, where on the property is it proposed. It may be that there is a lot of small parcels on one end of it, but next to the National Forest on the other, and they're proposing to put their cultivation premise or site at the far end of the property. So that's why you would look at it through a use permit process, so that we do have an ability for the neighbors to be notified, come in and say, we don't have a problem with it, or no, this would be horrible, this, whatever the issues might be.
I think that makes a lot of sense myself. I think we haven't a hard enough time coming up with specifics about a 75-foot setback. And these will be, the reason this is under a conditional use permit is that it's already in a sensitive area, the 10 to 19.99 acres.
Yeah.
The
zonings are all things that would likely have if it was zoned in that way, it would likely have larger parcels around it anyway. It would be sort of an anomaly to have an A1 that was 12 acres.
But you might be next to RR, or you might be next to another A1. So I think it makes, develop the case law is basically what we're talking about here.
I just don't think there's going to be that many of them, so it's a case-by-case seems fine.
Yeah, I'm okay. I just want you to know there is something back on page 11 that hadn't been done.
Okay, let's go back to it once we
finish
this one up.
Yeah.
Are we okay with just leaving this as is on case-by-case basis, knowing it's going to take a little while to
Yes.
get there? Okay, on page 11, Tim?
I had suggested that indoor non-commercial cannabis cultivation sites be subject to the light restrictions of the commercial thing, so that you don't have any light leaking out at night, and the air filtration requirements, which would answer the townhouse example we had earlier. This is something that the Planning Commission did do 2 years ago. Again, we have the problem of if you're on a regular city-sized residential lot and you have your indoor plants and you open your windows at night, the smell problem's going to be out there. So I had it in there. I guess the staff did not agree. I didn't quite get to that part. It's on their list, but I didn't see. Oh, it's under their policy issues which require Planning Commission discussion. Don't know if anybody else is interested in that, and I don't need to delay things if you're not.
Okay, you're on 1795-050C3?
Page 11, yeah.
Okay. Well, number one, this would incorporate the generator restrictions?
I have included the generator restrictions. That might be unnecessary.
Okay, well, we can deal with that later, but I have a problem with them.
But the light restrictions from the commercial provisions, and then I had put in, if within 1,000 feet of the boundary of the property zoned U, RA, or RR, the air filtration requirements. As I said before, I think we required it on any indoor grow. We required it, we recommended that on what we sent up before.
Yeah, I would agree with those restrictions, with the light restrictions and the carbon filtering.
Well, wait a minute. We're talking about the 6 plants, right?
We're talking about the 6 plants, yeah.
And you're going to require carbon filtration for 6 plants?
That's what maybe you voted for last time, too. I just
No,
am bringing it up.
I live and learn, but
Yeah, it's to eliminate odors.
I mean, if this is overkill, it's overkill.
I'm okay with it just the way it is. This is a personal.
But I'd like it, I like the light restrictions, because if indoors is considered like a greenhouse and they've got lights in it, I don't want, that
Yeah,
near
it's
me
it's
with bright
unclear.
lights on at night.
It's unclear. They talk about it needs to be covered, but it doesn't necessarily say covered with non-translucent material.
I'm fine with the way it is. Worried about light, I'd be more worried about my neighbor's floodlight flashing in my window when a car drives up the road.
And when we get that lighting ordinance in place, it won't be an issue, right?
Well, just because there's some problem lights doesn't mean we need to add more problem lights. Okay.
No, I understand, but I think we're talking about 6 plants here.
We're talking about
Indoors
6
in someone's residence
Or auxiliary building.
or auxiliary building.
And typically, when they grow plants inside, they're not gonna leave the garage door open so everybody can see what they're growing inside, so.
And not visible with
Yeah,
normal
normal
unaided vision
vision.
from a public place, so I think that
That
will
take care of
probably
itself.
take care of it.
Takes care of it.
Well, it takes care of
The
some of
lighting
it,
issue.
because again, it could still be indoor, could be considered in a greenhouse type of structure,
Anyway,
where with lights in it.
Right, but this says it's not
You
visible.
can't can't see it.
If you have lights on and you see the lights, the plants will
where
likely
are
be
you-
visible.
where are
But
you doing the not visible?
Just
This
put
right
it
here.
right down below it. Number 5.
Yeah.
Number 5, okay. No, I don't know what, okay. Anyhow, if there isn't a problem, there isn't a problem. Move on.
well, I think I like the light restrictions too.
You like the light restriction?
Yeah, I don't see where that's imposing any great burden.
No, it's fine. I'm fine with adding the light restriction. I don't think any of the others have any place in this. There's not going to be a generator probably to deal with.
Okay? So, light? but
Sure.
not-
Go
Yeah,
ahead
let's
and-
go with lights, yes.
Go ahead and add the light
Add
restriction.
lights, yeah, add lights.
We're flexible. We need to change colors of pens. All right,
Page 14,
yes.
number 7A. Do you have anything before that,
Yeah,
Tim?
I'm sorry, I think I do.
I have something on 4. The applicant has and maintains written and notarized land odor consent. I think that any written consent needs to be notarized. That was brought up, I think, also by the sheriff's
Where are we
department.
now?
Number 4, page 14.
Number 4 at the top of page 14. That was one of the sheriff's office concerns, is that written permission be notarized.
I'm still struggling with
Tim's-
page 11.
Oh, we moved on to 14.
Well, I know, but I'm trying, okay, I'm trying to do each one of these things, and what in 5, on page 11, right at the very bottom, cannabis plants and any cannabis produced by the plants are kept in a locked space. To me, locked space didn't connote outdoors things. So I said, including for outdoor grows, locked security fencing, and outdoor sites, excuse me. And I think the staff came up with alternative some alternative language. Yeah, the staff's version is, the cannabis is on page 3 of their answers to mine. Cannabis plants and any cannabis produced by the plants are kept in a locked space, fully enclosed by security fencing, and shall be securely locked using a child-resistant lock in a manner designed to reasonably prevent access to the cannabis by trespassers and children, and not visible by normal unaided vision from blah, blah, blah. And the only question I had to that is it sounded like you were putting fencing around a building, and if it were indoors. You have locked space fully enclosed by security fencing.
I suppose it could be interpreted that way.
Well, that would work, right?
Yes. And
but if it's in
maybe
a building that is locked, then you have to fence the building as well, is what you're saying.
Yeah, right.
We could put or, and maybe
Yeah,
space,
okay.
Or we
maybe
could
locked
put-
structure.
And then
Is that-
put a comma after fencing, which means the rest of it will apply to both. I'm done with 11.
Okay, now, are we on page 14 yet?
Just
Brent's patiently waiting for us to get there.
I thought we were there, I'm sorry.
Hang on, yeah.
We got
Too
a
many
couple
things to
pages
look
in
at.
between.
Yeah, we're on page 14.
Okay, we're on page
Oh,
14.
Sorry.
Wait,
No.
Back on
Page
11.
12.
Page 12.
Page 12, 050C7.
50.
And I think you need to begin the sentence, unless you don't want to permit this, with the exception of a primary caregiver cultivating at the residence of the patient, then the rest of it the way it's...
We addressed that in my response. Primary caregiver is no longer a permissible use under this ordinance. That's why primary caregiver is specifically not in there.
Under the state, I mean, you can't have a primary...
It's allowed under the state. The board wanted to eliminate the primary caregiver. There is a lot of, that's what I'm looking for, loopholes with that.
So even if the
It's either
resident
personal or
is
commercial.
there, needs the cannabis, primary caregiver lives next door, the primary caregiver can't raise the cannabis for the patient in the patient's home. Is that what
You
you're
have to raise
There
it
can be
next door.
6 plants.
Well,
Take it to
There can be 6 plants in anybody's home. It doesn't matter whether it's medical, by a primary caregiver. We're not distinguishing or limiting what those 6 plants can be used for. So to the extent that somebody needs up to 6 plants, they can designate all of their 6 towards, for their medical use.
But I thought, wait a minute here. This is saying who can grow it, right? Page 12, let's see, C7. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
if you're
says, each
cultivating-
person cultivating non-commercial cannabis shall maintain his or her residence in a dwelling on the parcel on which the cultivation occurs.
So
And I'm saying you can have a primary caregiver maintained.
the state requires that non-commercial growing be done in a private residence by somebody who lives in that residence.
Okay, so
So if
they're not letting primary caregivers doing it now?
They're not, for non-commercial, you can't grow at somebody else's house that you don't live at
Yeah, I mean, it just,
Anymore.
it used to be, okay, anymore.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Okay.
I'm sure that it will be okay if your niece is your primary caregiver, that she waters your plants for you that are at your house. That's really the issue. It's 6 plants at any house, they belong to that person. They can give away the results of that to whoever they want.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
One more time, Brett.
Yes.
I'm waiting, I'm gonna hit my start. We'll jump to 13. Since I'm on 14.4, the applicant has and maintains written and notarized landowner consent. These are just, I took from comments from the Sheriff's Department, and will reside on the property where cultivation is to take place. Those were both from the Sheriff's Department, their concerns.
But there's no residential requirement for commercial cannabis anymore, is there?
Well, that was the board's direction, they did not. So we do require a notarized authorization from the landowner. We have
Yeah, it should say that here, though, notarized.
Doesn't hurt to add it, but it's required, we require anyway for all applications. And then that's a policy call whether or not residents be on the site.
Well,
That
we
call-
went through that.
That call's been made by the board, right?
The board had directed us that they did not require that.
We went through that same issue when the planning commission tried to develop a regulatory ordinance. Thought that was not a good idea because there didn't seem to be a need to be multiplying residences with no good reason, and it's perfectly feasible for somebody to maintain a grow and not live on that parcel.
Yeah, the problem, and this is why I wish we had a representative from the Sheriff's Department. You know, there's different reasons why you draw up regulations, and one of them is public safety. And when we ignore our public safety officers and their concerns, what you're telling me is we're not trying to draft a public safety regulation. We're trying to draft a regulation that will benefit the growers, not public safety. And I think that you have to take public safety into concern as well. And they said one of the problems they have with grows when there's nobody on site and they come and have to do an inspection and it's locked up, nobody on site, it was a big problem for the Sheriff's Department. And that's why that concern was brought up, and that's why I mentioned this on here. So
Don't we have a,
it would be nice if we could have heard from the Sheriff's Department and they could explain more. I'm kind of at a loss to understand why every other time this has been discussed in the session, it was no problem to have a representative here, but for some reason here today, we cannot get these people here to question and answer our questions. Again, I think it goes back to concern that Peter says, that we shouldn't be trying to rush this. Seems to me if we can't get the people here to talk to them, and we're trying to go through it and approve it without them being here, we're rushing this.
Well, I can
And that was one of the
guarantee
concerns
you
we had.
that 2 weeks from now, we are going to be here completing this because we are not going to finish tonight.
Well, I would
So
put a request in that we
yes, that's
we
what I was
ask that
going
we
to
have a
suggest.
representation from the Sheriff's Department, and I'd also like a representation from Building and Code Compliance.
I think it was a good request today. I hope they come.
All right. The next item on page 14.
Down at 7A, this one, problem I have with this is, this has nothing to do with the cultivation. I mean, it could be subject to if they had a junk car sitting on their lot 3 years ago, and they could be,
It says for unlawful cultivation.
Yeah, I don't know where that
So
car
you're
comes
saying-
into that, it says for unlawful cultivation.
I wonder if something changed between.
Yeah, and B also
Must-
says
must-
receiving a
must- I
citation
must-
for unlawful
It's
cultivation.
okay to be wrong.
I must have read into something there or something
Happens to
else.
me all the time.
That could be like a second part. You gotta get right to the end before it mentions unlawful cultivation. And that might have thrown you on that.
Let's see. Well, we can keep going on, and then I'll read over it and see if we can go. We'll just pull a 10, we'll come back to it.
So I think,
Are we moving on, or-
Tim, you had something on item, we had a replacement that from staff, so that's
Yeah.
fine, yeah.
Which one are you talking about now, then?
On 11, I was just double checking that.
Oh,
I
okay.
just had a little mark there, but it's already
Thank you.
covered.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, page,
I'm still got one more
okay.
on 12. Just a question on this, if they have to be in compliance with this alphabet soup here. I don't know how to pronounce that the way it is. But how do we know that they're in compliance, and who is verifying that? That's a question I have.
If they have a state license, right?
Yes. And
If
we'll
they have
do-
a state
License is still valid.
And if their license is revoked for some reason, they notify the local jurisdiction. And same way that if we revoke it for some reason, we'll notify the state.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Tim,
Okay, at the top of page 15, if we're ready for 15, I was adding a new paragraph. And, let's see, whoops, wait a minute. First,
There were two new paragraphs.
Yeah,
we
two
were
new paragraphs.
suggesting.
yeah, why don't you present this part? Because you're the one that has the last word on it. Where in your,
So one of those we felt was unnecessary. That was your proposed number 16.
the water, yeah.
And this would be on page 8 of my response to your comment. And this has to do with a demonstration of the adequacy of the water.
Yeah,
How much gallonage would be.
And also, I mean, what got me into this is the approved sources of the water.
Right.
And so there were two things I was trying to accomplish there, both having the applicant come forward with something that you could act on ministerially that would show that the anticipated gallonage of water would be sufficient. So we don't get into the too big to fail thing of, oh, I put all this money in and my well's not performing. You'd have some idea whether it was going to be performing. The other thing is to specify what the proper sources of water are, and I don't think that's anywhere else in the ordinance.
So I would agree with that. I mean, we talked about have to be connected to either public system or have a well. What we didn't specifically say was that trucking of water in was prohibited. And I think
Yep.
that was one of the points you were trying to get to with this.
Yeah, that.
And I know that was a source of a number of complaints concerning, damage to roads, and I would agree that that is probably an appropriate provision that we should add. But that's up to the rest of the commission.
Yeah, and
As far as establishing a threshold, I don't know what that would be, and I have no ability to establish what that is. It could vary depending on a wide variety of criteria, whether it's, the type of, the strain of the plant, the weather that year, the type of cultivation system that they use, any number of things that's beyond my understanding. I'm not a farmer, so I don't know. And so to have the planning director establish what that is, no.
Yeah, my thought was, Peter's not going to like this, number one.
Yeah.
But number two, that perhaps there is expertise available that you'd come up with a chart, at least for size of grow, and and with the language at the end saying, but we're not liable for any accuracy, I'm fine. Peter, if you think this is bad, let's take that gallonage thing out, but get the allowable, I didn't see where anywhere else in this ordinance it said where the allowable sources of water were.
So allowable sources of water should also be surface water or a spring
Yeah.
if they have legal access to
Right.
that.
Right. Yeah, I did have surface water, but
Yeah, I'm just,
I think there are ways you can get a fairly good estimate on what the water usage is going to be within a range. And when you do, because I know later talks about well tests and things, drawdown tests, you got to have something to base that on. How much water are you drawing down every day for the amount of plants? Otherwise, your drawdown test is meaningless. So there are ways that you can come up with a rough idea of what the gallon usage would be for the plants. I mean, if you ask growers, they all told us, well, cannabis uses less than this crop, they all seem to have numbers for how much water the crops are using. So you have to make sure there is a sufficient amount of water being produced, or you're gonna dry up the well or dry up your neighbor's well. And we did have some instances in the county where that happened, where wells and springs were dried up because of excess pumping.
so if the rest of the commission doesn't see a great need to put Peter through this travail, I would withdraw the part about the table, and I think without the table requirement, why then this demonstration of that there will be sufficient water, we're getting on the verge of ministerial discretionary sort of situation. So if we want to just whittle this down to saying permissible sources of water shall be.
Yeah, I think if we leave it here at permissible sources, because later on we do talk about pump tests.
Yeah.
And that's where you can get into.
Right.
That it has to meet this.
Yeah,
this level.
exactly.
It doesn't need to be here.
Right.
Well, if you're not going to know what the sufficient gallonage is, then you don't need to worry about what sources it's coming from. Why don't you just leave it as no trucking and that's it?
right, well, every other source is acceptable
Yep.
except trucking, that would be fine.
That's fine with me.
Anybody going to bring it in by helicopter? I mean, it's, okay, no water from a source
Less damage
transporting
to the
water
road.
with vehicles shall be approved, would cover that. And I just felt to get the complete picture, we should say where the water can come from, but if you don't see that, I don't need it.
I think I would agree, just if we have the no trucking in there is a good thing, because that's really where your road damage and things comes from. Is a lot of people don't realize, but water trucks are one of the heaviest pieces of equipment you'll roll on a road. Because I used to do what they call rolling tests on road surfaces to see if the surface was prepared. We'd do a full water truck and run over the road to see where the soft spots were. So they'll find soft spots.
So just a standalone provision saying no water from a source transporting water with vehicles is or shall be approved?
Something along those lines, yes.
Something along those
I
lines.
don't feel strongly about the exact wording. I think there's general agreement.
No water
here.
trucks.
Yeah.
Well,
There will be a prohibition against water trucks.
Yeah.
Let's not use the word truck.
Find out where it fits.
Vehicle is a lot better than truck.
Right. Okay.
All right.
On page 15, page 15, D15, way I read this, and tell me if I'm wrong, it contradicts with E1, is the way I read it. Does that, anybody else see that?
D15 contradicts E?
E1.
What
that's
if
the
we
way-
put cultivation in front of the word permit? Would that solve it? Okay.
Yes, that would be much better.
What was that?
Cultivation. Yes.
Especially if we're not going to get this done tonight.
I
Let's be
think
humane.
actually, unless there's some objection, we're going to get completed in the next 10 to 15 minutes, since we have to come back anyway. All right, you guys, unless anybody wants to stay here later tonight.
Well, it's only 10 to 4. I'm willing to go as long as you guys need to.
I have another
But I
meeting,
think,
so
yeah,
I'm
I'm
not,
sure that there
can't
will,
stay.
I'm sure we're not going to be able to get through the whole thing tonight.
Yeah, so, and I feel like we're starting to circle one another to some extent. We might not be at our sharpest in this moment.
I'm circling myself.
Okay, well, maybe I am too.
Okay, I've got my new 17 on page 15, D17. We did D16.
I see.
17.
D17, and let's see. I was suggesting the commercial cultivation being applied for is not barred by the terms of any special plan or community plan. Or I said the applicant demonstrates that, the community cultivation. And staff says, well, you can get rid of the applicant demonstrates that. I didn't know if that would be necessary as far as keeping this purely ministerial. And also, we had that provision in the general plan that required the planning department in discretionary actions to consult the community plans. Didn't say you can't consult it for other purposes.
You know, if there's a clear prohibition in a community or special plan, then certainly that would be an appropriate.
And you're happy to consult with,
Yeah.
consult them to do this. That's fine. Then
Actually had a question about his edit. Well, what about the CC&Rs of an individual subdivision, which planning used to check and no longer checks, and
I am very much opposed to the county enforcing private deed restrictions.
And there's legal issues with that too.
Yeah.
I mean, spending public funds to enforce private CCNR.
got it, just checking, because I foresee that as an issue. Okay,
did you have something
so
more
was
on
there
15?
did we make a decision on?
I think everybody agree with that last suggestion? About the commercial cultivation being applied for is not barred by the terms of any special plan or community plan is one of the tests for the application.
Sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
That sounds good.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Sheriff has indicated that he's probably at least another 30 minutes away, but if there's any questions you have for the Sheriff's Department before you conclude today, I can take those questions now.
Well, we actually are requesting that you come back in 2 weeks and join us at 9 o'clock in the morning if you can, or at whatever time you're able to have somebody here. But I'm trying to figure
Yeah,
out
we
any
don't have the
quick
time, I
question.
think. No, it's a long list, so.
Yeah, there's a long list. We don't want
Very
to
good.
start now.
But thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
Somebody must have been watching the video.
Yes.
Thanks
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you. Okay, where are we?
I'm done with 15.
Are we ready to go on to 060?
I'm just looking at the other public comments that, and there's,
Yes. I think there was some concern that this limited the number of permits and the size of grows because they may have moved their original premise location, get the wording right, to or be planning to move it to a new parcel that might have more room, but they're limited by what they were approved for before.
no, this is not limited by size. So if someone was growing 5,000 square feet and they applied on a new location, they could grow up to the maximum allowed depending on the type of cultivation. What we wanted to limit was the number of applications and number of premises. Otherwise, if someone had one cultivation that was approved under the old system, they could apply for 10, 20, 100. I understand that from a commercial standpoint, that may be beneficial to the industry, but that's not what the board wanted to do.
Right. That's it. That's
And
exactly what my question was.
That would then eliminate a limit that we might have, and we certainly would not be able to rely on the addendum if that were the case.
Commissioners?
There was another question about acres of canopy as opposed to the number of premises.
I think it was the term premise versus canopy size versus cultivation site versus whatever.
I had heard more than, I had heard that at least one individual had suggested that so where you have multiple premises on a single large parcel, right now we're saying we're allowed 5 premises.
Mm-hmm.
And there was suggestion that the number of premises not be limited, but it be limited by the canopy size. So you could have a dozen that total that same amount.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not advocating for that, I just wanted to make sure that was an issue that if you wanted to address, you did.
I think we'll get to that in our co-location discussion, right?
Well, that's covered under the table in D2. I think there's also some other criteria under the co-location provisions. Moving on.
I'm trying to imagine the benefit one way or the other, or the implications of trying to define it in a different way. Acreage versus premise. I mean, we're still limiting each premise by acreage.
Well, the premise, so we're limited by the number of premises with a maximum cap of an acre for outdoor.
Right.
And so there would be 5, if you have a 100-acre parcel, you could have 5 1-acre premises or cultivation sites. The suggestion was that rather than limit it to the number of premises, you could have really an unlimited number of premises as long as it didn't exceed the total acreage that would be allowed under that, essentially 5 acres of cultivation. So if you had 5 growers each growing a quarter acre, or four growers each growing a quarter acre, that would be equivalent to one.
So if you had a co-op situation
Right.
kind of thing, okay? It seems like it's a whole additional way of looking at it that would be an alternative, not instead of.
Well, I think you have to decide what are you after? I mean, if it's going to be the size of the parcel has to be have so many acres per either per premise or per acreage of. But how are these things to be dispersed upon this property? The current co-location rules don't specify that they have to be separate from each other. You could have 5 grouped together.
But that's a completely
That's another thing.
additional way
Yes,
of
no,
looking
I know.
at it.
But I'm sorry,
I'm
but
saying that this could be handled, if that was something we wanted to allow, to have a greater number of premises, but still be limited by that total acreage. We could say, or, up to so many premises not exceeding that acreage that would have been allowed, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, and that makes sense to me.
I don't see an issue with it. I mean, it's the acreage is same.
Well,
I think that would encourage or allow for smaller boutique individual.
To pool their resources.
Co-ops.
Co-ops.
Well, I would think one of the reasons for this is to simply limit the number of premises that the county has to deal with.
Right.
Total, no matter how big they are. And if you start trying to come up with a different criteria in terms of acreage, you're going to adversely affect that goal, which is to keep the number what it was, no more. Period, end of story.
Well, that actually wouldn't change that overall number.
Yeah.
They would just be located differently. So
Right.
if you had 10 smaller growers, they could go on 10 individual parcels, 5 of them could go on one parcel of 100 acres, 5 could go on another parcel, or they could, all 10 of them go on one parcel if their cumulative cultivation area didn't exceed
Yeah.
a certain amount.
So we're still talking about 10
Not allow any
permits.
new applicants.
We're not talking about new
Right.
applicants, we're not talking about new because you still have to meet the qualifications of being one of the 190.
Or so.
But are you talking about more premises?
We're talking about
Yes.
more premises on one parcel, but not the total number of premises that might be approved in the county.
So the question is, should the number 5 be something different? 5 premises per parcel?
I think that's the question.
Yeah.
And is there a limit then on, 5 premises at the maximum of 1 acre, or an unlimited number of premises not to exceed
5 acres.
5 acres of canopy area? I think that
And
was
maybe not
the request.
unlimited.
No, part of the problem is your parcels vary so much in terms of acreage that it does seem that a flat limit of 5 is a little bit arbitrary, because it would apply to a 1,000-acre parcel as much as it apply to a 100-acre parcel.
That's right, and that was the number that the board chose.
It always comes back to that.
Yes, but our job is to give them our best views.
Yes, I agree. I actually can see a benefit to consolidating a lot of smaller growers on one large parcel, if that works for them. I think that
And that was-
environmentally, that's a better situation.
Better thing, that'd help the county
And that was
as well,
something the sheriff's
regulations.
department liked too.
You think they would be?
Well, that was one of the things they said, is by having them all in one location, it made it easier for them.
Right, to monitor a group all
Right,
at once.
and it makes it harder for illegal grows to hide amongst them. If you had a whole bunch of grows here, and you took care of a certain number of your, whatever the limit is, and they're all in this location, the sheriff's department knows where they are, and it's hard then, because you've got them all scattered around, you can hide illegal grows in and amongst those. And that's why they like them being clustered.
So I'm glad Peter persisted in explaining that, because that sounds like something we're open to, is a larger potential number of premises on a single parcel, but still limiting the proportion of the acreage. But perhaps we need to have two, I don't want to use tier because that's already used in here, but 2 groupings, so maybe up to 150 acres, it is the 5, and maybe between 150 and 300 acres, you allow 10, or whatever it is. Is that what you were trying to get at, Kelly, that if you had a very large parcel, it might make sense to allow more than 5, or more than the 5 acres?
That's part of it. And the other part is, I'm not sure that, I guess I'm not convinced that any limit of premises per parcel is necessary.
You can just keep it with acreage for this?
Just, my concern would be the number of premises. We know the maximum size of a premise. So that's a given. Now, whether they're concentrated in one parcel or scattered around, to me, that should be something driven by what makes sense for the business people and the law enforcement people.
Right.
And so I guess I'm having trouble
We're
with
trying not
the
to
5
cover the
parcels.
entire parcel, So that 100% of that parcel is covered with?
Well, it would be one,
Yes.
the way it's written right now, it's one premises, which would be one cultivation area of up to 1 acre of canopy area per 20 acres. So every increment of 20 acres, you could add one. So if you had 40 acres, you could have 2 acres.
And the
So-
premises are bigger than the total canopy.
Right.
So just keep that in mind.
And
So,
something that's going to naturally limit that is going to be water availability.
Yeah.
So
There's going to be lots
you
of
can
other-
say, yeah, you got 1,000 acres, you can put all this many, but if you don't have the water, you're only going to be able to put what you have water for. So there's kind of a natural limitation anyway that's going to come in there.
And I think
and I
that-
can't say why the board said let's cap it at 5, it just might have been, that seemed like a reasonable number.
with that approach, where there doesn't, we don't need to come into, if you've got more than 100 acres, you do this or whatever, you still got 5
If you just,
permits, 5 permits on any parcel, excuse me. It's a 1 permit per 20 acres. If that's all you say, is 1 permit per 20 acres, then,
that's not what we're saying, though. I mean, that is what we were just saying, that it's 1 acre per 20
well,
acres.
okay.
However many permits or premises is what we were saying.
Yeah, no, I understand. I guess, let me rephrase.
Yeah.
You don't have to go in several tiers of parcel sizes if you limit to 5 permits. If you limit it to either the permit per 20 acres or the number of acres being done in those 20 acres, you just have to look to see what the full size of the parcel is and, figure each 20 acres of that parcel can have 5 of these units on it. Not working?
No, not
Okay.
at all. I think, now I'm circling you or you're
Yeah,
circling me.
right,
We're
right.
confused. We're circling the
Well,
drains at this point.
Well, our usual approach is, well, let's see what Peter drafts up and see if we like it.
Well, I think generally, we're thinking that allowing a greater number of permits on a single parcel, so long as we don't overwhelm that parcel,
Right.
benefits the sheriff. There's no reason not to. Maybe that actually helps out people who want to have a smaller,
And this isn't creating a greater number of
and
permits.
it's not creating a greater burden for the planning department.
That was my understanding, is you're saying this doesn't create a greater number of permits. It's not, you have 190 people, and out of those 190, they all have 5 permits each, and then you've got, you're saying it's still limited to that.
Right.
Right, that's what I understood, okay.
Have we given you enough to play with, Peter?
I think just let me make sure I understand it. So the idea would be that we're not going to limit the number of premises other than its total acreage of canopy of 1 acre per 20 acres. And if you've got 1,000 acres, do the math, whatever that might be.
Yeah.
But it would be, so yeah, we'll need to noodle that around a little bit to figure out the language, but we can come up with language to that effect.
Well, I've got an issue with the 1 acre.
Pardon me?
I've got a separate issue with the 1
we'll
acre
get
when
to
we
that.
get there.
Yeah.
Right.
But to me, the idea that you just say max 1 premise per 20 acres, don't say anything about parcels. No limit of how many premises per parcel, period.
Right. Did it take you 4 parcels to get 20 acres, or is
No,
20
parcel,
acres a fifth
not-
of a parcel?
No, wait a minute, parcel, we're talking about the whole piece of property.
Right, I understand. That's what
Okay.
Kelly's talking about too, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
what's your concern?
So that's a whole nother,
My idea is just don't have a limitation of how many premises you can have per parcel, because I don't see how it makes a lot of sense.
As long as the acreage criteria is met.
Yeah, you don't need acreage criteria or anything else, you just get rid of that requirement. And as Commissioner Farino said, there's going to be a natural limitation anyway because of your water.
You can have a canopy limitation.
We'd have that with the premises.
right.
We get you 1 premise per 20 acres, period, that's it.
And I think as we go through this, there'll be other limiting factors that may come up when you want to put large numbers. You're also going to then have to look at how you're affecting wildlife, and so there's
Yeah.
going to be limiting factors that'll come in naturally.
Well, that's one thing we have not dealt with, and the board hasn't either, is any requirement of separation over this parcel of where these plantings, I'm going to use a general term, might be. My understanding was that the board did not mean to have a separation requirement. But the way we're envisioning it now, we could end up with, I think Commissioner Fiorino pointed out, you could end up with a whole big chunk of wildlife blockage in one corner of this huge parcel. So it's something we have to keep in mind. Right now, I'm not asking you to come up with a separation thing. Let's see what you come up with, and then we'll consider the ramifications.
One other thing that you might want to think about, I don't think anybody's thought of it up until just now, sort of talking with Peter, is there wasn't any requirement of demarcating premises boundaries, and I think that would make it a lot easier for the sheriff to know if people are doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Absolutely.
So we have grower A in this area, grower B here, and not like, well, those plants over there are mine and those are his.
I have
and
five
there's
in
more over
that
here.
line, three over here.
There's a state regulation. I think the real world.
It's required in both. There's a premises diagram, and the premises diagram would be required for shared.
Right,
But on
the ground.
On the ground.
Yeah.
Are we getting, are they individually fenced? Sarah?
Yes. My brains are fried. I don't know how everybody else is
Fried
feeling,
too.
but I think I've had all the good times I could take today. So
almost
I
ready to
look
start
forward
agreeing
to
with Brett on
seeing all
everything.
of you in 2 weeks
Michelle,
with
what
all your new ideas.
do you think we can get through this in one meeting, the remainder, or
Yes.
should it be something that we
Are
take
we
up?
on anything else on our next?
So the next
up
meeting
sooner?
is, regular meeting is September 8th. There's actually 3 weeks between today's meeting. September 12th, sorry. I was looking at wrong date. September 12th. Julie will not be here that week. I would suggest that we hold a special meeting on the 5th, although Tim is shaking his head because
I'm
he's
not
going to
gonna
be out
be
of
here
town. Make things go a lot faster if you're not here.
How about,
Wow, that week of that's a bad week anyway, but yeah.
would the
It doesn't have to
29th
be a
too?
Thursday, but we've got, obviously board meetings on the 10th. Other,
So
About a week from
is
today,
there
would that
a
too soon?
preliminary date for this to go to the Board of Supervisors that we need to try to hit if that's where we're
well,
headed?
preliminary, it was the 17th of September. With the continuation of the background check ordinance on Tuesday, it's unclear whether or not that's feasible at this point in time. And clearly, if you can't conclude your review before that date, it can't happen either.
So you can
Well,
conclude
I've
it
heard
on
from the
12th.
chair of the board that he's more interested in getting things that we get things right than that we hurry up to them, so.
So I guess you're gone for how long, Commissioner
I
Adams?
come back on the 6th.
You come back on the 6th. Okay, and then you leave when, the 6th?
I know, I can do this.
Are you available
Sorry,
on the 6th,
everybody.
or you're returning on the 6th?
Well, the plan was returning on the 6th.
Is next week too early, or
I'm
29th?
going- I'm going this tomorrow morning.
are you?
You're just a world traveler. I guess we need a calendar. Is anybody proposing a date?
What about, like, Julie, when are you back from wherever you're?
I am back on the 18th.
Oh,
Oh,
well, how about
Looks
the
like the
19th?
6th.
oh, we want to be before that?
Yeah.
We can, I think.
Yeah, because we're going to have a regular meeting is 12.
Is there anything currently on the calendar for the 12th?
There might be a few items I'm still waiting to hear.
Yeah. We still have a week or so to wrap up whatever projects we might have. I think we do have a couple projects, but probably some Williams Nat contracts.
So it'd be, and when are you leaving? When are you?
I mean, I'm not indispensable to the process.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I'm thinking about in my office, who would come in otherwise. It's potential that we could have, I don't know what my boss will want to do with that. So
But are you?
I'm going to be gone. I'm leaving on the 7th and I'll be back on the 18th.
Okay.
But I'm sure we'll have to figure out something. I think mostly there's some state law issues that might come up, especially when we're talking about sensitive uses, but.
Well, and
Yeah.
you're in the midst of this project. Well, I can probably shift things around to come back on the 5th and come to a meeting on the 6th, if that's.
So I guess at this point, we do it the week of the 9th through the 13th without Julie here, or we wait and we maybe schedule a special meeting the following week, the 19th.
The 19th is administrative hearing, so we don't have the room available.
Okay?
Okay, and if we have things on the calendar for the 12th, I think we ought to have a special meeting on the 9th, 10th, or 11th, if we can do it without Julie.
10th is a board meeting, so that's out.
Okay.
Did we have it available 6? He said he could possibly shift some stuff around.
I could come back on the 5th and come to a meeting on the 6th.
And then I have to let you know, I'm gone the 5th through the 9th.
Well, we all planned vacations months ago.
I think we keep it on the 12th. We just try to get through it.
I'm sure I can find somebody from our office to come in, maybe Ethan can sit in. I'll try to find somebody who can come in who's familiar with the specifics of the state law and how they might interplay with things you want to do.
Okay.
So,
But we may have, what, 2 or 3 other items?
If we need to, we can reschedule those. I think we were going to hear the continued zoning, the reconsideration of that zoning amendment. We had bumped it from today's hearing.
Right.
So we didn't conflict with this.
is the 11th off the table?
Yeah, well, if you can
Because that's
reschedule
later
things
still.
that are
Yeah.
currently scheduled for the 12th. If you can reschedule, I think we probably need almost all the full day for this.
I think we'll need most of the day, yes.
And I would ask people to arrange their schedules so that if we have to go a little later, this is not a knock on you today. If we have to go a little later, that we could do that. Okay?
I guess on the 12th. So I guess it looks like the 12th is the best date, regular scheduled meeting.
Especially if you can clear the tracks for us.
Yeah, I'll talk to my staff and see what we've got.
Yeah. Sounds
I
good.
guess it's appropriate to have
I
a
think
motion
we're-
to continue this item into
Yeah, do I need
the
to
regular meeting.
vote on that?
Yes.
I move that we continue this item until the 12th of September.
So
Hearing a
the
second?
hearing of the cannabis ordinance is
Well,
continued.
we didn't
Was there a
have.
second?
Second vote.
I'll second it.
Say
All
then.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? meetings continue to the 12th of September, 9 a.m. Same time, same place.
We will be allowing some public comment at that point.